Welcome in, everybody. Have I ever told you how much I love the Noti Gang? The people who show up from minute one until I push end. I love you all. I see you, Fabulee. I see you. I see you, Prodigy. Cheesy Bread, Mao Zedong, Kami Lasagna, Lord Tao Basil. Guyana, what's up? Oh, God, dude. Is it too early to say Solange is greater than Beyonce? Should I wait? I think that's a little too hot of a take to be dropping this early. It's just so good. I love Beyonce too. Don't take this as hate on Beyonce. All right, do not. But let me just say, only one of them was beating the shit out of Jay-Z in that elevator. Only one of them was beating that shit out of Jay-Z in that elevator, brother. It was Solange. Okay, the real queen. The real queen. What's up, everybody? How's it going? I hope you've had a good life in between the time that I stopped streaming and now. I hope it's been really nice and gentle to you. Hey, real quick, just because it's like, you know, the core crew in here. If you have an ability to send a DM to Arun, I know they would really appreciate it. Arun, now a good friend of the show, somebody we all care about and love, recently lost her grandmother. And so if you could, you know, just do a solid and send some love and encouragement over there, I would really appreciate it. Yeah, it's a sad thing to go through, you know, but hey, we're thinking about Arun. Anyway, now that we got that out of the way, what have I been up to? That's a good question. What have I been up to since the last time I went live? Oh yeah, I went offline early the other night. Sorry for anybody looking forward to Indiana Jones. Just wasn't feeling it. I can't tell you what. Sometimes my emotions get the better of me, and it just all of a sudden I'm just like, I don't want to be live anymore. There was absolutely no reason. I'm feeling really good lately, actually. I don't know. I just didn't want to be live anymore. And so I think it's also like a thing where like I want the standard of my content to be high. I keep myself to a high standard. And so when I'm not delivering that, when I'm not like doing what I feel like is good content, or if I feel like I'm not doing it, I would rather not be live personally. And that's also why I take days off like pretty frequently. You know, I've seen a lot of people, not just on Twitch, but in the YouTube and everywhere space, burn out. And I think the best way for me not to burn out is to just have a healthier relationship with it. So I took yesterday off, hung out with some new KC friends, went to a local bar and just kind of drank and threw darts and hung out. It was really fun. And it did recharge me, and it made me really excited to go live tonight. And so here I am. The big thing though yesterday is that I saw a movie, chat. And when I tell you I saw a movie, okay, I mean I saw a fucking movie, dude. Oh my god, chat, go out of your house, whatever time it is, right now, and find a way to go fucking watch Sinners. Find a way to watch this movie, Sinners. It is amazing. It's fun. It's an incredible story. Like the characters and the plot is so fucking rich. It's so good. And then you know, I think if you've seen the trailers or any of the marketing, you know that it's like kind of about vampires. But the action and the action scenes is like, you know, top notch. It's filmed so incredibly well. I loved watching this movie. It was so fun. It was such a fun movie to watch. Incredibly beautiful. Really, 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 really good movie. Very, very, very good film. I highly recommend it. Do you miss LA theaters? No. You say LA theaters and you're thinking of like, you know, you're thinking of some indie thing, and what you're not realizing is that I'm an AMC A-list. Okay? So I hear you say LA theaters and I hear AMC Burbank. I hear trying to park at AMC Burbank. And hey, I love that theater. I'm not gonna lie. It's a cool theater. It's a pretty cool theater. I'm ditching guys because did anything happen on yesterday at all? Wait, what happened? I don't know. Did anything happen yesterday? Tim Pool was at the White House. That's how I know news is really slow, is when they're like, Tim Pool is at the White House. It's also like the news is actually not very slow. The United States global dynamics and economics are shifting like rapidly underneath our feet. But the news doesn't want to report on that anymore. So that's kind of that's the situation we're in, you know? That's the situation we're in. But anyway, yeah, the AMC theaters are pretty solid. I like to go with the A-list, but I think we might have to cancel our A-list. And there's a really cool indie theater out here in KC that I saw the encampments at, that I really liked. It was a great vibe. It was fun. The audio was a little bit weird in the movie, but I didn't know if that was maybe like their fault or for the encampments, not for Sinners. Sinners was perfect. IMAX for free with AMC A-list. Anyway, yeah, Sinners is so fucking good, man. I really love that movie. Amazing performances all around. Like, Ryan Coogler is a generational talent, and I pray that he never gets sucked into Marvel big fucking massive money movies ever again. We need him making original work. We need him doing whatever the fuck he wants with Michael B. Jordan. Okay. Also, Michael B. Jordan. Wow, what a hunk. What a hottie. I just can't. I actually, chat, I just cannot. I just cannot. Anyway, I got a good stream planned for you guys. I got a bunch of stuff from Twitter, some protests happening for Earth Day yesterday, and then we got news out of Illinois. A bunch of old Dems are dropping dead, not seeking re-election is what I mean by that. Obviously, nobody actually died because evil lives forever. Do not be fooled. Evil lives forever. We also got some LA politics, some LA news, city news. We got more info from the budget. So we have, the Kenneth Mejia has been posting more transparent stuff, easy to understand stuff about the budget we'll go through. We also got Kate Cagle, who has been on maternity leave for like most of my Twitch career. So we haven't been able to watch her work. But Kate Cagle is like, okay, so Kenneth Mejia is to LA city politics as Kate Cagle is to local news coverage. Does that make sense? I think that's a good analogy. Kate Cagle is a local journalist. Kate Cagle is a local video journalist who works for Spectrum News and does really good reporting about policing and holding, our politicians to account. Like one of the only people who's doing that kind of shit. So she has a new video that she published with Spectrum about Heidi Feldstein Soto that we will take out, we'll look at, and I can give some more context too. I have seen a few other streamers reacting to this video, which is fucking sick. Yeah, I saw Mike watch it this morning, but I think I can give some more context onto everything behind the story because there is a lot behind the story, and it involves some familiar faces to the stream. If you've been a long-time viewer, or not even that long, if you've been a viewer of the stream, you will probably remember and recognize the names we're talking about. Spectrum, like TWC. Spectrum, like the massive, comms communication infrastructure company. They have a news outlet as well, and they actually do good work. In LA, they're one of the best, in my opinion. We also have some new developments on the ICE raids happening across the country. We have, we're going to do that, and then we'll get into our main coverage tonight, which is going to be going into a little bit of like a deconstruction of like Israel's propaganda machine, because we saw it work in like a bunch of different ways, and I think it all ties together in a cool way tonight. So we're gonna get to that, but first I did just have my dinner brought to me, so we're gonna do a little bit of Trump coverage first. A little audible here. We're gonna do a little bit of Trump coverage first. We got this video from CNN. This area of South Dakota voted for Trump by 70%. Here's what they think now. So we'll start here, and then we'll also talk about Homan vows ICE will head to California after illegal aliens prison release. And then a new video from More Perfect Union about Texas public schools, and a new bill that Republicans are going to be pushing probably in your state next if you're not in Texas. So I really like how your room is decorated. Thank you. Yeah, I put in a lot of thought and work and care. If you look this here, I haven't done this in a while, so I'll just do this right now to vamp and fill time. So this one, wait, it's hard to do this. Okay, this one right here is a really cool poster that was given to me at the Thai Labor Museum in Bangkok, which we basically like had to like knock on the door and like get somebody in the back room to like turn everything on. Like, they don't get visitors. The Thai Labor Museum is not as popular as it should be, and so they were thrilled that we wanted to like check out the museum, and they ended up giving those to us for free, and it's so fucking beautiful and cool. And then behind the lava lamp, and like kind of melding with the lava lamp in a cool way, is an original artwork by I'm gonna fuck up the name, but it's something like Sana Saj, who's a Palestinian artist that I worked with for Films for Gaza, and she donated that as a raffle prize, or like a silent auction prize, and I I bought the silent auction. So, but all the proceeds went directly to PCRF, so that was cool. This is a hammer and sickle that I got in Vietnam when I lived there. It's like a really fucking old flag from the 70s. This one is a little bit of like, it's like a screen print of a riot cop with like, but like it's like a skeleton riot cop. I got that in Mexico City. This is some Vietnamese propaganda. So is this one. This one is a cool like original print that's like a squid. It's just art that was given to me when I lived in Vietnam as a gift. And then this one is the movie poster for my documentary, The Empathizer, right here. And then this one, these two are both Vietnamese propaganda posters. And yeah, and these are like fabrics that I collected on all of my travels, and these are all, they're also over here too, but you can't really see them. But yeah, I'm really happy with my stream setup. I love my stream setup. I think it looks great. And also, like, I know chat hates it whenever you talk about viewership, but like, it is kind of funny that like putting the effort into something like this and making it look nice and cozy, like, my viewership went up by like 150 average, like instantly as soon as I did this. So some people fucking love that. It's all shapes and colors, you know. But I'm capable because I'm a cinematographer, so why not? Okay, I'm gonna eat my dinner.
I wanted Trump. You wanted Trump. Yep. There was.
I wanted Trump.
No way in hell I wanted her out there. But now I don't know what would have been better.
But what were you expecting?
I was expecting the lower cost of a lot of just your everyday living things and hoping that he would make things better for everybody in America, because that's what we need. Groceries are already outrageous, and then we put the tariffs on across the seas or whatever, like China, all that.
Across the seas or whatever, China and all that. Dude, this is amazing. You really get to see the like hog American exceptionalist, like we are the center of the world and nothing else matters.
Everything more expensive for everybody.
Jamie Basinger is the only person we met in eastern South Dakota who openly questioned her own political views. Most people we talked to said it was risky to talk about politics here, even as the effects of Trump's tariffs loomed over the agricultural economy in an area that voted for him by about 70%. Generally, opinions were divided between trust Trump's plan and how can you still like this guy. Wait, so Becky, let me ask one thing. Are you in a politically mixed marriage?
Yeah, did you see the Joe Biden sign? Would you like to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. Becky Hofer was not afraid to talk. She's a Democrat, and her husband is a conservative non-voter. She's a freight
Wait, she's a Democrat and her husband is a conservative non-voter, but they have a fuck Joe Biden sign?
broker. Basically, if a company needs to ship bricks, she'll find you a flatbed truck. If you need to ship meat, she'll get you a refrigerated truck.
Ooh, you need the truck tomorrow? Can you guys like fork a pallet jack into the back of the trailer for him to pallet jack him to the front?
This gives her a window into real-time shifts in the economy.
Everybody's nervous. People are making different decisions for different reasons, but you know, some of it's hesitation, some of it's actual price changes. Everybody just wants some stability right now.
And those shifts can be complex. She says
Biggies.
China's retaliatory tariffs on American pork and beef could lead to higher prices on fruit.
Right now it's produce season in California. We need to get out to California. What goes out to California? Meat. We haul pork, we haul beef. Where does it go? It goes to Asia. If it doesn't go, the price produce is gonna go up even that much more because they're gonna have to pay more for the trucks.
You know, as we've talked about, you're in a really conservative area.
Wait, I don't really understand this. Why? How come produce will go up because China's not buying meat?
On American pork and beef could lead to higher prices on
I need to hear this again.
Right now it's produce season in California. We need to get out to California. What goes out to California? Meat. We haul pork, we haul beef.
Oh, what leaves, because it's leaving from California to go to China. So they're taking trucks from the rest of the country and bringing meat to California to be shipped to China. And because those trucks won't be going there because of China's not buying the meat, then they won't be able to bring the produce that those trucks would take out of California.
Where does it go? It goes to Asia. If it doesn't go, the price produce is gonna go up even that much more because they're gonna have to pay more for the trucks.
You know, as we've talked about, you're in a really conservative area, very pro-Trump area. Like, do you feel frustrated in trying to talk to your neighbors about what's going on?
Yeah, you know, it's the biggest thing that frustrates me is that I just feel like nobody cares right now until it affects them. And I don't understand how they don't see that. They're not dumb. These people aren't dumb. And they're not unkind people and selfish people and thoughtless people. So I don't understand why they're okay with it.
Hofer introduced us
Because there's no alternative. What does it mean to be not okay with that? Like, what if you come to that conclusion? If you've come to that conclusion, then what? You know, then what? Then you just get to argue with like every single person around you. You just get to like have a contrary opinion to everyone that you exist with, and people are going to be really fucking annoying to you. You know?
us to her neighbor Rod Olerud, who was feeding cattle and who, for now, is okay with it.
I just think we need to let the president do what he's doing, and we need to just see what's going to happen here and give him a little latitude so that, you know, if it doesn't work, then we're going to have to try something different.
Okay. So you're willing to let the president try some stuff to see?
Yes, to see if this works. Let's give the president a chance and we'll just have to go from there. Looks like a little boy.
Tommy Baruth thinks we already give it a chance. He's a retired soybean farmer who saw what happened in 2018 when Trump put tariffs on China.
Yeah, Trump fucked the tariff, or the tariffs fucked farmers earlier. So it is really funny that a lot of these same farmers who are going to be incredibly fucked by the tariffs, you know, but they know what it feels like to go through this because a lot of them did go through this.
Market just went right down the tube because these countries could buy them from other places cheaper. Brazil and other countries were the ones that benefited from that.
I read that it stayed that way, that now China buys a lot more from Brazil.
Exactly. And a lot of times those markets don't come back.
Doug Bjerke runs a lawn mowing business. He says Trump's plan will work out in the long term, even if some crop prices fall.
Yeah, the price might come down, but when them people start.
It's also like, this is why China's response has been like low-key a masterclass. Because what did she do in the wakes of these tariffs? What did she do? Immediately went to a bunch of countries like Vietnam, Myanmar, Indonesia, I believe. Did a tour of Southeast Asia, strengthening their ties with their close neighbors, and also like reached out to the rest of the world and was like, hey, we're here. You don't have the US goods, we can provide them. Like this kind of, and like truly what's going to happen? They're not going to come back. Even if Trump gets voted out in 4 years, if he sticks to this tariff plan, America's dynamic in the global stage is just fundamentally different, and there's nothing you can do to change that. It's the truth. There's nothing that you can do. You've just been cut out of the conversation, and there's no reason for anybody to bring you back in.
Starving, they're going to come back to the table.
You mean in the other countries?
Yeah, we're a gracious nation feeding the world, and we shouldn't have to without getting something for it.
Rick Ekman says in the 3 days after the tariffs, cattle futures dropped below the point of break even for his farm.
Never had him do this before.
Yeah, he really likes you.
No.
Did you vote for Trump?
No. No, I did not.
Why not?
You want me to be truthful? I think to get to where he's at today, he's stepped on people and he's got no morals, I don't think. I don't like the man. I don't like him.
Why do you see?
Simple as, dude. Simple fucking as. This guy actually understands. Like, that's, yep. I mean, he's 100% right. He gets it entirely.
I think so many of your neighbors do support
I don't know. I guess I don't see anything good about him.
Does it affect the way you think about America?
It scares me.
Terry Nebelsick, a lifelong Republican and retired school superintendent, was very careful in how he talked about the political climate. He's concerned that Trump's push to dissolve the Department of Education will cut public school funds for needy kids, potentially at a time of economic turmoil.
Oh, what? 100% will.
If poverty's
Especially in places like South Dakota.
happening to adults, children are hurting. And where adults sometimes just have to work through it and make sure there's food on the table. During that time, we have children and adolescents who are forming who they're going to be. And I do think that the public school is a collecting point for people to be able to reach those kids and make sure that they're fed and have medical attention and have their basic needs met.
Again and again, our conversations in this Midwestern nice town came back to character and values.
When Sheila and I raised our children, we taught them to be honest, not try to cheat anybody, to respect. Trump doesn't do any of those things.
Do you find a lot of farmers around here agree with you, or are they fans of Trump?
This is a very Republican state. I think it's too soon for them to say they're wrong.
Ellie, I love the conversations that you are able to bring to us and bring to light. Given everything that we just saw, do the Trump supporters that you spoke to, do they regret their vote?
I get that question so much, particularly from people in blue.
It's also like, we need to put it into perspective here. He's been president for 3.5 months. Okay? It's been 3.5 months, okay? And these are the conversations that are already happening. I'm telling you, dude. This shit is not long for this world. I think that we're in a moment. Unstoppable force, unmovable object. Was that thunder? Oh, some big old thunder happening outside. Are you sure?
Bluer states, and again they say no.
Right.
They really put a lot of faith in him. One man described him as courageous, and they said they're people have told me they're willing to take a serious.
Ooh, chat, we're gonna get yeah, that was strong thunder. Like shook the house a little bit. But we haven't had a good storm since I moved here. I'm very excited for it. I'm opening all my blinds right now so that I can see.
Hit to their own personal finances in order to let him do his thing, because they really have faith in him that he's the only one willing to do what needs to be done.
To turn it around. I think that's fascinating that they are willing to say, I'm willing to take the hit.
Yeah.
Take that pain, but how long? That's that big question now. It's great to see you. Thank you.
So, talking about the tariffs, obviously over the last several weeks, we've seen Donald Trump, the president, losing support among voters writ large over the tariffs. His numbers on the economy are going south. He's hemorrhaging support among independents on the economy. But what about Trump voters? How do they feel about all this? One man can answer that question. He just happens to be the one man standing beside me right now.
I hate this guy. Fuck.
Data analyst Harry Enton. Let's talk about Trump voters and how they feel. Do they regret their vote?
I'm in Kansas City, Meowsies.
I hear all these stories.
Harry Enton? More like... Harry lint in my pocket, you know what I mean? Got him.
Articles. All the Trump voters, they regret what they did back in 2024. I'm here to tell you, very few of them regret what they did back in 2020.
More like Harry Tainton. Ah, damn, that's way better. Fuck. All right, Horchata, it's your stream now. Good luck. You got 8 hours to fill.
What are we talking about? Trump voters looking back at 2024. We got a new poll out. The poll was conducted this month. What percentage would change their vote to a different
What up,
candidate?
King Henry?
We're talking just 2%. Just 2%. That's not even a wide spot on the road. And then there's this additional 1% who say they would rather not vote. We're talking overall under 5% might or would have changed their vote. Donald Trump voters back in 2024.
Because the truth is, this is a bad question. This question is more about Kamala than it is about Trump. You know? Like, this question doesn't answer anything. It's more relevant to look at approval ratings. It's more relevant to look at, you know, things like, here, I just found this today. Here, 15% of young people see country on the right track under Trump. Only 15% of young people. I want you to remember this next time somebody is like, "Oh, well, you know, Trump won with the young people. Millennials are all MAGA." Like, you know, like Kamala fumbled the young voters and all this. Like, no, dude. 15. Harvard Youth. I think under 30. More than 4 in 10 Americans under 30 say they're barely getting by financially, while just 16% report doing well or very well. Also, that seems really low. I would expect that to be way higher. We got under 30-year-olds out here, like, doing very well. Fuck you. Yeah? Well, then fuck you. No, I'm just kidding. Kamala is bringing us back to the low turnout disengaged era. We never left it. If anything, like the thing that was the difference between Hillary and Kamala was that people were actually outraged and like shocked by the reality of Trump. Like liberals really, really fucking hated Trump back then. They were more serious about fighting fascism in 2016 than they are now when people are being black bagged and sent to death camps. You know, I mean, that's like kind of low-key, it's the truth. And it's because they lived under Biden, and Biden didn't provide for anybody. Like, I don't know, we've gone over this 100 times, but yeah, 15% believe the country is headed in the right direction. Fewer than 1/3 approve of President Trump or either party in Congress. Holy fuck. Fewer than 1/3 of people under the age of 30 approve of either party. Chat, I don't want to ever hear somebody fucking say building the third party is not the only way forward. I'm sorry, dude. And it's not, I don't care. You want to explain? Are we back? A little hiccup, maybe? We had a little hiccup. Are we back? Tiny F. We're back. Tiny F. Okay, here's what I'm saying, though. Is that, like, you don't want to call it a third party because of all the reasons that, you know, third parties don't work or whatever in America because of the laws. Fine. It's not a third party. It's the party that's going to replace the Democrats. We're going to have two parties, a fascist one and a socialist one. Let's do that instead of this shit, man. Like, let the Democratic parties die. Please. Please. Please let them die. So, yeah, I don't know. This kind of shit is useless to me.
Okay, the same question to Kamala Harris voters, and it turns out the numbers are rather similar. So if there was a repeat, if folks got to be able to redo their vote that they had back in 2024, would the result be any different? I doubt it would be. Or it would still be extremely close. The bottom line is, for all this talk of Trump voters regretting their vote, in the numbers, it really just doesn't show up.
Yeah, this is an indictment of the Democratic Party. And you should speak of it as such. That still, even though these voters are dissatisfied with Trump, they still would choose him over the Democratic Party. Like, that is an indictment of the whole system. They're dissatisfied and they're like, yeah, I think I still made the best decision.
So the stickiness with Trump voters and President Trump in this presidency, how does it compare to his first presidency?
Yeah, okay. So, you know, I was interested.
Yeah, are you voting Federalist or Anti-Federalist? There's only two parties ever, exactly. But no, people just don't think that, like, things, I don't know, man. People don't think that, like, things can change. I think that's, like, a really pervasive idea of the moment. Like, people are genuinely hopeless, and it's making us politically inept. You know? And it's the truth is that, like, I feel like there's more hope on the ground, but the leadership is hopeless. Like, we shouldn't be putting our hope in them, and also they don't have any hope for a better future themselves. Like, they don't think that it can actually change. They think it's futile to even try to change it. And that's not people we should be leading. Like, we should want leading us.
Historical analogy here, sort of, does this look similar or different from back in 2017, looking at 2016? Well, in February of 2017, 4% of Trump voters say they'd shift their vote. That's actually slightly more than the 3% this time around. So, you know, you look back, you say, okay, there's these Trump voters who really regret their vote. Historically speaking, they really don't regret their vote. And if anything, the number this time around is actually smaller than it was the first time around. And it's certainly smaller than the number we saw coming out of 2020, of course, after the...
I wouldn't even say no future in electoralism. I think there is still ways to gain power through electoralism. It's just not entryism. That's the part of the strategy that I disagree with the most. I don't think we can change the Democratic Party from within. We need to build an actual working class party. And if you've ever taken corporate money, you're not allowed. If you've ever taken AIPAC money, you're not allowed. Like, from the beginning, we need to be very clearly, like, hostile to American capital, you know?
Of January.
Not trying to cozy up.
The bottom line is this. If there's some idea out there that Trump voters are going around, man, I wish I had voted for Kamala Harris instead of Donald Trump, the numbers say that is a fanciful universe. It really, for the most part, does not exist.
What about the Republican brand in general? Any evidence that people are, leaving that brand faster than they're leaving the Democrats?
Yeah, exactly. Yesterday we spoke about Trump's approval.
Wait, how come? Am I not getting like everybody's messages in the chat here on screen? I'm not seeing anarchist tech supports. New messages? I don't know.
Rating, right? But
shit's weird.
Very important to note, nothing cannot be nothing. That is, when you put two folks together or two folks against each other, the results might look different than just looking at one of them. And on this particular measure, which I think is so important, because what we saw in 2024 was Republicans getting a rare lead on party identification. It was a 1-point lead according to Gallup. Look at where
I've been playing Minecraft. BDS, sweetie. No, I'm just kidding. Good for you. I would play Oblivion, but unfortunately, I cannot because it's BDS.
in an average of Gallup polls so far this year, plus 2 points for Republicans. If anything, the Republican brand has actually perhaps gotten a smidgen stronger.
It's trash? What do you mean?
So these are within the margin of error, very different from 2017 when Democrats held a 5-point advantage. And I'll finally note, this looks very much like the generic ballot trend, which in 2025 looks an awful bit like November of 2024, when Republicans, of course, won and held the House.
We will see if these trends continue, but they are very interesting.
Yeah, Microsoft is on the official BDS list.
And now to Bill Malhusian. He has...
But I don't care. I mean, I do care about BDS. We should try to observe BDS wherever we can. But I'm not really calling you out. I'm joking. No, I'm joking. I'm not calling you out. Play whatever you want. It's whatever.
A Fox News exclusive on the tragic consequences of an unsecured border. Hi, Bill. Been waiting.
Okay, yeah. So Tom Homan vows ICE will head to California after illegal aliens prison release. Meanwhile, so we're seeing the Trump base slowly but surely dissolving. Slowly but surely, the leopards are eating faces. You know. And on the other end, the Trump administration is very busy. They are doing things very, very, very quickly, and you know, they're breaking shit. They're moving fast. Let's just say that, okay?
Talk to you all morning.
Yeah, Dana, good morning to you. This illegal alien had a lengthy rap sheet here in California long before he ever killed these 2 California teenagers. He's got several felony convictions on his record, several convictions for driving without a license, but he was still out and about on California's roads. And this
driving without a license?
American couple ended up paying the price for that. And now their killer is getting an early release.
It was a DUI death? And they're framing it as if this guy like stabbed them in the eyeballs repeatedly. DUI. No, and that is not, for the record, nobody should die from DUIs. Don't drink and drive. But framing this as if it's like an intentional, you know, like he murdered them is ridiculous. Using like...
It was November 2021. A fiery collision on an Orange County
from fucking 4 years ago too, and they're parading this out like it happened today, dude. This happened 4 years ago.
A young couple dead, and the driver who crashed into them, a twice deported illegal alien from Mexico with multiple felonies, in custody for being drunk, high, and speeding at nearly 100 miles per hour.
I get a knock on the door, and there's 2 police officers.
The pain written all over the face of Pavel Osokin, as he recalls being told his son Nikolai and his 19-year-old girlfriend Anya Varfolomeev, friends since they were kids, were gone.
They told me there was a horrible incident. My son and his girlfriend, Anya, basically were burned alive in their car. She was my daughter.
Anya's father, Anatoly, got a similar knock on the door that night.
Yeah, this is really sad. This is really sad. Unfortunately, like, accidents do happen. People die in car wrecks all the time. And that doesn't make it any less sad for these people, of course. But to frame it and to, like, use their tragedy to justify, brutality, which is what's happening to the people who are being deported. Like, incredible, brutal violence.
His name, I said, yes, it's my daughter. My wife came downstairs and she was screaming and crying. She said, no, 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 no.
In spring of 2022, a jury convicted Oscar Eduardo Ortega Anguiano on 2 counts of gross vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated. A judge sentenced him to 10 years. But on Easter Sunday, the family say they received this notice from the California Department of Corrections that on July 19th, he'll be getting out.
2 years for killing 2 kids. It's confusing to me. Why you give them 10 if they're going to spend 5 and then 3?
Yeah, 2 young, productive American citizens killed for nothing. And that illegal immigrant who already has been deported twice is going to be released again?
In a statement, the Department of Corrections wouldn't confirm the release, but said in part, quote, incarcerated persons may earn credits for participating in rehabilitative programming, which may move their parole dates to an earlier date.
Okay, so this guy was doing the work in prison, probably also putting out fires in California, working on a crew like that. Went in front of a fucking parole judge, again, like, what are they actually advocating for? They're advocating for people to stay in prison for longer, regardless of the details of their case, or, because we do have a system involved here that's, like, not generous to the people who are incarcerated, by the way. Like, this idea that there's, like, some unfair generosity that goes in favor of incarcerated people, absolutely fucking, total fabrication. Absolute fabrication. Right? So they're saying, no, get rid of the parole system. Don't, keep people in jail for longer. And also, if that person ever does anything after that, you're responsible. It's just cruel. Like, they're just this is just cruel propaganda to justify more cruelty and more brutality and more violence.
Anya and Nikolai's families are now
more lives being ruined,
calling for Ortega Anguiano to serve his full sentence.
All those dreams were cut short just by one person who was not even supposed to be on that freeway. I will never forgive this guy. Never, ever.
I hope he's going to stay in prison. I hope he's going to get old in prison. And I hope he's going to get kicked out from our country in the end.
Like, do we really think this guy's...
And I hope he's going to get kicked out from our...
This is just really, really gross to use these people's pain to, cause more pain.
In the end.
And Dana, ICE confirms to Fox News they have placed a detainer on this illegal alien with the California Department of Corrections. Their hope is that the state will transfer him to their custody upon his release from prison in July. As for the victims' families, they are now left wondering, what are 2 lives worth here in the state of California? They say, apparently, only a little more than 3 years. We'll send it back to you.
Bill Malusian, thank you.
So Tom Homan joins us from the North Lawn White House. And sir, thank you for your time.
Here, 1 second.
Today, there's a lot to get to, and I know for a lot of our viewers, we're covering a lot of different cases that involve very different people in different parts of the country in different states. Just react to Bill's reporting right there from California first. Let's begin there.
Well, look, Bill, everybody asks why I get so emotional on network TV, why I get emotional when I testify, because I've met hundreds of angel moms and dads and hear every story. I'll never forget any of those stories. It's just a tragedy. But I'll make this commitment right now. I'll work with Secretary Noem on this case.
Dude, they literally like made a phrase for these kinds of stories. Angel families, and they exclusively include people who like lost. Like, I want to know how many of these angel families are there actually. Do you know what I mean? Like, how many are there? And could we compare them with, like, you know, people who have lost family members to police violence? We don't have a name for those people. You know, people whose family members were shot and killed by the police as they were doing something as simple as, like, working at their job, right? Or walking down the street or getting in a car. Like, you know, do we ever get to hear from those families ever? Does anybody ever ask them questions? Are they ever given time on Fox News or CNN? Like, this is just the worst kind of like fascist propaganda. It's so clear.
And I get if they don't honor a detainer, we have ICE agents outside that facility to take custody of this individual and deport him. He's been deported several times, which means he's a felon. Re-entry the country after formal deportation is a felony. We will prosecute him and we'll deport him. I'll make that commitment. I'll work with Secretary Noem to make sure that happens.
I want to bring up one other thing before we get to the bigger picture, and that is, for example, when someone on the left go against you, they will say, oh, it's just like one or two people, right? Well, that's not the case, as you know.
Do you know how bad he wants to turn around and scream a racist epithet at the landscaper in the background? Like, do you know how hard he's trying not to do that?
And here's another example. There was a young woman, a mother of two, killed in Maryland. Again, Maryland, mother of two. Her name was Guerra. And she is one of Senator Van Hollen's constituents and her mother, who
oh my God, girl.
with Ramirez Guerra.
Girl, come on.
I'm sorry, that was the woman who was killed. The mother is devastated, just like those fathers were that you just saw. This is what Van Hollen said. I cannot imagine the grief and pain that the family of Miss Guerra is feeling right now. My heart goes out to them during this incredibly difficult time as they mourn her loss. I thank all of those in law enforcement who have been part of the extensive.
Like, guys, I don't know what to tell you. If you really want to live in a country with no murder, like, be my guest. Like, go to the country, go to the place in the world where there's no murder. Like, where do you think that exists? We lock up more people in this country. We have one of the most, the most extensive incarceration and like prison systems that has ever existed in the history of humanity. We lock up more people than Russia. We lock up more people than any dictatorship you could name, except for El Salvador, which we are now in total collusion with right now, like doing fucking incarceration there. Yeah, tell me a country where nobody drinks and drives. Exactly. Like, they don't have an answer for this outside of just more brutality. If we had a snap of a finger that like changed the entire dynamic of the world, and like, you know, everybody was transported back to the country they were born in, which I guess is what they want. Like, there would still be murders in this country. You understand that, right? There would still be murders. There would still be drunk driving. Like, none of nothing they're talking about solves anything that they're using. All the tragedies and the harm and the pain that they're using to justify it. None of that addresses any of it. It's just meant to make you feel hateful and like angry and like, oh, well, I'm really angry. So, you know, irrational thoughts.
Search effort and investigation. Now Miss Guerra's family and friends and our community will see her suspected killer and anyone involved in this crime face justice in a court of law. Courts of law are where we punish the guilty and provide for the due process rights of all. That is why it is important to respect the rule of law and the decision of our courts. But the issue is the woman who was killed didn't get that chance for due process. There she is right there on your screen.
Oh my God. So because a murder happened outside of the court system, we have to be as bad as the murderer Like, this is the argument that they're literally making. This person didn't have due process, so therefore we don't have to do due process. We have to be just as bad as every crime, like every criminal that we bring into our justice system. What the fuck is this, dude? You're supposed to be the government. You're supposed to be better than the average person. You're supposed to be like, the collective will is better than the individual's revenge. You know, like, what the fuck? But of course, this isn't inconsistent with their principles because they advocate for fucking capital punishment and like state murder all the time. All the time. They don't care. Like, the state shouldn't be murdering people because you don't prove that murdering people is wrong by murdering people. You know, they expose the vapidity of all their principles every single time they do this.
And the senator, I know what the point he's trying to make, but the point the president was trying to make yesterday in the Oval Office is we have a huge number of illegal immigrants in this country that are affiliated with these gangs. And to go one by one is going to take years and years and years that we don't have in order to protect the rest of the citizens. So how do you think this gets solved in the end?
Well, first of all, Van Hollen's statement is just ridiculous. If you want more safety for the citizens of Maryland, then stop being a sanctuary state. Work with ICE. When you arrest a public safety threat that's in the country illegally, work with ICE. Let us in that jail so we can get them in the safety and security of jail rather than release them back in the public.
The safety and security of jail.
A public threat. And finally, you know, what's happening right now across the country, we have district court judges shutting us down across the country. There's a reason they're district court judges. They're not national judges, but as you mentioned earlier when talking to Bill, you got New York judges.
Can you imagine saying this to every single person who works in ICE? Like, there's a reason you're a fucking goon on the ground instead of the guy working with Trump, you know? It's because of your inadequacies. Like, he just totally like shit on literally everybody who works in any kind of hierarchical structure and is not at the top of it.
District court, you got a district court in Colorado putting a national ban on our activity. They're a district court judge. We got to get this to the Supreme Court as quick as possible. District court judges can't overrule the president's executive orders. This is what we got to get fixed right away in the Supreme Court.
No, they literally, actually, they can. If you had taken a third grade civics class, you would understand this. That actually, like the judicial system is meant to check both the executive and the congressional system. Like, yeah, that's actually their job. That's exactly their job.
Keep the president's promise to American people that we're going to remove national security threats and public safety threats.
Is he drunk? I'm trying to do dishes and all I hear is slurring. No, that's just like his mouth. That's just like the way he talks. He really embodies the whole bulldog thing. His jowls hang inside of his mouth as well, and that's why he sounds like that.
On that point, we're fighting a lot more. Apologies to our viewers at home. This is very important now, okay? Yesterday, the president said this, and I quote, "We cannot give everyone a trial because to do so would take, without exaggeration, 200 years." Now, the court has said that those subject to the statute needed to be given the opportunity to challenge their removal. To me, I interpret that as a sense of due process. How do you interpret that?
I think due process was given, like the Maryland father, the MS-13 terrorist that was removed. He had due process. He was ordered removed by 2 different immigration judges. But here's what they're doing, Bill. Here's the plan. The Biden administration overwhelmed the system. 10.5 million people came to the border. They know it's going to take years to get through the court docket. But
I thought it was 20 million.
There's another Democratic administration in. They'll have U.S. citizen children. Then all of a sudden, nobody wants them removed. We're spoiling their plans to have future Democratic voters and through a census, have control of the House. Through a census vote, Democratic sanctuary cities get more seats in the House. This is their plan. That's why they overwhelmed the system. That's why they didn't detain them. When they detain them, they get a hearing in 35 days. They released them. Now it's going to take 5 to 7 years. They're going to keep playing this game to the immigration court to appeal after appeal after appeal, district judge, to slow us down, because their hopes is they'll gain power again, then they can warrant amnesty to 10 million illegal aliens that are released in this country illegally. That is their plan, and we're trying to remove these public safety threats and national security threats as quick as possible. They're putting every roadblock imaginable in front of us to prevent us from doing that.
My last question, I'm sorry about the lawnmower, but it'll be quick. Would it help you if Congress were to pass a law making it more clear on how to deal with this situation right now? Would that be of use for you all as you try to deal with it?
It is actually kind of wild how Congress has kind of been like they did their whole funding bill and everything like that, and they'll have the reconciliation coming up, but I'm surprised that Congress hasn't been just out here writing bills. They have a trifecta and they can't seem to get anything done. They can't seem to get they're not doing the evilness that the executive branch is doing, and they're 100% capable of it, and they could, it's just interesting.
Absolutely. Congress needs to take action. They can solve the border crisis by simply addressing 3 laws: the TVPRA on children, the asylum laws, and the Florida Settlement Agreement. If they make those 3 changes and those 3 laws, they've solved 90% of the border problems forever.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Tom Homan, thank you. And thanks for dealing with that distraction there. Sir, we will talk again soon, okay? There's a lot to cover, and we shall. Thanks. I'm Steve Ducey.
Just evil, dude. And meanwhile, here's what they're doing to our schools. So this is a More Perfect Union video about this bill could destroy Texas public schools. Your state could be next.
There's nothing more Texan than Friday Night Light.
That's the heartbeat of our community, is our public schools.
Schools bring us together in a time when we are so polarized and tribalized.
Here in Texas, public education is facing an existential threat. Vouchers that will pull taxpayer money out of public schools and into private schools.
Lawmakers still going back and forth over school vouchers.
That would provide taxpayer money to families for private school tuition.
This voucher bill will eventually destroy public schools. I give it 10 years.
The new plan is part of a nationwide effort to defund public schools under the guise of choice, pushed by billionaire activists and Republican governors like Greg Abbott.
What's happening in Texas will be coming to a school district near you.
We're fighting for school choice, which really is the civil rights of all time in this country.
The civil rights of all time. It's the civil rights of all time in this country. He's such a fucking idiot.
Country.
But
he's so stupid.
Backlash emerging in Texas.
It's robbery, it's theft.
Vouchers are not for everybody. If they were for everybody, no one would be here protesting them.
I have been in Bastrop, oh my goodness, for 27 years. My older son was a year old when we moved here.
Tony Malone teaches kindergarten in Bastrop, a community about a half-hour east of Austin.
We're Central Texas. We're Friday Night Lights, football games and basketball games, volleyball. The community really comes together around our schools out here. For most of our kids, it's the only thing they have. We don't have a YMCA.
Is it spelling separate but equal? Oh, it's going to be even... I mean, yes, it will be that. But it'll be on those lines as well, very much so. Because, of course, the same exact dynamics, the same exact redlining, the Jim Crow policies shaped our cities, right? And they shaped the pocketbooks of everybody in them. And so, yes, black families on average still have a far less, access to capital than white families do, which affects your property taxes. And, whenever it's figure it out on yourself and you rely on these city governments, yeah. Who gets vouchers and who gets damned to public schools? Exactly. And the vouchers also take money away from the public schools too, right? Because they're saying your property tax that would go to a school is not going to go to the public school. it's going to go to whatever school you choose. So that could be a private Catholic school. That could be, you know.
We don't have recreation centers and places for our kids to go after school. They depend on these programs in our schools.
In recent years, Texas districts have been facing devastating budget cuts. The funding that the state of Texas commits for each student, the basic allotment, hasn't increased since 2019, though it's likely the legislature will slightly increase it this year. In the midst of all of this, Governor Greg Abbott and the Texas legislature are moving forward with a controversial plan that could eventually gut public school funding. The voucher policy would give families more than $10,000 to use for private school tuition and supplies per child, even if they already send their kids to private schools.
Vouchers take money that could go to public schools and give that money to unaccountable private schools for the wealthy few.
School districts will get less money if they have lower enrollment. In the first year alone, Texas schools could lose $250 million in vouchers, and the program could cost taxpayers more than $10 billion by 2030. It's part of the reason voters and even lawmakers have rejected vouchers over and over again for decades.
The first voucher bill was proposed in the Texas legislature in 1957.
Jesus.
That voucher scam was a deliberate attempt to resegregate public schools, to allow white parents to take their kids out of newly integrated public schools and send them to white-only private schools. Vouchers have been brought up every decade since.
Damn, yeah, it goes. I didn't realize that this policy goes directly back to Jim Crow. That it is like literally was created for that purpose. I was speaking more to just like the structural inequality that will be exacerbated by things like this. But no, that's the intention. That's the whole fucking point. That's the thing. That's the reason they came up with it. Jesus fuck.
It's 1957, and every time they've been brought up here in Texas, they've failed because Texans on both sides of the aisle have rejected these proposals.
The current governor, Greg Abbott, has made vouchers the top priority of his administration. But until this year, Republicans from rural areas have joined with Democrats to defeat them.
There's always been this little thing about vouchers, you know, pretty much since Abbott got in office.
Governor Abbott just called for a fourth special session to pass school vouchers.
The fourth special session in Austin came to a close and still with no deal on school vouchers.
Greg Abbott has put all his chips on this one issue. He's invested millions of dollars. He's barnstormed the state. He has bullied and bribed lawmakers.
It would also be interesting to talk to a labor lawyer about this, because I know in some, like in Missouri, it's actually like I'm pretty sure it's illegal for teachers to unionize because they're considered public workers. And there's like laws against public workers unionizing, except for the cops. There's always carve outs for police, of course. Police get to unionize, but nobody else does. And this is in a lot of, they can unionize, they can't strike though. I'm pretty sure it's still right to work. So even if they do unionize, it's not as meaningful as it seems. Yeah, they can't strike, but I wonder if those, like, you're no longer a public worker if you're working at one of these private schools, right? I said Marxism and my 2.5-year-old twin started copying me. Let's go. We get the kids early. Get the kids on the Marxism early, baby. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. I think, like, could teachers unionize and fight within private schools, and would this be a useful like effort for teachers unions to invest in, like, statewide, you know? Because I know a big part of these voucher programs is that they are going to schools without, like, it's so that they can privatize schools, make money off of them, non-unionized teachers. In Chicago, this is a big thing too.
He has done everything that he could possibly do to get this bill passed.
Now he's got a lot of out-of-state backers, people who are, you know, really pushing this agenda.
Vouchers are backed by big money. Former Education Secretary Betsy DeVos has dumped millions into pro-voucher policies all over the country, while oil and gas tycoons like Tim Dunn and Ferris and Dan Wilkes have bankrolled pro-voucher politicians in Texas.
It's not really Greg Abbott or Dan Patrick pushing this scam. It is billionaire megadonors who are trying to dismantle public education in our state.
One of you seen this?
Particular helped change the game in the Lone Star State.
Yeah, I have it pulled up, Pakistani. We're going to get through this video, and then I'm going to go through my Twitter stuff. Yeah, I have that ready for us here.
Billionaire named Jeff Yass, who gave Greg Abbott the single largest donation in Texas history.
Jeff Yass is this guy.
The left came up with this idea of income inequality. It's like, what are you talking about?
Jeff Yass gave Greg Abbott $12 million in total last year to get this voucher scam passed.
In the end, nearly a dozen pro-voucher candidates endorsed by Abbott won their primaries. Abbott and his allies have pitched the plan as a way to help low-income students.
That's interesting, Bri.
The wealthiest of wealthy are not the school choice recipients being served. It is income vulnerable and special needs related students.
But under the voucher plan, up to 20% of the spots in the program in the first year would be available to anyone, even the world's richest man.
Elon Musk is a Texas resident, so would he theoretically be eligible to apply for these funds?
Yes.
In North Carolina, recent reporting shows that more than 40% of voucher recipients come from families that made too much money to qualify when the program was first created. In Florida, nearly 70% of students receiving vouchers were already attending private schools. And in Arizona,
oh my God,
vouchers have drained the state budget.
So we're just giving a subsidy to kids for people to send their kids to private schools. Of course.
In every state that has tried vouchers, the majority of the money ends up going to wealthier families who are already sending their kids to private school. And I worry that's what will happen in Texas.
The more money that's taken out of public schools through vouchers, the less money there will be for academics, facilities, and yes, even football.
I mean, this will be... I think this is the... Like, in Texas, bro? In Texas, being like high school football will be suffering, you're never gonna win. If this is the truth, and they're able to, like, widely distribute this truth, there's no way. A vote for this is a vote against football. Everybody's voting against that thing.
The Texas High School Coaches Association came out against vouchers in February.
We could lose a lot of our star players. Vouchers will take that money away from the public schools, which also takes the money out of the community.
That's especially true in rural areas of the state.
A majority of counties in the state of Texas don't have a single private school in them. I'm worried about what's going to happen to these remote areas of the state where they depend entirely on the local public school.
In March, hundreds of Texans showed up to testify publicly on vouchers. The hearing lasted nearly 24 hours, with the majority of the testimony coming against the bill.
For those of you who are in the Republican Party like I am, it does violate the party principles, the priorities, the platform, the plank, all of it.
If you truly cared about the people of this state, you would not waste our time and our tax dollars on another voucher scam.
This bill is a skunk that we're trying to pass off as a kitty cat. What a load of garbage.
Pro-voucher lawmakers are also facing more.
This bill is a skunk. Dude, these people are straight out of fucking King of the Hill.
Pushback than ever before.
Aren't schools locally funded by homeowner taxes, though, or am I missing something? Yes, but they're saying that the government will give you your taxes back to you in a voucher that has to be spent on schools. You know, and so if you're already sending your kid to a private school, you're still paying into the public school because, you know, that's how fucking taxes work. But now they would basically be able to opt out of paying into those public schools. That's essentially how it works. Yeah.
A recent poll found that nearly 2/3 of Texas voters oppose vouchers, including 70% of public school parents.
Looking at the masses of people that showed up at the Capitol yesterday, I really feel like people are tired of not being heard. I believe that our government...
That's what I'm saying, critical ace theory. That's exactly what I was describing, right? It's like you think of it as a tuition refund, but it's not, because those people, like, you're using taxpayer money, right? Which is a finite thing, and is not something that just, the budget has an end. The budget has a maximum amount that their revenue will generate. And so if you're using that money to pay for rich kids to go to private school, that's less money for the public schools. Whereas, like, these kids are already going to the private schools. I don't understand how that would hurt funding for schools in areas without a private school, because they're paying into this system, and like a lot of their money is getting taken and given, like, through this voucher system will be given to rich families to go to private schools instead of going to their local public school system. Because the state does still help lower, like, more rural communities. The state is still going to be providing a good chunk of the funding in those places.
Governor
used to be.
Several of his representatives feel like they are insulated and that they have managed to get reelected over and over again. But I believe that in doing what they're doing against the will of the people of this state, I think it's going to come back and bite them.
Like, you pay tuition and then you tell the state, and then they pay the school, and the school refunds your tuition, as opposed to the state just paying for you to go. The difference is you have to be able to foot the bill initially. I don't know. I guess you're talking specifically about New York, but I mean, that sounds even worse, because then they're totally giving up the idea that this is helping poor students to go to private schools. Because if you still have to be able to foot the bill initially without the state subsidy, you know what I mean? Then only people who can afford to send their kids are going to be paying for it.
We all have to stand together, regardless of what state we're in, to protect this project of public schooling. If we're not careful and if we don't defend and improve upon this project, we could see public education disappear in states like Texas and across the country.
Thank you so much for watching.
Bro, put some fucking credits on your fucking videos, More Perfect Union. You are a labor documentary YouTube channel. Why don't you credit the fucking people who make your videos? It drives me insane. I've been calling it out for years. Holy shit. They did it like once. They do it very occasionally. It's annoying. Yeah, Nate King, we got that in the list here. We're gonna go through the stories I got from Twitter today, starting off with Dick Durbin, Illinois Illinois senator, announced he is no longer running for re-election. So very interesting. We will see if the left is able to put up a candidate in this race. I really hope they are. We'll see. Also, Kat Abou-Gazela, we've been following her race. We've been following her campaign. Her opponent, Jan Schakowsky, is not seeking re-election. So Kat is running for an open seat at the moment. I definitely expect the Democrats to put up an establishment candidate. But that's a very, very fucking interesting development. So we'll see. I was talking to Becca about this before, and I actually don't know if that should be something we celebrate. And here's why. I think that the dynamic that race had previously of a very, very old person who's had that seat for fucking ever versus a new, exciting and like that kind of candidate, I think in that race is very beneficial to Kat. I think in a race where it's a new liberal establishment Democrat versus Kat, I actually think that's a harder race for her. I actually do. I could be wrong. We'll see how it goes and who the establishment Dems decide to rally around. But I could see that being a harder race, actually. I don't know if I would say it like rat fucks her, but I do think it makes it a harder race. It was never going to be an easy race, right? The race is the race. You got to run against, whoever you're there and garner support for yourself. The dynamics have not really changed at all, but I do think that like it would have been easier for Kat to run against this like old fucking, this geriatric like old representation of establishment Democrats than like a younger version of that. That's my only take about that. Okay, we have some leftists would think an establishment Dem is better than an internet Dem. I'm pretty sure Mike is skeptical. Mike is skeptical of Kat. I think Mike is probably skeptical of Kat just because she's running as a Democrat, and Mike and I are both very skeptical of the entryism strategy. But I've talked about this before too, where I'm very skeptical of the entryist strategy. I think people should run outside of the Democratic Party as often as possible. But I also don't think like Kat can like create the party that replaces the Democrats. I don't think so. I don't think Kat can be that person. Anyway, there are images of protests happening yesterday from New York for National Earth Day. You love to see it. We got Wall Street getting a little repainting. Very brave individuals doing this here. I will say, like, brave individuals. However, we'll see in other videos here, and I think in this one too. It seems like they're kind of just like doing this and like waiting to be arrested. Hey, I just want to point out that you can do this and like leave quickly. You actually do not need to be arrested. Extinction Rebellion, I think, is the name of the group, and that might be the hourglass. Extinction Rebellion. Yeah. That's their logo. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like they're saying people who spray paint shit are terrorists. We shouldn't be just like spraying until we get caught. You know what I mean? I don't think that's good. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not against this kind of action, but like, wear a mask. You do not need to martyr yourself. I promise you. And anyone who asks you to martyr yourself, anyone who asks you to voluntarily get arrested or do something like that, you should be very sus of. You know what I mean? You should be very sus of. Also, here is not the space to be talking about that shit. Oh wait, where's the one where they got arrested? Wait. Oh, here.
Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
Caught him orange-handed.
Liaison, call me Wolf. Any questions you have, I'm right here to answer for you. Non-violent action.
Why are you being arrested?
These people do not consent to unelected fascists. And this is Earth Day. Earth Day started with direct action. This is what it's about. Taking action because we don't consent, and we have power when we don't consent.
Move out of
Adventurists? Nah. I mean, hey, I think you should always like fight back against any kind of knee-jerk reaction you might feel anytime you watch protest coverage to criticize. No good cops, no bad protesters. That's kind of where I'm at here. You know? Yeah. We can talk about tactics and we can talk about our own strategy, and I would never encourage you to get arrested right now. But the action itself, hey, I ain't got no problem with it, you know? I'm just saying, like, they're doing it in broad daylight, like they wanted to get arrested, and I think that's kind of sus. We should not want to get arrested.
Is this enough?
But it's something that shouldn't have been done. No, he's gonna get charged for vandalism. That's all it is.
Yeah, like they're also gonna get charged and like be forced to pay for the removal / replacement of that glass. So if you're not rich, you know, this is gonna be rough for you. Okay, chat. We have a new video here. LA politics news we're gonna cover for like the next 10-15 minutes. We're gonna start off with this new video from Kate Cagle with Spectrum News. Kate Cagle rules. Highly recommend you drop a follow with Kate. Kate makes really, really great video content. I highly recommend it. This is Kate asking the questions in this video. And so we're gonna, is that the drunk on screen? Yes. So if you might recognize Heidi Feldstein Soto. She is banned from City Mart, or from not City Mart, Citibank. Why is Heidi banned from Citibank? We don't know, but she is permanently banned from all Citibank locations, and she is currently holding a job as the LA City Attorney. And there's a little bit of drama recently with friends of mine, friends of the show, and her office, and it kind of got a bunch of people off of protest charges in a very interesting way. So let's check this out.
I tried to speak to Feldstein Soto about this at her first press conference in over 3 months.
Yes, Heidi, this is Kate Cagle from Spectrum News 1. I want to ask you about some of the freeway protests that your office is pursuing, the If Not Now protesters.
I was supposed to be out of here at 1 o'clock. I've got back-to-back meetings.
Okay, we're not getting answers from your office on these questions. And
this was the first press conference that Heidi Feldstein Soto had done in 3 months. Okay? And the second that Kate starts to ask about this, she's like, we gotta go.
Stories really don't comment on pending litigation, as you know.
In 2023, a union protest blocked traffic outside LAX for hours. City leaders like Councilmember Hugo Soto Martinez participated, placed in handcuffs, but never charged.
Yep. City councilors were blocking roads. Never got charges.
Lynn has represented traffic blocking activists for 25 years and says her clients have never been prosecuted for peaceful actions, instead told to stay out of trouble in exchange for keeping a clean record. She points to Feldstein Soto's own pro-Israel tweets like this one after October 7th that condemned the attacks and added every nation and every moral person must support Israel defending her people. That tweet was later deleted.
Wait, why'd you delete it?
Of course, public officials have a right to speak on whatever issue they want. But once they come out on one side of something, if they're only criminally charging and going...
Yeah. That is an unbelievably stupid fucking thing to tweet as the city's attorney. Like, right. Nice that she added AIPAC, I know. But like, now you have proven yourself compromised on anything regarding this topic. And so, whenever Heidi Feldstein Soto tries to fucking like charge a bunch of people who protested by blocking a road, if not now protesters, when she tries to charge them on charges that have never historically been, you know, an actual problem. Like, they've never charged. She just said this person has represented protesters blocking travel for 25 years and never seen charges ever, including a specific one under Heidi Feldstein Soto, where unions blocked a road to LAX, and Hugo Soto Martinez was a city councilor, was one of the people arrested. Nobody got charged there. They were all let go. Right? So this is a very easy case for the defense attorneys to make, that this is being selectively charged because of the content of the speech, which is a First Amendment violation.
Going after people who disagree with them, that becomes a problem.
Feldstein Soto disputes the bias allegations.
They're alleging that you're prosecuting them because you disagree with their message. We want to give you an opportunity to
prosecute on content, ma'am. You know that.
In court, her office argued the tweets preceded
Nobody's asking these questions except for Kate, and I love Kate for that.
Israel's military escalation and thus do not necessarily indicate bias against the protesters. But the allegations of bias are not just coming from If Not Now. Another incident involved a Thanksgiving Day protest in 2023 outside the home of a prominent Israel lobbyist. A whistleblower from inside the city attorney's office said Feldstein Soto personally called then Chief Michael Moore to allege a prominent pro-Palestinian activist was involved. In a leaked confidential memo that's now part of this case, LAPD said the evidence didn't back her claims. No charges were filed. It's all enough for the judge in If Not Now's case to ask Feldstein Soto to hand over her emails, texts, and memos about the prosecution to determine if she's going after the protesters for their political beliefs.
Oops. So now we're getting Heidi Feldstein Soto's emails, text messages, everything around her prosecution of this, which will be very interesting. Also, it's worth pointing out here that this, like, a whistleblower from inside the city attorney's office.
A whistleblower from inside the city attorney's office said Feldstein Soto personally called then Chief Mike.
So this is about Richie Sergenko. Okay, Richie Sergenko was never proven to be involved in that Thanksgiving Day protest, by the way. Totally fabricated, totally alleged, like nothing proving it. But Heidi Feldstein Soto, like, called Chief Moore, the chief of the LAPD, and was like, you have to go arrest this guy. To the point where LAPD was formally documenting their own uncomfort. Their own uncomfort with the fucking, like, city attorney's rabid desire to arrest people over their speech because of their activism. The LAPD was like, bro, can you chill? Can you chill on that? Like, you're being a little extra about it. Let me see if I can find the actual article about that. Yeah, here. LAPD voiced concerns about city attorney's push to charge a protester. Memo says. Like, the LAPD had to release a memo being like, yeah, this is really weird, and she clearly doesn't understand, like, our constitutional restrictions. Los Angeles City Attorney Heidi Feldstein Soto has been pushing for criminal charges against a man she suspected was among the pro-Palestinian protesters who sprayed red paint and set off smoke devices outside of the Brentwood home of a prominent Jewish civic leader, according to a memo summarizing the March 7 meeting. Okay, who was this person? Like, it's so bizarre that they've managed to keep the person who was being protested's name out of this. I'm pretty sure it was like the head of AIPAC. Michael Tuchin, AIPAC president. Yes, that's the person who the protests home was outside of. Yeah. However, Feldstein Soto had gone to then police chief Michael Moore to assert that Richie Sergenko was involved in the Thanksgiving Day protest, according to the memo, a copy of which was reviewed by the Times. However, Sergenko could not be identified in video footage from the scene. The LAPD's lead detective on the case, Amgad Youssef, said at the meeting. For reasons unknown, the city attorney expressed inordinate interest in the progress of a mass protest investigation, going so far as to suggest the identification of a specific individual for prosecution to the chief of police. Like, this person is crazy. And so I hope all those people get off. I hope Heidi Feldstein Soto loses. I hope she, fucking just crashes and burns, man. Look at this link. An indigenous community in Peru has seized control of the Nor-Peruvian pipeline. Oh, hell yeah. That's interesting. Is this really from today? That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, we also got the mayor's budget. This is the new budget for 2025 for the city of LA, 2026. So this is the proposed budget from the mayor. As you can see, this is the payroll budget increases or decreases. So fire is getting the highest increase, actually, at 86 million. Police are at 18 million, right below it. And then fire again with 11. So this is actually, most of this is connected to union negotiations. The fire department union negotiated a new contract with Karen Bass like last year, at the end of last year ish. So there's that. However, the big headline here is that the proposed budget requires 1,647 employee layoffs for the city. So yeah, here's Kenneth Mejia giving a little video about it.
Hey everyone, this is Kenneth Mejia, here to tell you 5 things about the mayor's proposed budget in 60 seconds. So the mayor dropped her proposed budget on Monday. Now City Council has the opportunity to amend it and update it, so it's not finalized yet. My role as city controller, I don't propose it, I don't approve it, I don't put what goes into the budget. I'm just here to provide you with that transparency. So number 1, the proposal includes 1,647 layoffs. Number 2, it includes eliminating 1,074 vacant positions departments have been trying to fill. Number 3, it includes eliminating and consolidating 3 departments: youth development, aging, and economic workforce development. In addition, why is this all happening? Because the city is facing a nearly $1 billion budget deficit due to record level liability payouts, increased payroll costs, spending over budget, and also revenue shortfalls. The proposed budget is about $14 billion. $6.45 billion of that is unrestricted discretionary funds to spend on anything.
Yeah. If you want to learn more about the city's budget, if you live in LA, it's a very important conversation to be a part of. Definitely go follow Kenneth Mejia. Here's another one. This is the entire, the $6.45 billion total budget put into a pie graph. As you can see, the vast majority, the largest spender, very slimly under a majority, is the $3.04 billion we have going to the police. Shortly under that is fire at $1.8 billion. 350 for the library, 305 for general city purposes, 300 for rec and park, 225 million for the city attorney. Remember her? Remember that? The city attorney? Remember her? So she can fucking prosecute, she can go around prosecuting protesters, Jewish protesters, for standing against the genocide being done in their name. Also, I don't know what the fuck this podcast is. Talk Easy Pod. Sam Fragoso. I've never heard of this. However, I watched this clip earlier, and oh my god, it's really fucking rich, dude. It's really, really rich. Also, fuck Elizabeth Warren.
Do you regret saying that President Biden had a mental acuity? He had a sharpness to him. You said that up until July of last year.
I said what I believe to be true.
And you think he was as sharp as you?
I said I had not seen decline. And I hadn't at that point.
You did not see any decline from 2024 Joe Biden to 2021 Joe Biden?
Not when I said that. You know, the thing is, he was sharp. He was on his feet. I saw him. Live event. I had meetings with him a couple of times.
Senator, on his feet is not praise. He can speak in sentences is not praise.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Look, the question is, what are we going to do now?
Okay.
Dude, that's so funny. Also, like, yeah, these questions should be asked of everyone. Actually, like, I don't like I was saying, I don't know who the fuck this podcast is, but like, why is this the first person that's being asked this question? This question should have been asked to every single person in the Kamala campaign. It should have been asked to Kamala herself. Like, what the fuck happened? What the fuck? You guys blew through the primary season, didn't allow anybody else to go again. Like, why do we not demand answers for this? Why do we not demand answers for this? Mike looked into it for like 30 minutes, and the dude is 1,000% a nepo baby. I don't really care though, because like, if this is I'm not watching the fucking podcast. I don't listen to political podcasts like this ever. But if these are the questions that are gonna be asked, like, I'm happy this shit was asked. I don't care. Like, yeah, he probably is a nepo baby. But like, I don't. If you're gonna be genuinely asking good questions, then I don't really give a fuck. You know, I don't really give a fuck. Speaking of, I heard this was juicy, and you know my hate boner for Rahm Emanuel is raging all the time. And so I heard that this, like, she kind of ate him up here. I heard there's some tea, yeah.
We were really south on...
Sorry, it's too loud.
Kitchen table issues. We weren't really good about the family room issues.
I disagree with you. I disagree with you 100%.
Okay, the only room we were doing really well was the bathroom. And that's the smallest room in the house.
That is such bullshit. That is total bullshit. That is buying into the right-wing media narrative. And I'm so sick of Democrats like you selling out and saying this. You know.
Oh, shit. Wait, I haven't watched this. She has the indignation that they deserve. And look at his fucking smug ass, dude. I swear to God, bro. I wish they were in the same room, because she deserves to slap him in the fucking face. I think she should have slapped him in the face.
Who talks about trans people more than anybody? MAGA. MAGA is the most genital obsessed political party I have ever seen. Kamala Harris talked about home ownership. She talked about kitchen table issues. Trump's over there droning on about Hannibal Lecter. Are you kidding me? This is where the Democrats lose, because we're playing the game with the rule book. They've ripped the rule book up and are cramming it down everybody's throat. And Democrats are upset because Joe Biden pardoned his son. We got to fucking fight. They're the gender obsessed weirdos, not us. We're the ones who fight for Social Security. We fight for Medicare. And yeah, we're not going to bully trans people. We're not going to fucking do it. Fine.
Sheesh. Wait, she fucking cooked. Wait, where does she... does she live in... where does she live? Can we get her to run for Congress? This is the kind of white woman energy we really need. Holy... OKC? Oh, okay.
2016, I dealt with the bathroom issue. It's not my most important issue. It was dealt with, and I appropriately dealt with marriage equality, as I said.
Well, it's certainly important to the Republicans. For me, it's just important not to bully them. And I think this is...
Yeah, it's simple as, dude. We don't have to get into the fuck... We don't have to also fucking hate trans people. It's actually really gross to everyone. Like, it is. Your hatred, your like bigotry in general, politics that is motivated by bigotry, it's not hard to tell, guys. Like, it's really not. Most people can identify it, and you either look past it and vote for Republicans for economic reasons, or you're a bigot. Like, you know what I mean? And as Democrats, we've completely given up on democratic economic advocacy and telling people a story of how the world could be better, you know? Completely given up on that. But now people like Rahm Emanuel are like, well, we gotta be more hateful to trans people. It's like, dude, yeah, you can go fuck yourself.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing. It upsets me. It upsets me so much because we live here in this red state, and you see the damage of it. When I see politicians that are supposed to be leaders in the Democratic Party buy into the narrative that Republicans have defined us by, instead of fighting and saying, you're the weirdos that are obsessed with it. Yeah, we're not going to bully some trans kid. And we buy into their narrative. It's why I think we lose. And I have to live in a state where women rape.
I love that she's talking over him. No, you don't get to interrupt me. Wait, she's such a queen. Wait, I love her. Hey, man, an enemy of my enemy is my friend. I don't care what else she has to say. An enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Rape victims can't get an abortion because of this bullshit. And so I'm going to fight till the bitter end, and I'm not going to let some MAGA moron define what progressive values are. And I think it's a really dangerous precedent, Mr. Emanuel. I'm sorry, but I have to push back. And I'm not some coastal elite liberal.
Listen, I'm happy. Where you choose to live, but I just got to be honest with you. You keep talking about living in this red state craziness. You know, there is U-Haul if you want to move out, but I would just tell you this.
Oh, my God. Wait, dude. I can't, dude. Just move from Republic.
My view is there's a whole set of issues, and these are side tangential issues. They're not core, and they're not core to what we believe in.
They are. They are core. They are core to what we believe in. They are. They matter because we shouldn't allow anybody to be marginalized and picked on for political gain. We should not let hate exist in our fucking world. That should be a core political issue. If you're if you're a liberal even, this is supposed to be the fucking thing you fight for, right? And he's just like, nah, we don't care. Like, allow the governments to be hateful in the South. If you don't like it, there's U-Hauls. Like, women are dying from lack of abortion access. Others are being imprisoned for having fucking, miscarriages. And he's just like, well, you should have just moved to California. Move to Illinois, dummy. Like, dude, yeah. No wonder the fucking South hates you guys. Like, no wonder working class people all across this country despise the Democrats. Like, this is your answer.
And if you go through...
I hate this guy based. Fuck Rahm Emanuel.
Presidential history, you go through working for President Biden, President Obama, President Clinton, or President Kennedy. We never got sidetracked on a set of issues. Our main focus was education.
Bro, he literally just quoted a bunch of people. He was like, you remember back whenever everybody hated black people and we wrote policy that was really hateful towards black people? We should go back to that. Like, he's just openly advocating for, like, just a more hateful Democratic Party. And doubling down on it over and over again. Okay, we might come back to that because, God, I hate Rahm Emanuel. We might come back to that. But first, we're going to do our main story tonight, which is the ongoing deportations going on and also Israel and how Israel manufactures its fucking, its lies and manufactures justifications for the suppression of our rights and the suppression of anything that would be anti-Israel or anti-ethno state. Officials confirm raids in multiple cities. Tahrir Coalition says FBI agents. Michigan State Police and local officers targeted pro-Palestine organizers. Okay, drop site. I know you guys are the first one coming out on this shit, but that is the clunkiest, most word vomit, no grammar, didn't proofread tweet I have. That headline is abysmal. Law enforcement raided multiple homes across Michigan on Wednesday. Officials confirmed the operations but refused to disclose their purpose. The Tahrir Collective, a pro-Palestinian advocacy group, said the raids targeted University of Michigan pro-Palestine organizers. Authorities executed search warrants at locations in Ypsilanti, Ann Arbor, and Canton, and briefly detained several people, according to the Office of Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel. What I told my mom about this, and she said, I wouldn't be worried about that. We are executing search warrants, said AG spokesperson Danny Wilmer. There are search warrants against multiple individuals and in multiple jurisdictions. And this is what it looked like on the ground. No search warrant was provided.
Show me your hands now. Hands up.
No search warrant. Normal stuff. Normal things happening in our world. Meanwhile, we have XQC on the timeline. This is violence. Just so you guys understand. A door being broken into and people seized out of their homes, violence. A car burning, not violence. Hey, Christian, can you message me on Discord, bro? Or something? Like, this guy's such a little fucking pussy, bro. This guy's a little pussy. You're here crying on the internet about fucking metal and glass burning. Like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And I said it in a quote tweet earlier, but like, I'm sorry, like 10,000 Teslas burning in a fucking parking lot in the middle of the night is infinitely less violent than a single second at CCOT. Okay? CCOT is violence. Death camps are violence. If you are concerned with political violence and the rise of political violence, there are many things to be concerned about right now. There are many things that to be very upset about. We are in a different world when it comes to political violence. This is a fucking car burning. Cars crash and burn every single day in every American city. Okay? Spare me your fucking tears. Just saw like DHS doxed Abrego's wife's address. That's violence? Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, I don't even know what to say about that. Silver lining is that she probably gets a very fat liability payment at the end of this. Like, there's no judge that would not rule that that's like a disruption and like a huge fucking problem. XQC's own community was cooking his ass on that whiny rich guy take. Yeah, I actually saw a little bit of that too. But we're going to move on and stick with these ICE deportations because Iceman arrested Virginia man in a courthouse raid right after judge dismissed a case against him. Agents had no badges, refused to show a warrant, and then put him in an unmarked van. Do not touch me or impede me in my lawful duty, the agent in pink shirt, who seems to be in charge, can be heard saying. That is a crime for you to do so. Do you understand? It is highly alarming that ICE would show up to court and detain persons whose charges were dismissed without identifying themselves, said his public defender in Charlottesville, Virginia. Where the man had been taken and what charges he faces have not been disclosed. I can't hear shit, dude.
Excuse me, you cannot impede me on my lawful duties. That is a crime. Do you understand?
So that's the first time that they identified themselves as federal. I couldn't really hear anything at the beginning. But they're not showing. This is just a fucking random person. If this guy just like walks up to you like this,
Excuse me, you cannot impede me on my lawful duties. That is a crime. Do you understand? Do not touch me or impede me in my lawful duties, ma'am. Do you understand? It is a crime for you to do so.
what? Like, who are you? Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? You're just a random person.
Do you have a warrant for his arrest? Do you have a warrant for his arrest?
Yes.
Where?
Hey,
Warrant.
grab him.
The warrant for his arrest. Warrant signed by a judge.
Also, these women are brave as fuck, dude. Chat, I need every white male. If you go to the gym on a regular basis, I need everybody in this chat. If you're a man, look at this fucking video and tell me why this is not you. Why are we relying on these incredibly brave women to do this? Why are you not doing this? This is something you should be asking yourself.
For his arrest?
Yes.
Where?
Hey,
Warrant.
grab him.
The warrant for his arrest. Warrant signed by a
Get
judge.
off me or I am calling the U.S. attorney and prosecuting you for assault on a federal officer.
Show us the warrant
Back
for his
up.
arrest. Show us a warrant signed by a judge.
Turn him around.
You don't have a warrant.
Sir.
Show us a warrant for his arrest.
We are officers with Homeland Security.
You don't have a
They haven't showed any kind of proof of that. Like, I can't even tell you how this, like, anybody can do this. Like, if this doesn't scare you, I don't know what to tell you. Anyone can do this. They have not proven anything. They're just saying words.
warrant signed by a judge.
All right, Señor Dominguez. No se preocupe.
You don't have to.
No necesitas decirle nada, no necesitas decirle nada sin abogado.
Got it?
No firme nada sin abogado.
Everybody ready? Yep. Let's go out, please. Vamos, señor, por favor, sígame. Yep. I'll do it first. Just everybody.
Like, never showed a warrant. Never showed a warrant. Never showed a badge. Never showed anything official at all. They just put this guy in handcuffs and disappeared him.
Make sure we got it here. We got the phone.
Why is that guy in a ski mask? This has been regular too. It's actually more shocking that this guy's not covering his face. ICE agents have been wearing balaclavas and ski masks and shit like that for the entire Trump administration. Okay. And so, okay, here, let's look at these. Let's look at these first. Because as we're looking at the costs of our country's, like, what is this?
Police business, just like Nazis, my man. You know you're a Nazi too. You know you're a Nazi.
Community members opposing this? Wait, this is sick.
Instead you fold like a fucking house of cards.
Wait, what's going on in this video? Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Literally, guards are blocking the streets.
Y'all ain't residents. Do you live here? Police business, which is harassment. Literal harassment. Anybody can use it.
Wait, this is the house we saw the inside of that video from Drop Site. Or a different house, but same series of raids.
He doesn't even know what fascist means. I guarantee you he does not even know what fascist means. Got a high school diploma, don't even know what it means.
Following orders, right? What's the line? Police business, just like Nazis, my man. Nazi, bro. You know you're a Nazi too. You know you're a Nazi. Live here.
Some lightning.
Are the people you need to. Instead you fold like a fucking house of cards.
Okay, federal agents don't have to identify themselves. All the local PD Okay, all of the local PD that is here facilitating this raid, they have to. We should be getting name and badge numbers and making a fucking list. Making it public and permanent. Okay? Make a list and make it public and permanent. Do not let these fuckers ever live down this kind of shame. No. Like, I don't know. I am beyond the point, but we need to be, like, really... Like, any time an ICE agent is outside or doing anything in ICE's name without their fucking mask on, they need to be doxxed. Like, they need to be... We need to figure out who they are. These are public servants. These are public servants.
Silence 3! Stop the violence now, 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 now! 1! We are the people 2!
This is at Yale University last night. I don't know what exactly happened here. This is like, I guess, let's see if this is a citizen journalist. Wait, what the fuck? But anyway, this is happening at Yale. As Ben Gavir. Yeah, Ben Gavir is visiting, so the activist groups have been out protesting a lot. You can see here. Lots of people protesting. I don't know what happened to this the encampment they set up. If I were to guess, they probably, you know, they were probably had the shit kicked out of them, and the police came in and tore their tents down. However, this angle here is important, and I know it's dark, but I would like you to observe this, okay? Chuck Dies, thank you for the gifted sub. It's a verse of history. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. I hope you had a good stream.
Gifted a tier 1 subscription to Spilt Big Off.
Yeah, usually on Twitter. Christian, bro, I already answered. You're not. Are you even? I don't even think he's in the stream, dude. I'm gonna time you out. They voted to take it down so they would not get arrested. Okay, good. Anyway, look. So this is a circle of people. Here, listen to the protest. This is what they're doing.
We will honor all our martyrs! We will honor all our martyrs! Fathers, sons, and daughters! Fathers, sons, and daughters! We will honor all our martyrs! We will honor all our martyrs! Fathers, sons, and daughters! Fathers, sons, and daughters! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
So they're just in a circle chanting, okay? And I want you to now watch this video, which has been going around. Watch this shit. We will honor all our martyrs, fathers, brothers, sons, and daughters.
We will not stop, we will not rest this close.
This is the same exact moment. Like, look, you can see.
We will not stop, we will not rest this close.
You can see back here. This is somebody's face because it's a circle that they are formed. You can go around the circle. This person is asking to just go directly through a protest. Like, they have picked a specific moment where the protest has taken this space and are locking arms together in a form of, in just a showing of solidarity. Okay? And this person goes up just to do this. Like, strictly just to make this video. They can, there's nothing that's being, like, blocked here. They're forming a circle.
We will not stop, we will not rest this close. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this close. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this close. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this close. Divest.
And I just want like people to, yeah. So she says you can go around. You can go around. It's very easy. Just you can go around. But it's also like if you let him in, bro just wants to start an incident. I just want everybody to think through this. If they let him in, they say, okay, fine, here, we'll let you in. Dude is instantly, it flips. Now he's being taken hostage, bro. He's literally gonna be like, I was in a circle. They were chanting at me. They were chanting at me, and now I'm like, I felt like my life was being threatened. Like, dude, this is so psychotic. There's no way to win in this situation, okay? They wouldn't let me leave. Yes, exactly. There is nothing that can be done correctly here. It's horse shit from the beginning. And I want to remind you that videos exactly like this, with every single dynamic at play, exactly the same, were used to fucking bring the heads of universities, is still to this day being used to deport people, to disappear people from the streets. There is a direct connection between this exact type of propaganda and the brutality and the trampling of our civil rights, our ability to protest the government that we fucking participate in. Like, this kind of shit is just disgusting. And so this is what we're going to be focusing on tonight, is the creation of these lies, the purposes that they serve, and how it looks. Okay? How it feels. Can you link the first chant? Yeah, here. And there's a good reason. And I think Misha put this really, really well. I'm going to link this in here and we're going to read it. I think Misha has been writing really good stuff lately. Specifically, this is good. No, wait, I'm sorry. This is not from Misha. This is an excerpt from Perfect Victims by Muhammad Okurd. This is an unquestionably true statement, as Rania puts it. It's literally either Palestine liberation or barbarism everywhere. What the empire does to Palestinians today, it will do to us tomorrow. That is not a warning, it's a pattern. Already we're seeing it. Deportation, surveillance, legal warfare, all creeping into our lives, on the streets, against our people. The line between them and us is thinner than we think. Standing with Palestine isn't charity. It's not a distant cause we support out of pity, but rather it's out of principle, dignity, and self-defense. It's preparation, it's solidarity, because the same tools of domination sharpened against Gaza are being forged for our silencing, our submission, our disposability. Every action counts. Every word spoken or written, every dollar raised, every connection built, online or on the ground, builds our collective strength. It teaches us the language of resistance, sharpens our analysis, builds the theory and capacity we will need when the crosshairs inevitably shift onto us. If oppression is systemic and formulaic, so is resistance. Learn together in order to stand together. If we fail to stand for them, we'll find ourselves standing alone, facing the same brutality with nothing left but regret. We are not separate, we are not safe, and soon enough, in their eyes, we'll all be Palestinians. Those of us with platforms, with some level of protection, with some social capital or actual capital, must dare to shift culture and not only talk about the necessity of shifting culture. It's true. The rallying cry that we are all Palestinians must abandon the metaphor and manifest materially, meaning all of us, Palestinians or otherwise, must embody the Palestinian condition, the condition of resistance and refusal, in the lives we lead and the company we keep. Meaning we reject our complicity in this bloodshed and our inertia when confronted with all of that blood. Meaning Gaza cannot stand alone in sacrifice. But this is not about their status quo. It's about ours. It is about our relationship with ourselves and our communities. The few moments of reflection before drifting to sleep, the brief encounter with the mirror in the morning, when we ask ourselves, what are the pretenses that absolve us from participating in history? Here we are on different planes and different realities. Statements that include should or must run the risk of being disparaging and short-sighted. Yet I cannot help but think that this consequential moment calls on us to raise the ceiling of what is permissible, that it demands that we renew our commitment to the truth, to spitting the truth unflinchingly, unabashedly, cleverly, no matter in what conference room, no matter in whose face. Such bravery is asked of us now, not when gardens grow over our martyrs' graves. Not when the debris is swept up and sculpted into memorials, and not when the bloodied press vests of our fallen journalists rest eternally in shadow boxes. Those of us with platforms, with some level of protection, with some social capital or actual capital, must dare to shift culture, and not only talk about the necessity of shifting culture, because Gaza cannot fight the empire on its own. Or, to use an embittered proverb my grandmother used to mutter at the evening news, they asked the pharaoh, "Who made you a pharaoh?" He replied, "No one stopped me." And so with that, we're going to get into our main coverage. We're going to start with a video from Breakthrough News that I thought was very interesting, because Kay, the director of the encampments, had an interview with Haaretz about the student encampment movement, and recorded the interview, and then also made this video to kind of deconstruct the way that the journalist was writing the interview. Very interesting video here. Check it out.
The Israeli newspaper Haaretz tried to run a hit piece against us, decided they didn't like my answers mid-interview, and hung up on me. Luckily, I recorded the whole thing. Chuck Yoked, a New Jersey-based writer for Haaretz, emailed me last week asking if he could interview me about our film, The Encampments, which is about the student movement in solidarity with Gaza. I agreed, and we set up a Zoom call. But as soon as the interview started, his first question was, why didn't you include anything about the Jewish students at Columbia who were spit on and assaulted? And I said pretty plainly back, who are these students? There was dead silence. And he tries asking this again, same thing. And at this point, I noticed who is this running a recording on the Zoom call, but was instead typing down what I was saying. So out of an abundance of caution, I started running a voice memo on my end. And this is where it starts.
I mean, very good practice, by the way. You should always, if you're talking to a journalist and you notice that they're not recording, you should be recording. Okay, because at that point, it's just he said, she said. You need to record that shit. 100p. Doesn't matter what the journalist is. Doesn't matter how much you trust them.
What happened? I mean, tell me about. I mean, I'm curious. I don't know about who was spit on. Which Jewish students were spit on?
Okay.
Ask him more to tell me about this alleged
okay. Okay.
Incident. He tells me to read Columbia's report about it.
For example, there was a report by Columbia University after that the way they handled anti-Semitism, and they admitted they failed in the way they handled that.
At this point, it should probably already be clear that this guy hasn't read the report himself, because if he had read the report, he would know that in the 91 pages, there are 2 quotes from students who claim they were spit on, and there's no actual evidence it happened. There are no photos, no videos, no verifiable testimony. Mind you, during those 2 weeks, Columbia's campus was probably the most photographed and videographed square mile on the planet. The politicians and the media have been trying to portray the Columbia encampment as this den of violence and anti-Semitism. Yeah. But if this was the case, how is there not a single video of Jewish students being attacked?
No, they literally, I mean, we have so much footage, and the documentary itself, The Encampments, did a really great job at capturing this, but like we have so many videos of these people doing horrible shit, like the Zionist counter protesters screaming the most insane, most depraved, most like horrific shit, the most horrific shit at us. I experienced it myself. I showed you my bruises from their attacks on us, like on the stream as that shit was happening.
Furthermore, according to the citations in the report, these 2 quotes were taken from listening sessions facilitated by Hillel, a pro-Israel Jewish organization on campus. In our film, we interview a university whistleblower who suggests a lot of these incidents were concocted or inflated by pro-Israel students on campus. That's corroborated by the large number of Jewish students in our footage who participated in the encampment. What's so ironic about his obsession with the mythical spitting incident is that there are loads of videos of people who support Israel attacking the
Dude, I don't think this wasn't in my footage, but this was like, I was right next to this when this happened. Becca even like asked me after the video, or after we saw the documentary, she was like, was that from your stream? And I was like, I don't think it was, but because I remember this video coming out after this day. And we were right there.
Incident is that there are loads of videos of people who support Israel attacking the pro-Palestine students, telling them they should be raped, that they should be killed, beating them bloody, and attempting to murder them, like they did at UCLA.
Yeah. There's plenty of evidence of this.
As they say, every accusation is a confession.
You know what you're doing. I mean, you obviously know what tactic you're using. You're trying to equate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, but I haven't. What actual anti-Semitism took place? Can you tell me?
Okay.
Dude, this guy is like so funny.
The stories that you can find online. And
Name one then. Name one story. Give me one story.
There are stories you can find online.
Not like us. They not like us.
Chuck, thank you for the gifted to Caro Kick.
Okay.
Then he goes further into his own speculation, saying, you'd be naive to think that the students there believe that Israel has a right to exist alongside a Palestinian state.
And I think you're being naive if you pretend that if you ask most of the protesters there, you think Israel should exist alongside Palestinian state, most of them would say no, Israel has no right to exist.
Oh shit, wait, that's interesting. Pritzker announced Illinois will be defunding investments in companies controlled by El Salvador to punish the country for holding American residents without due process. I mean, do it for Israel, coward. This is good. Like, we should sanction and BDS El Salvador at the same time, but do Israel next. Yeah, coward. This is great though. I would love to see more of this happen. That's amazing. Israel murders us like American citizens. Can we get that same smoke?
To pretend otherwise, so there's one thing to say end the war and have two-state solution rather from the river to the sea.
This rhetoric about Israel's right to exist is a cover for saying that an apartheid system has a right to exist, to keep excluding the occupied Palestinian people from returning to their native land. This is why we all understand that apartheid South Africa or monarchical France didn't have the right to exist because their forms of government were rejected as oppressive. The most ironic part of this argument is that people who support Israel always say that Palestinians want to wipe Israel off the face of the earth.
Dude, this at Ethan Klein. At Ethan Klein.
When it's Israel that's actually wiping Gaza off the face of the earth. It's the Palestinian state that's been denied, and it's the Palestinians who are fighting for their right to exist. Again, every accusation is a confession. Next, he asked me about the claim that Colombia is invested in weapons manufacturers and asked me if I believe this to be the case, as if it's a matter of opinion.
The claim that the university is invested in weapon manufactured, right? Is that something that you personally believe is the case? Is it something that you investigate, or does you just bring it from the opinion of the students? So you believe there is merit to that?
No, I mean, it's not an opinion. Colombia is invested in companies directly and indirectly through their holdings in index funds. So they have stocks in companies that are complicit in war crimes. That's a fact.
What a dog shit journalist. Yeah, he's actually like giving up the point of the article really bad. That this is clearly like why would Kay's personal opinions be relevant to your article? Unless you were doing a hit piece on Kay and trying to like make Kay seem unreliable to devalue the claims made in the documentary. Which is like, you could just criticize the documentary, but instead you're trying to do this other thing, and it's very apparent. Like,
fact.
This isn't an opinion, and it's something the students have documented quite thoroughly over the course of several years. They've been fighting this campaign to get Colombia to divest from companies complicit in genocide. He tries to trip me up on the details of how these companies are complicit, but he clearly doesn't know that I helped write the divestment resolution at my school when I was in college.
I believe they're also invested in Caterpillar, which builds the D9 boulder system. In Caterpillar. And General Electric.
Okay.
How are they involved? What connection to the war?
General Electric? General Electric makes the engine for the AH-64 Apache helicopter, which is the attack helicopter that Israel used. AH-64 Apache helicopter, yes.
The interview goes on
damn, dude.
pretty normally for the next few minutes until he asked me why I think Colombia decided to arrest their students on April 18th, which sparked the global encampment movement. I told him Colombia arrested their students because they're beholden to their donors who support Israel. His follow-up question is crazy.
I mean, that's Colombia's agenda, is to they are beholden to their donors. So when their donors say something like, we don't want pro-Palestine protests on our campus, they listen.
What about the money from the donors for Israel? But there were many reports about money coming from the Gulf countries, from Saudi Arabia, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, all these, Qatar.
Oh yeah, all of these countries which are doing so much to support Palestine right now. Like, huh? Like, these are not these countries have like basically decided to normalize relationships with Israel despite the Palestinians' wishes.
How does that play a role in the way the university is reacting?
The thing about this comment that's so revealing is that the Gulf countries, specifically the two countries he mentions, the UAE and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, have normalized relations with Israel. They've basically...
Pre-watch. I actually didn't.
Palestinian people in their...
It's just the truth.
If anything, Gulf money going into Middle East studies departments and Islamic centers at American universities is undermining the Palestinian cause and defanging these departments. So he's actually making my point about pro-Israel money, but I don't even think he realized that.
Is it coming from private individuals? Is it coming from the state? Is it coming to Columbia University? Is it going to... Are you saying it's going to the students? Because that's something that has been... people are saying, oh, the students were funded by like outside groups, all this. Is that what you're saying? I'm not sure what you're saying.
I'm saying about Google later, about reports about Arab countries donating $8 billion to Ivy League universities.
Okay.
That's it. You can check later if you want.
Okay.
Wait, but like, how is this relevant to the interview you're doing? Like, this seems so unserious, bro.
Also support Israel, so
yeah.
I mean,
he said it to him too. Those Gulf countries support Israel, so.
Well, hold on. I mean, you're talking about the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE. I mean, they're trying to normalize with Israel, so I'm not really sure that.
How do you feel about the decision to deport Mahmoud Khalil?
Like, what? Whoa. Hold on.
The last question he asked was how I feel about the abduction of Mahmoud. Here was my answer, which made him completely lose it.
This is the logical extreme of the Israel lobby and Zionism in America. They know they've lost the argument. They know they've completely lost the younger generation, which is exactly what the encampment movement showed. So they're now trying to they're just trying to make it illegal to support Palestine. They're trying to ban free speech because they know they've lost the argument. There was a poll that came out,
that's right,
a week or two ago that said that now the majority of Americans, both Republican and Democrat, have negative views of Israel. I mean, Israel's...
Listen, okay.
Yes.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think my editors will publish it. I can talk to them and maybe email you back if I see that they are... I don't think they're going to publish this manifest. I just don't want
Manifesto.
to waste your time and my time. I don't feel comfortable sharing an opinion of someone who says that no Jewish students was attacked part of the students.
You're putting words in my mouth. I asked you to tell me about the incidents you're referring
I'm not aware of any. If you were there for months and months and you're not aware of any students who was attacked, then there's no point of this interview.
It's just sorry.
Oh, wait. So if I'm not going to manufacture, you're asking somebody who was there. You were not. You are going off of sensationalist articles that you Googled. Okay? I was there. Maybe you should ask me what my experience was. Do you understand how this is fucking ridiculous? Like, this isn't journalism. You are trying to concoct a reality that you live in and that is not the real world. It's not historically accurate. You live in this different reality than the things that actually happened on the ground there.
Sorry. I never said no.
None of them was attacked. Listen, talk to my editor. I don't want to waste my time.
Tell me who it was.
Check later. Check later the reports, and I'll talk to you later.
You're the one.
Right now, I feel like it's a waste of both of our times. I'll be honest with you.
No.
Take your time.
No, this is it. It's obvious. It's
as a 45-year-old black man, just find it funny as hell that conservative white people are trying to make it seem like Harvard and Yale are like prison gangs. Yeah, I mean that part is pretty funny. That part is pretty funny, but that's also why they're so concerned. Is because it's their rich fucking like spoiled like, you know, privileged kids who are going to these universities and developing a conscience. And they said, God damn it, we sent you there to get rid of those childish ideas about, you know, your own responsibility in global conflict. And like, you know, how your actions affect other people that don't look or sound or, you know, feel like you.
Waste of your time because you're not getting the answers you want. That's pathetic. That's pathetic. I mean, if you want to spin a certain narrative, he just closed the interview. He closed the interview. That's amazing. Haaretz presents itself as the liberal, open-minded newspaper in Israeli society, and this guy
Chuck, thank you for the gift.
Saying that several times on our call, and yet here they are hanging up on their own interview because they didn't like my answers, going as far as to subtly encourage me to change my answers to get this interview published. But the whole point of our work at Breakthrough and this film is to stop catering to what the mainstream media considers respectable. So yeah, not gonna happen. Israel's PR strategy has always been to make itself out to be the victim, which is exactly what you're seeing on this call. This journalist took an interview about a film about a genocide and the destruction of all of Gaza's universities and somehow still makes himself out to be the victim. The idea that it's the students camping out on lawns who are violent and hateful, and not the nuclear-armed superpower stomping off against a largely defenseless population, is the latest insane narrative that Israel's trying to spin in its fraudulent victimhood narrative. It should come as no surprise that the people who've been defending Israel's barbarity for the last 18 months are now facing isolation, alienation, and social consequences.
Facts.
But no. There's no proof these students got spit on.
This is Democracy Now!
Absolute gas. Also, I kind of want to see if Haaretz... Did Haaretz do an interview? Did Haaretz publish an article? They did not. They have not published a single article about the documentary. They haven't published a single one. They published a fuckload about that documentary that they got removed from BBC, though. I'll tell you that. Okay, we're gonna also listen. There's some updates from Democracy Now! On Rumaisa Ozturk, who was a student at Tufts University, who was taken off of the street. It's a very, very scary video. You probably remember. She was just walking down the street, and then all of a sudden was like surrounded by like 9 people and taken to a car.
DemocracyNow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. A federal judge has ordered the Turkish national Tufts University PhD student Rumaisa Ozturk to be transferred to Vermont no later than May 1st as she seeks to challenge what her lawyers call her unconstitutional detention in an ICE jail in Louisiana. That order came Friday and followed a separate hearing last Wednesday when an immigration judge denied bond for Rumaisa, declaring her to be a potential so-called danger to the community. Rumaisa, who is from Turkey, was arrested for co-authoring a student op-ed on Tufts' response to Gaza solidarity protests on campus.
When you get the chance, can you share this link? Here, chat, everybody go look at this link from Chuck. What is this? It's the public comments section. Oh, you can add a comment here? On the document comments part? Voicing our opposition there is important for the Endangered Species Act. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, I heard about that from Maya, too.
Rumeysa Öztürk is a doctoral candidate in the school's Department of Child Study and Human Development and research assistant at Tufts Children's Television Project. She's a former Fulbright scholar. On March 25th, masked, plainclothes immigration agents snatched her from the streets of Somerville, Massachusetts, outside Tufts.
Is that about that stupid direwolf thing? No, it's about they're trying to change the language of the Endangered Species Act from harm to not take. So you can't like take species out, but you can destroy their land, which previously was prevented because it was harm.
Surveillance video from a nearby house shows agents approaching her on the streets near her home. In the video, you can hear her scream as the agents move to detain her. Apparently, she said something like, "I'm calling the police," and they said something like they are the police. The Washington Post reports the State Department found no evidence linking Rumeysa Öztürk to anti-Semitic activities or public statements in support of terrorism. The Washington Post reports a State Department memo determined Secretary of State Marco Rubio did not have sufficient grounds for revoking her visa, contradicting public accusations made by the Trump administration. Meanwhile, the Tufts University Democrats and Republicans have released a joint statement condemning the Trump administration's arrest and detention of Rumeysa and its overall attack on international students and their right to free speech. As she awaits transfer to Vermont, Rumeysa is jailed at a privately run ICE jail in Louisiana. For more, we're joined by one of Rumeysa's attorneys, Madasso Tapa, staff attorney at Cleveland.
This Louisiana fucking ICE prison, like I know they put them in places that are like intentionally in the middle of fucking nowhere to make it harder for council to get there, to make it harder for protests to happen outside of there. But dude, we need to start putting gas money towards Louisiana folks so they can fucking drive out there every day and protest. That shit needs to be loud enough to be heard from the inside every day.
A legal nonprofit clinic at CUNY School of Law. Madasso, welcome to Democracy Now! Can you explain exactly what happened? This is all also happening as another judge ruled that something like 130 international students have to have their visas reinstated.
Yes, thank you, Amy, for having me. So there's two parallel tracks in Ms. Öztürk's case. There's the immigration proceedings that you mentioned that involved this bond proceeding that happened last Wednesday, where the immigration judge found that based on this one paragraph memo from the State Department that says that the only evidence that's cited is this op-ed that she co-authored.
You guys focus? Everybody's trying to send me other stories. If I didn't click on your first 3 links, I'm trying to watch this. I'm trying to get through the stuff that we're getting through. We were talking about the ways that Israel is using and constructing false narratives in order to trample on our rights. We're going to watch this video, and we're going to watch a video after this by Al Jazeera about Beitar.
References a common cause with an organization that was later temporarily banned from campus as supporting a finding that she was a danger to her community or a flight risk. And so those proceedings are happening on a parallel track to the habeas proceedings that are happening in federal court. And Ms. Öztürk's initial petition was filed in the District Court of Massachusetts. That was eventually transferred to the District of Vermont because at the time that petition was filed, that's where she was. And the court heard arguments on the government's motion to dismiss and our motion for bail and for Ms. Öztürk's release. And this last Friday, the court rejected the government's arguments and held that it did have jurisdiction to hear her claims. And so Ms. Öztürk's transfer has now been ordered. She's been ordered to be transferred back to Vermont. And the court has also ordered a bail hearing to happen on May 9th and a hearing to hear the underlying merits of her habeas petition on May 22nd. And this is important, at least with respect to cases involving, ideological retaliation against students for their advocacy for Palestinian human rights. This is the first federal court that's actually said it has jurisdiction to hear these claims and is moving on to that phase of the process. And
okay, so they've ordered for her to be moved to Vermont. Why? What's taking so long? The fuck is taking so long? Get her to Vermont now.
With respect to the temporary restraining orders that have been handed down in other courts regarding visa revocations writ large, those are happening not just in Georgia but throughout the country. As far as I'm aware, I think there have been at least 6 TROs issued.
It's okay to send links, but you have to know when to send them, and then also it's like my stream is different than other streams. Some other streamers will their content is more amorphous, and some nights my streams are like that too. But tonight, when I come in with like a very specific thing I want to talk about, and we're like locked into the main story, it's like not a good time.
Have extended beyond just the individual plaintiffs in those cases.
And I wanted to ask you, this whole issue of her student visa being revoked on March 21st without even her knowledge. Could you talk about that and the implications of that for other international students?
No, they're actually going to. I mean, we're seeing this happen a lot too, where people are leaving the country who are legal residents of the country, leaving the country to go on vacation, to go, just leave the country for whatever reason. For whatever reason. And then they come back and discover, without ever being told at any time, that they no longer are legally allowed to be in the country. Like, this is happening across the country. It's fucking insane. It's insane. Can you imagine being locked out of the country that your home is in? Like, you never, just one day you get on a flight, you come back, and then all of a sudden no longer have access to your home.
Yeah, it's really chilling, So the same memo that the government
Vio literally canceled going to Japan because of this shit. Wait, oh yeah, that's right. Because Mike and Vio were supposed to go with Grim. I remember that. Is Vio? I guess this shouldn't be speculated on, but I didn't know Vio was not a citizen. How much attention do you give to the suggestions thread? It would be better for people to stick to posting stuff there instead of throwing stuff. Yeah. I look at this. I look at the suggestions thread, but it's also like it's my space. I'm programming this. I'm driving the boat. Okay.
Government submits.
Yeah, it's okay, Ree. You can post in the suggestions. I pull stuff from that all the time. Sometimes I'll even like structure the entire stream around it.
In Ms. Ozturk's removal case, this one paragraph memo from the State Department, it has this underlined portion, and this is underlined by the government itself, that says, due to ongoing ICE operational security, this revocation will be silent. And this is completely abnormal. The government is normally going to notify students that there's been a revocation. Generally, revocations will take place because of, some issues regarding like the student perhaps not maintaining a full course load, or a criminal offense that renders them unable to maintain their student status. So typically students are given notice, and they're given the opportunity to pursue other avenues of relief, potentially, seeking a different type of visa or self-deportation, or, just leaving the country. In this case, the government was clear. It was intending to abduct Ms. Ozturk. They didn't want her to know that her visa was revoked. And 4 days later, they did exactly what they planned.
Yeah, like that's insane. They're not even telling you. Self-deportation is what they said. They're not even telling you. They want to put you into prison. Like, they want to imprison you. They don't want you to just leave. They could just say, hey, your visa's up. You have until the end of the month to leave the country, get your affairs in order. And after that, we will be actively pursuing you if you're still in the country. Like, that's an option they have. But they explicitly didn't tell her on purpose. They surveilled her for what could have been weeks beforehand to find a part in her, like, you know, in her daily her daily schedule, you know, to find a part in her daily schedule where they fucking can just pop out of the grass and kidnap her.
Abducted her in broad daylight in a street on Massachusetts.
And could you talk about...
And the reason why, I want to make it very clear, the reason why they have to do all this surveillance and make sure that they know where she is in a time where she's in public and they can jump out and do that is because they know it'll be very hard to get an arrest warrant for this person. To go through the normal court proceedings and to get a warrant to enter a home and arrest the person would be too hard. And so instead they put all this back work. And that's also like kind of why they're going slowly. Why the deportations haven't been as like widespread as they would like them to be.
Mission
is because it does require a lot of legwork. It requires surveillance. It requires, like, you know, an understanding of their patterns, you know, and getting them in a spot where they can't be turned away by people who know their rights. That's also why they do it. They bring people into a court. They're setting up these honeypot meetings to arrest people there because they know, like, that, you know, getting a warrant and going to a place is too much work.
And others like it in essentially identifying for the government people that they should be deporting.
Yeah, and you know, I think at this point there's been a clear connection that we can draw, right, from the doxing organizations, the pro-Israeli doxing organizations, and there is a clear doxing to deportation pipeline.
And this is where we're going to go right after this.
That's taking place. And in Ms. Osterk's case, it's even more apparent because Ms. Osterk was not a known organizer or advocate for any cause, really.
The fact that almost every single abduction I've seen have been people in plain clothes is extra terrifying because that allows crazy white supremacists to pretend that they're ICE and just abduct anybody. Yeah, we watched a video earlier today where they never showed a badge, never showed a warrant, never showed anything. They just walked up to this person, threatened charges if anybody obstructed them, put them in handcuffs, and left. Like, anyone could do that. I don't think people understand. And also, it's important to recognize they do this because, like, that's why they want everyone to do this. Fascism requires paramilitary, extrajudicial, fascist mobs. It requires that, and it always has. It has always required pogroms. It has always required black shirts, brown shirts. Like, it always has, and it always will. They are doing this so that later non-deputized, random-ass fucking people who they are on their side, right-wingers, can do this.
And Ms. Osterk's sole sort of publicly identifiable association to the movement against the genocide and the movement for Palestinian human rights was this co-authored op-ed in her school newspaper that was really just asking the university to respect the wishes and the vote of the student senate. All of a sudden, in February of 2025, almost a year after she's co-written this op-ed, Canary Mission publishes a page on her, doxing her, and alleging that she's engaged in anti-Semitic behavior because of this co-authored op-ed. And less than a month later, she's abducted by ICE. And so it's very chilling that the government seems to be taking their marching orders from these private doxing organizations with mysterious funding and backing. And I think it underscores why the government's actions are simply unconscionable.
Well, we'll continue to cover Ramesa's case, see if they will send her back to Vermont, where the masked agents drove her to before sending her to Louisiana. But Dasar Tapa, thanks so much for being with us, one of the attorneys for Ramesa Ozturk, a staff attorney.
Oh, we will see. We will see. We will see. We will see. Something really interesting about this, and like, you know who won't see is people who are not subscribed at the top of the hour, because there is an ad break, and if you don't subscribe for $5.99 or for free with the Twitch Prime, then you're going to see ads instead of our amazing coverage. So the best way to support the stream, if you like it here, if you like the community, if you like the coverage, the best way to keep this stuff going is to subscribe. You know what I mean? Best way to keep me all out and, you know, happy and ready is subscribing, like NP Sharky is doing, gifting 3 subs to the community. I appreciate you, NP Sharky. Thank you. Okay, our next video is it's a podcast, but there is good video coverage of the podcast, and it's a very important topic. I've been wanting to watch this for a while. What is Betar US, and why is it targeting pro-Palestinian activists? So I need locked. I need lock in right now, okay? I really locked in to get served an ad. Bro, Raylan, you're subbed, okay? Chill out. You're subbed.
Al Jazeera podcasts.
Today, they've been labeled as a far-right Jewish hate group.
They take on this kind of militant...
Stream 2.5 stars? What the heck, Ree?
And, you know, defending what they see as anti-Semitism.
Yeah,
Batar
dude.
also
Ree's a hater.
providing the names of university students protesting for Palestine to the U.S. government. So who are they? And what are they doing?
King Henry, thank you for the gifted sub to Witchery Rock.
I'm Natasha Del Toro, and this is The Take.
This is not a matter of simply violating university rules.
Long live King Henry, thank you for the gifted to DJ Halls.
We have sparked similar Gaza solidarity encampments across the nation and even across the globe.
Mahmoud Khalil is a Palestinian permanent resident of the United States. He was targeted by the Trump administration after leading protests for Palestine and negotiating on behalf of students on Columbia University's campus last spring. After being arrested in New York and transferred to a detention center in Jena, Louisiana, the judge spoke on Friday.
Is that how you pronounce that? I thought it was Jenna. Gina? They pronounce Jena, Gina? What the fuck is going on in Louisiana, dude?
Is removable, in the opinion of the judge. She said that the letter that the Secretary of State sent to the court detailing the reasons for the removal were reasonable. The letter Secretary of State explaining the reason is reasonable. However, Khalil is open to a relief application on April the 23rd.
That's today.
A discussion of whether he be deported to Syria or Algeria.
Mahmoud's wife, a U.S. citizen, is pregnant, and in 2 weeks, their first child is due. One of the groups claiming they gave Khalil's name to the Trump administration is Betar. Jonah Valdez has been covering the organization's most recent iterations. He's a journalist at The Intercept. I spoke to him on Friday.
I'm a reporter at The Intercept, and I cover Israel-Palestine as well as social movements around Israel and Palestine here in the U.S. as it relates to foreign policy and things happening domestically.
So, Jonah, let's start with what this group is claiming. They're saying that before his arrest, they submitted Mahmoud Khalil's name to the Trump administration. And it's not just him. They say that they've sent a list of, quote, thousands of names to Trump officials with the hope that these individuals will receive similar treatment.
Those who support jihad and intifada and originate in terrorist states will be sent back to those lands. Mahmoud Khalil's family originates in Israel. Israel proper, that's where, if we deported him to where he originates from, he would be deported to like fucking like I don't think it's Tel Aviv, but like I can't remember the name of the city. But like it's literally the terrorist state, the only terrorist state, and you won't deport him there because they don't want him there.
That they're going to get arrested, detained, and ultimately deported. This isn't a group that we've heard that much about. Tell me about them.
Yeah, so Beitar actually has a decades-long history. They started in Europe in the 1920s.
Yeah,
Sort
too
of
based.
this-
I think I'm gonna have like I said earlier, like Arun is going through a hard time with family stuff, but I've been talking to him and he might want to come down. Come on the stream this week to talk about Kashmir. So look forward to that.
Militant answer toward what at the time was a rise in anti-Semitic attacks. I think the through line up until today is what members of Beitar often tweet is this hashtag of hashtag Jews fight back. And, they take on this kind of militant legacy in defending what they see as anti-Semitism. Now, of course, today they found new life post October 7. With all the at this point, a global movement of student protests on campuses for Palestine against Israel's war on Gaza, they've really seized this opportunity to position themselves as, really
Tiberius, you're right, Blinds. That's exactly it. Yeah.
Staunch opponents of whatever sympathies one might have for Palestine or any criticism of the state of Israel. At this point, they've been described, though, as a hate group, even by more, pro-Israel organizations like the Anti-Defamation League, which, of course, has its own issues. A good way to understand them is like breaking them down twofold of as far as what they do online and what they do in person. And they go hand in hand, of course. Both, I think, have the intent to just agitate and kind of, escalate based on, getting reactions out of their, verbal attacks and physical confrontation.
Dude, I love that this guy is wearing a fuck you sweater. He's wearing a shirt that is just fuck you in Israel colors. Everybody around him is like totally ignoring his
out of
very clear outbursts and desire for attention.
Verbal attacks. And
like what could possibly have been the reason that they posted this? This guy is being violently, loudly, like, just aggressive to everybody. He's wearing a body camera, like a cop body camera. Like, this is just a red flag flying as high as they can go. Like, very unsafe person and being totally ignored. Like, incredible discipline by everyone around him. Why would they show this?
Physical confrontations at protests. They call it counter protests. They'll show
like what is going on
up at
they think this makes that like the protesters look bad. This makes them look like terrible. These protesters are being so calm.
Planned pro-Palestinian rallies across the US.
You are a terrorist. You are a
yeah, this guy too.
Terrorist.
One protester,
this guy's literally like attached to Beitar.
Recalled to me that basically they'll target visibly Palestinian or Arab or Muslim protesters. Oftentimes, if they're wearing things like a keffiyeh, you become a target for for folks like Beitar. And, they'll get in your face and, will call you things like terrorist, jihadi. And oftentimes, like the protest itself is pretty, like the tone.
I mean, by the way, like those are in the relation of like Muslim presenting people. That's a slur. Like against Arabs, we are past, we have like lived for 14 years post 9/11. We can have this moment to like fucking reflect on what people mean when they say that and how it's used against Arab people and like just say outright that is a fucking slur. 24 years, my bad. 24 years.
Tone could be
my math was off.
Pretty somber. Yeah, I mean, they've been known to single out activists by name. They monitor them online and then show up at these rallies.
And now they're sending, they claim to be sending all of these names.
I'm living in 2015. I'm still living in 2015. Okay, we're over here before Trump. We're laughing at Trump going down the escalator. Okay? It's 2015. and we're all having a good time. Here, let me see. Top songs. I'm gonna bring you guys back. Charlie Puth is on the radio everywhere. God, this music sucks.
It's been
Blank Shake It Off just came out. See, now you're in 2015. Now you're in 2015. What the fuck is that video? Oh wait, was it on the was it on the her crawling through people twerking? Yeah. The shot is so funny. I wasn't even looking. I was just looking at the chat. But that shot is so funny. That's by far the best shot of the video. Oh, this is what culture is. This is what dancing is. Oh. Oh.
Of people that they think should be deported, people who they are saying are anti-Semitic, maybe just for showing up at rallies, to the Trump administration. Do we know if what Beitar is saying is actually what happened? I mean, do they have influence with the Trump administration? Are they feeding?
Okay, fuck Taylor Swift, but Shake It Off goes hard as hell. I'm sorry, I like that song. Sue me.
Them names?
Yeah, I mean, the question of influence between Beitar and the Trump administration is hazy at best at this point. I think it's still a big question in our newsroom. At The Intercept, we have filed multiple public records requests with government agencies to really figure out and establish, what is the connection? Are there emails to show that they are sending this list? But if we're gonna take their word for it, Beitar has claimed to have sent thousands of names, like you said. They've been, claiming this since Trump's election in November. There's been reporting that the former leader of Beitar, Ross Glick, has been in touch with members of Congress, including John Fetterman out of Pennsylvania and Ted Cruz. And there was, within some of those reports, there was also seeming collaboration directly with the White House. So, all of this is still unverified. And I think that's why, we in our newsroom are careful to not overstate their influence and their connections, because, I think they want every opportunity to kind of, build an audience around what they perceive as protecting Jewish safety, which, of course, is a misnomer for attacking the Palestinian movement.
And so what you're saying is we don't really know.
Wait, I heard Ross Glick. I heard Ross Glick. Can somebody please drop the link of Ross Glick talking to the Chapo guy? Or no, what's his TrueAnon guy?
Know if they're talking to one.
I'm forgetting his name.
But the Trump administration.
I don't listen to TrueAnon. Brace Belden, yes. Brace Belden and Ross Glick. Okay, I'll find it. Wait, where's the video?
Speaking of disgusting Zionists, you, Brace, had an interesting interaction with someone at a May Day protest. Can you set this?
My penis is none of your business.
Penis, you little angry little imp.
My penis is none of your business. I have an inch-long penis.
So why are you here for? In the park, just accidentally marching with these idiots?
I love these guys.
Okay, so good for you.
I'm a worker. It's in and out.
Penis, you little angry little imp.
My penis.
For a year? Yeah. This is it. Yeah. This is.
Cool sign. Curious. Do you think that what happened on October 7th was justified?
We're not entering.
Was that the resist? I'm just curious because you have the sign. I'm just curious what the sign means.
What the sign says.
So do you think what happened on October 7th was justified? I'm just saying, but resistance is justified when people are calm. So what Hamas did was justified? I'm just curious. I mean, you're proud of your sign, so why hide your face? I mean, resistance is... Oh, they're circling the troops now. I mean, answer the question. If resistance is justified... Okay. I'd like you to please stay away, because I don't want to
You are so covered in freckles and weird looking that I would like to stay as far away as possible.
So why are you getting...
I'm not in your face.
Do you want to kiss me?
Your face is one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life.
Would you like to go to Gaza?
What are you talking about?
I'll send you to Gaza. Would you like to go?
I'm just in this park.
You were protesting with them.
No, I'm not.
You were marching with them.
What are you talking
about? So why
about?
are you bothering me?
I'm not... I don't know what would bother you.
You came over me and got in my face.
What is up with the freckles? Crazy ugly looking.
Are you...
I don't know that, but you got overdid it.
Are you a freckle racist?
Every time I watch this video, I think, can you believe that people still stand for Woody Allen? Every time I'm like, we have a good Woody Allen right here. Why do we need him? Everything you could want from Woody Allen and not the pedophilia. If I told you there was somebody who was funny like Woody Allen, yo, that's kind of anti-Semitic, bro. Stop. He's doing the character, bro.
I don't know what.
It's the whole character. They're the same character.
What are you?
Possibly
what
are
you? What are you?
I look normal.
You
look crazy.
People have been lying to you, son.
Son?
People
well,
have been
you
lying
are probably old enough.
I am older than you.
You're one of the ugliest people I've ever seen in my life.
So are you. Thank you.
No, I'm not. I look normal.
Your mother's been lying to you. Okay, you're the limp.
I have an inch-long penis.
So why are you here for? You pro-Hamas or you just in the park? Just accidentally marching with these idiots?
I love these guys.
Okay, so good for you. You're the limp.
I have an
I have an inch-long penis. Okay, anyway, that's Ross Glick. They mentioned Ross Glick earlier. I had to show you that because it's very funny.
In their efforts to crack down on pro-Palestine speech.
President Trump signed an executive order today that addresses anti-Semitism on college campuses. The new policy would direct the federal government to cancel student visas for what the White House calls Hamas sympathizers.
I want to dive into the history just in one moment. But before we even get to that, just understanding, getting my head around who this group is. In a post that I saw on social media, Bitar responded to a list of names of those killed in Gaza by Israel. And it included a list of, hundreds of Palestinian babies who had been killed. And in the post, they say, not enough. We demand blood in Gaza. I mean, this is
who the Trump administration is taking lists for their own fucking death camps from. Like, you can't make this up. Like,
talking about babies who have been killed, and they're saying not enough. They later deleted that post, but this is just to say how extreme this group is. I know that you've been following them on social media too. So maybe, Jonah, tell me, what has your experience been with this group? Like, how did you even come across them?
My experience with Beitar started in my coverage of those two executive orders. And really, I just wanted to wrap my head around, what were the implications for activists, for people who are on the streets, putting their identities, their faces out there in the name of Palestinian liberation, and some of whom are here on visas and are risking a lot. This risk existed for them even before groups like Beitar, sprang up. I wanted to understand the implications of this order that is now targeting them.
I don't even think it's BB Sharky. I think it's fucking, it's the one big donor, that woman, Miriam Adelson. Like, it's going through Beitar to Miriam Adelson to Trump.
Something that just kept coming up online, and other activists and legal experts.
It could be more direct. It could be. I mean, but Like the Betar is an extension of the Israeli government as well. You know, like their Hasbara, like the official acts to affect public sentiment in the United States by the state of Israel is extremely well documented. Incredibly well documented. This is a part of it. Like, I don't know, it's crazy. But it's also like, bro, like it's just forever more and more proof that like Israel itself is like the number one contributor to anti-Semitism at this moment. Like when you have an organization that is using a fucking, like, what was their logo? Was it the Star of David, or was it the other thing? I don't know where it was it, but when you're using images of the Jewish religion in your, like, explicitly saying I want more babies to be murdered, that is really fucking gross and anti-Semitic. Like that justifies psychopathic racist people's anti-Semitism. And I'm alarmed by that as somebody who wants the entire world to be a safe space for Jewish people. I want Jewish people to be safe everywhere. I don't want anyone to ever be targeted for their ethnicity or their religion. That's the world these are the principles that I hold. You know, like it's so gross to even like you're just doing the trope. You're doing the old historically like disgusting trope of like blood libel. Then like Jewish people have like a lust for the death of babies and shit. Like, dude, that's crazy. Like you're just saying that unironically. Like that's fucking crazy.
Was mention of this group, Beitar, and I, do a quick search and I find out they have this deportation list, but at the time there was just not a lot of coverage about them. There was only 2 public names attached to them, and it still kind of is that way, very shadowy, which is Ross Glick, a New York.
Yeah, I mean, of course, subversive. That's the historical part of it, is that it was used pre-Nazis as well. I mean, Jewish hate and like anti-Semitism goes back very, 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 very far.
A public relations CEO, a fairly successful one, but is known to be
like thousands
in his tactics.
Yeah, I was going to just say it's interesting when you look on their website, it says they're a proud Zionist organization, but then you don't actually see many names on there. So you don't really know who is in the group.
Yeah, I think that's the irony, is a lot of their reason for showing up at these protests is to, kind of quote unquote out these protesters and identify them and send their names to the Trump administration. And yet, they won't identify themselves. But when I started to take them a little bit more seriously was on the day that Trump signed this executive order to combat anti-Semitism. They, of course, a group like Beitar, they of course celebrate it online, and immediately they start targeting this vigil, which is for, Hind Rajab, who I'm sure your listeners know was a 5-year-old Palestinian girl.
Jesus
who
Christ,
was killed by the Israeli military alongside her family. Some 300 bullets were fired from a tank into her car, killing her, and she's become a symbol for, the pro-Palestine movement. So there's this vigil, and it's the 1-year death anniversary for her. They have, candles and flowers and photos of Hind, and this is something that Beitar wants to disrupt. And what happens is they show up and they start screaming.
Show us your faces so we can get you deported.
We work with ICE.
We're with ICE.
We work with ICE.
We work with ICE.
ICE. ICE. ICE.
ICE, which is a reference to the Immigration Customs Enforcement. And, we're going to deport you.
It seems like they were very emboldened then by the Trump executive order.
Right, almost in lockstep. And I think once I saw that met out on the streets, it's like, okay, I should start taking.
Local police need to do their jobs. What if I told you they are? They are doing their jobs. Their jobs are to protect Capitol. Their jobs are not to protect you as a protester. They are literally, they would facilitate those same deportations by ICE if asked. Like they're not there for you.
Or seriously.
More on Beitar after the break. So, Jonah, you come across this group. You start.
This is a really well made video, by the way.
And
I don't think I've ever seen a podcast format, just like a simple interview style, be so successfully transitioned into YouTube. It's kind of wild to say that because there's a fuckload of YouTube podcasts, right? But like this one's like actually really well done.
Then you,
showing relevant clips,
you
stuff
end
like
up
that.
interacting with them. You reach out, for your story. And
They not like
what happened
us.
then?
Not have. Thank you for the gifted to two base.
Interaction with the people from Batar.
They're stealing our culture
Yeah, so
as
just
streamers.
Like
They're doing it way better than
any
us.
source in a story.
Sarah, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Chat, please go follow Animated Sarah, one of our oldest chatters and mod here. Really appreciate it.
When I write about you, I will reach out for comment to make sure that I give you a fair chance to respond to some of the allegations against you. In this case, I reach out on X, formerly Twitter, and shoot them a DM with all my questions about, their nonprofit status, when they receive that, some of their tactics, what their aims are and goals are.
We got a shout out. It's up there. What do you mean?
Instead of response to my questions, or instead of like a no comment, which they have every right to do, they kind of go after me in a way that I'm not used to from sources.
If I had a camera lackey, I'd look good in a studio with my fancy headphones too. I am my own camera lackey. Look at me, the camera lackey. It's me.
And they ask whether I'm an American citizen. They ask if I've ever left.
Brett, I hope you're proud of me. There was a banner drop over the highway on Sunday, but it was too cold and rainy and the crowd was too small. So we would have been very doxable, so we did not stay. As I drove by, I waved my flag and honk, saw a cop look up at me and scoff. I dropped my flag and flipped him off, but got caught by a red light 20 feet later. Hell yeah, exercise that First Amendment. Give him the finger.
The United States, and they're
I haven't yet, Sarah. I think I'm gonna bring Arun on later this week. It'd be cool. I mean, if you want to talk about it, Sarah, we could do a joint thing. I'll see what Arun thinks.
What my thoughts are on Israel's occupation of the West Bank, and of course they use the term Judea Samaria. I'm a little bit taken aback by, are you an American citizen question? And I don't know, as a child of immigrants from the Philippines who's very proud of my heritage, I didn't want to be, I guess, put in that position of fear either. So I was, went ahead and said I am an American citizen, but I'm also, child of immigrants who come from the Philippines, and so what kind of thing. And I try not to personalize it, and I say okay, if no one can answer my questions, direct me to someone who can, and they stop engaging.
That's a wild response. Can you imagine how emboldened and how psychopathic these people have to be to a very gentle reach out by a journalist? Your response is, "Are you a citizen? Their response is instantly a threat to deport you. That's how that's how much power they feel that they wield. You understand? And they're probably right. That they can just, they're seeing their results.
I stop engaging, but they go after me on Twitter, and they start tweeting about my account, and they're calling me, a jihadi reporter who hates Jews.
But, everything that you're describing to me, you were doing your duty as a journalist, asking them, for right of reply. You want to confirm, the information that you have, verify the information. And what you're describing, their response, is incredibly intimidating. Did you feel threatened?
I did.
They are threatening you.
Immediately, my colleagues and I who are being targeted on social media, we get our legal counsel involved, we get our cybersecurity expert involved, and we have these, frank conversations of how much presence online do you have? Are your family members, where are their addresses online? You can't be too careful.
Right. Yeah. No, you definitely cannot be too careful. Al Jazeera reached out to them, and this is what they said, quote, "Those who come to the United States on visas or as naturalized citizens don't have the right to come participate in Hamas events or support quote, terrorist organizations.
I'm sorry. Or as naturalized citizens? You're saying naturalized citizens don't have the right to participate in protests? Wow. You're kind of giving the game. I mean, you didn't have to say all that. Once again, this is communicating how emboldened they are. This is communicating their intentions and that there's nobody who, they don't think anyone can stop them. Okay?
They also claim that their mainstream Zionist group, they say that they represent the majority of the Zionist and the Israeli public. One thing that's interesting, they do actually have a link, a history with the Israeli party in power now.
Mm-hmm.
What do we know about that?
Yeah, so again, they were founded in the 1920s by a pre-Israeli state Jewish writer named Zev Jabotinsky. He's a very prominent pre-Israeli state Zionist who was really one of the early proponents of both starting an Israeli state, but also using, armed means to do so. And, there's still a lot of historical debate about, the exact contours of what he was asking for, but he would eventually evolve into what we today would call ideas of ethnic cleansing and, forcibly removing Arabs from Palestine. And, they have, a lot of what they claim is they have direct connections with, prominent members of the Likud party, including Benjamin Netanyahu's father, who was a longtime secretary and writer with Zev Jabotinsky. And, they say that these figures within the Likud party were Beitar members themselves as youth. And it's no surprise there's a lot of alignment with the Likud party and their very, far-right ideology, which is not interested in any sort of two-state solution or any sort of, self-determination for Palestinians. It's really interested in the erasure, the removal, ethnic cleansing, and genocide of Palestinians. So, I think they go kind of hand in hand with, what they're cheering on from here in the US and sort of what's playing out in Israeli politics in Israel-Palestine.
Wow. And to know that Benjamin Netanyahu's father was a long-term chief of staff of the founder of this group, Zev Jabotinsky. I mean, this is a group who is claiming to fight against anti-Semitism. I mean, the Trump administration has been aligned with their cause to silence pro-Palestine voices, claiming that they're anti-Semites or terrorism, in this effort to combat anti-Semitism. But at the same time, they are being aggressive themselves. Are there any repercussions for members of their group?
There hasn't been. And I think that's the challenging part is, there's not a lot of recourse for this. I'm not aware of any police reports filed. I'm hearing murmurings of possible litigation against some of their members, lawsuits, filed against them for claims of harassment. I think what activists and even reporters are doing at this point is trying to, understand Beitar a little bit more and kind of expose what connections do exist. You mentioned that they're on the far end of the spectrum when it comes to, the pro-Israel group. I think it's still important to see them as sort of a product of, a type of thinking within some of these pro-Israeli groups that say any opposition to Israel is anti-Semitism.
It's this conflating of critiquing Israeli government's actions, critiquing the war on Gaza with anti-Semitism or, again, with terrorism. Not long ago, I actually remember a time when there were alt-right groups marching in Charlottesville who were very supportive of Donald Trump, chanting, "Jews will not replace us."
You don't even have to go that far back. Trump has had white nationalists, Nazis, neo-Nazis at Mar-a-Lago, has met with them, has always had them in his pocket. Stephen Miller is still a part of the fucking administration. Elon Musk did a Sig Heil at the inauguration. These things are not like debated, bro. None of these people care about anti-Semitism. They are anti-Semites. It's ridiculous.
So there's been some shift, and obviously
it's like, listen, liberals have like laid this bed, right? But like you have to remember, like I just, if the Germans could have said it's anti-German and you're being racist for calling out our desires for ethno-nationalism, they would have it would have been we'd be living in a different world. Like, I'm not even joking. The liberal fascination with identity politics has laid the fucking groundwork. They did say that, I know, but there wasn't the background of like, them weaponizing liberatory language around racial justice, and like, against hate speech, right? They weaponize that to justify their own racism. They're saying like, if you oppose my ethno-nationalism, then you're against my ethnicity, which is ridiculous. I am for Jewish people being safe around the world. I am against ethno-nationalism by any ethnicity that would wish to do it on principle, because it is inherently fascist. It inherently requires ethnic cleansing and genocide. It is a part and parcel part of the fucking ideology. There's no place on land that is ethnically like unified and one thing. There's none. There's not. There's diversity within all peoples. Like diversity is a part of all nationhood.
we do not condone anti-Semitism. But what's happening here is that they are linking protests against a war, a genocide against Palestinian people, a critique against Israeli government with anti-Semitism, which is that seems to be the new form of McCarthyism here. So I would say it's pretty easy to get cynical in this conversation. But Jonah, is this really a situation that with whoever is aligned with Trump has the power over free speech right now in the United States? I mean, is anyone working to stop this?
Yeah, I think the biggest opposition to these attacks right now exists in the courts, like in cases like Mahmoud, and be the loudest opposition to this idea that the Trump administration can really target anyone for, what they're saying in their schools. I think a lot of protesters are staying home, and this is a measure they're taking to protect their own safety. One of the individuals on Beitar's list is award-winning Palestinian poet Mossab Abu Toha, and he is very active in posting against genocide in Gaza. He just canceled his tour to present his poetry and speak out of fear for his own safety, fear for his family's safety. He didn't want to travel. He is afraid of picking up his kids from school. But some protesters are continuing to show up, and they're continuing to, further their cause and, be as loud as possible about it. And that's their response to this climate of fear that, you won't intimidate us to the point where we'll stop our movement. And yeah, a lot of admiration for their bravery in this moment, but also understandably the fear that a lot of people are hiding from.
And that's the take.
Really good interview.
There is a whirlwind of news washing over the globe right now. So thanks for stopping by to take a closer look.
That was Jonah Valdez. Let's find Jonah on Twitter here. I'm going to follow. I'm already following. Jonah MV. Here you go. There's the link to Jonah's X page. Oops. Okay, the Jonah one's there. Misha's also there. Misha's cool. Writes a bunch of good stuff. You should definitely check with it. But yeah, check out Jonah. Go follow Jonah. Here is, you guys, I mean, it's fucking Al Jazeera. It's Al Jazeera English. They have 15 million followers, okay? We don't need 15 million subscribers. Chuck Grassley at another town hall. Oh, wait, I do want to see this. Look at this old woman with the T-posing on him. What? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, man? Everybody here is with me. You want to see my tattoos? I got a tattoo.
I got one. Lady, you don't know what a tattoo is. Yes, I do. No, you don't.
Shut up! Down!
Oh my god, dude. Some people are so deranged.
Trump said, nope, I'm not going to do that. So why do we even have a Supreme Court if they're not going to follow the ruling of the Supreme Court?
Pretty clear. That's what's been brought up about Garcia, and she brought up about just many, many other people, that this wouldn't even be an issue if Biden had enforced the law.
He's got tattoos on his body. Wait, I think she was in defense of the deportations. And that other lady was like, I've got tattoos. I've got tattoos too. Look at my tattoos.
Hello, everyone. This is your...
That's awesome. Okay, chat, we're going to do Daily Dose, and then we're going to do Mike OK. Mike OK has a long one. We're going to watch it. Do a little travel tonight. Little relax, a little travel reacts, a little fun time, a little calm down time. Oh shit! I wanted to bring this up earlier, because we were talking about blocking access. We were talking about how they were using blocking. Previously we were talking about that video from Yale of the Jewish student like going in and like, you know. He was like acting like he was being blocked from going somewhere because he walked up to a circle protest and demanded to go into the center of it, and how like blocking protests or blocking movement is like the worst charge or the worst like shit that they could find against these student encampments, right? I just wanted to I remember this and I just wanted to point this out, okay? So when Hassan came to UCLA, I wanted to show this part here. Okay? What's up? So look, the encampment is back here, right? There is actually passable areas on both sides of the encampment that you can walk through. However, it doesn't matter because the university has set up this blockade. The university has set up this blockade and it has security guards all over here. So you can't enter. They are blocking traffic. They are blocking traffic in a larger way than the encampment ever did. The university is.
Yeah, I'm so old. Yeah, I'm a college student, totally.
Yeah. Yeah,
You're
we're
like
not
Rodney
old.
Dangerfield. We're not old.
Back to school.
Hey.
You look like you could be a freshman.
You can see the blue security guards here, like in all the cones. They're blocking areas. They're blocking areas.
Whatever.
And then we have to go in through a building and then exit out a side door of a building in order to go through and get to the encampment. Like, it's so ridiculous. On the face of it, their claims are so ridiculous. By the way, are you guys predicting? Are you predicting? Wait, did I do it wrong? We gambit, yeah? Okay, gambas are closed. Okay, here we go.
This is your daily dose of internet.
We got 13 seconds in, dude. 13 seconds in. Every time, bro. Every fucking time. Okay, number one's win. Whoa.
Uite, el e robotul meu care mi-aduce mâncarea. O să nu? Nu!
That's how new trees are born. That's how you build new trees.
Ha! New tree.
Get them now!
Oh shit!
As crazy as it looked, the pilot avoided being seriously hurt and managed to walk away from the crash.
That's crazy. Wait, are these men and women playing volleyball together? Don't they know they could die? Don't they know? They obviously haven't seen the documentary Kill Shot. Holy. That's your head. If you ever play basketball or volleyball with a person of the opposite gender, that's your head.
She wanted to try out this new Pilates board that she just got.
Oh my god. Tequila.
More Oreos.
Tequiluca Sunset. Thank you for the sub.
Teacher to tell them a joke.
10 months. Appreciate you, Lurker. Appreciate that.
Tell us a joke. Yeah. Joke. You are going to pass my class.
His house couldn't handle the amount of snow that was on his roof.
Uh-oh. Oh my god.
There it is.
Oh my god. It's me. It's me, just Luca from Grimstrat. Oh, you're a founder though. You've been in here a long time. Oh my. Wait, that was Giga Chad too.
This lady was refusing to stop for this police officer that was chasing her.
Oh my god.
No, she didn't!
Damn, another propaganda. Let grandma go.
Have some food when some gang activity took place and a stray bullet came flying by.
Yo.
These dolphins couldn't believe
That's
what they
so
were seeing.
scary.
No, they like it.
Also, how are you gonna put this video after that last video, bro? Our country is so fucking sick. Our country is so insanely sick. Gun violence is so normalized.
Do you think that he even knows that he's alive?
I want to take that audio and put it over like like footage of Joe Biden like struggling around. Do you think he even knows that he's alive? Hang on, I'm not American. Can someone please explain to me how a stray bullet is a thing? From where do people just randomly fire guns in random directions? Yeah, they're trying to shoot somebody and they're not responsible gun owners and they're just shooting in a direction in urban areas. Yeah. Yeah. Like, turns out when you just give a gun to any person without any kind of training or any kind of licensing or any consequences for making, for being bad with guns. Yeah, it turns out people are really irresponsible with them and make everybody else less safe. Yo!
They thought that it would be a good idea to run down a sand dune.
Claire, are you okay? Are you okay, Claire?
This truck that was carrying a bunch of fireworks caught on fire, so this happened.
Whoa. That's crazy.
Have you ever seen a rainbow in the moon? Because look at that. You can
Blue Room, thank you for the sub.
You always forget
see
to
it
share.
so good.
Cause I use Chatterino. Love you guys, Cinemax Gigabecca Cinemax Gigabret.
We love you, Blue Room, thank you.
Never
No more Oreos.
seen that before.
Look at that right there. That's so cool.
So I just found out that some glass cups can be lactose intolerant.
Some glass cops? You mean cups?
Let's put cheese on my ceiling fan and see how long it'll last.
This dog refused to give up.
Oh, he's smart though. He's smart though. He went from behind.
Get it, Percy.
She came in a little too fast.
Wait, Twitch gave me a warning if I wanted to post this emote? Big gender fluid? What the fuck is going on, Twitch? Twitch, what the fuck is going on? First you fucking ban a chatter for having lesbian hot sauce as a name, and now you're like preventing people from typing gender fluid? The fuck? Wait, what is that? Why did you guys both post the exact... Wait, what is that? Why did you both post this? You both goofed? Huh? You coordinated? What? What is going on? In mobile settings? What?
Oh!
She didn't realize that she had a filter.
Is that... Wait, are you talking to me, Prodigy, or are you talking to them? Is this my fault? What's going on?
They're turned on.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Prodigy, help me!
This is a knife.
I'm talking to chatters? Oh, but it gives them asterisks? When they type gender fluid?
She's 7 years old.
So apparently stickbugs know how to dance.
Why is it giving asterisks when people type gender fluid? That's fucked up. Why would that be a problem?
I had no idea that fire trucks had this kind of range.
This is what I got. Big gender fluid, big gender fluid. Your message contained words that could be considered offensive or disrespectful. Yeah, you should click this let us know thing, by the way. You should definitely click that and tell them that there's nothing wrong with saying this. I don't know why they're being this way. Look, Twitch, look at me. There's like 60% of this fucking platform that is consistently using the R slur. Like, ableist slurs are normalized part of the lexicon on your fucking website. Can you don't need to like there are so many better ways that you can protect LGBTQ people if that's what you're trying to do. And like, we really need you to act on the ableism. It's really fucking bad. Please get your shit together. Stop trying to police language around LGBTQ people and Go do the actual thing that's in your TOS already. It's already in your TOS that ableist slurs. Disability is a protected category. Like, come on.
Oh, that makes it. Ah! Yo, that was fun! Oh my gosh! That's amazing, dude.
Whoa. This guy's a fucking Chad, bro.
This is what happens when two food delivery robots meet.
Puss! Oh my god,
Whoa.
dude.
He wanted to see how stretchy his pants were.
Thank you, Alex.
When the teacher's laughing at you like that, dude. He never lives this down, bro. You got the cute teacher laughing at you too?
Alex.
Bro, she's filming it. The teacher's filming it from behind.
My dog
got your whole ass cheeks on her photo thing now.
got arrested.
Dude, why so many cops in this video? Because it's Daily Dose. And he loves cops.
He done got arrested. You are so bad.
That one's fucking wild, bro. That one is wild.
Can I have your order?
This car repair place recorded the moment when a meteor tore through the roof and into their shop.
What? A meteor?
The dumbest things would be so funny.
Dumbass baby. Dumbass baby doesn't even know comedy, bro.
One of my subscribers in
That's
Canada
not funny. That's not funny, stupid baby.
recorded this crazy pink fog that they saw.
I'll let you know, Sarah. I need to talk to Arun. It probably won't be tomorrow, but maybe Thursday or Friday. He knows a woman's place? That's wild, dude.
She wasn't expecting this carrot to be this big.
Oh. Aw, I thought he was gonna be longer.
So hibachi chefs are pretty crazy.
Come on. Come here now. Come see your cousin.
No.
This bird can tell the difference between money and just a piece of paper.
That's a cool bird.
Holy wow.
Sometimes rockets need to be transported.
That was me for like the last 2 hours. It's no longer thundering, unfortunately. But I would see lightning and I go, oh. And I could hear the thunder real loud.
On regular, ordinary, everyday roads. This one cloud created a pretty crazy shadow over the sunset.
Now that the sun is high
That's cool.
behind, has broke through. Looks like a spotlight.
That is the end of this video. Hopefully I made your day just a little better. And I'll see you guys again very soon. Later.
Later. Okay, we are gonna move on to Mike. Okay. Everybody. For people who don't know, Mike OK is our British comrade, okay? We critically support him. Out of all the travel YouTubers, he is the most class aware, always trying to talk to normal folk on the ground. And I think he's in India here, actually. I think he's in Northeast India, maybe like Nagaland or something. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah.
While camping in the dense jungles of Nagaland, a small and relatively unknown state in northeast India, my good friend and local survival expert Alo Kemp told me something remarkable. I was the first foreigner to ever step foot in this specific part of Nagaland.
Oh no, don't pull that much. Don't pull that much. That is loose.
The first that
we were gonna go to Nagaland on the food channel I used to work for, because they have like a massive pepper festival where people just like eat a bunch of spicy foods and just like go crazy. I guess they really like spicy food up there. But we never were able to go. I've always wanted to go there though.
Is since a World War II plane crashed here in the 1940s. And when I asked which country the plane belonged to, Alo admitted he didn't know. The crash site had never been officially reported and documented, and he'd never seen it for himself. It was a story passed down through generations of villagers living deep in the jungle. Now to me, that sounded absolutely mental. But there's one thing he was certain about. Somewhere out there in remote Nagaland lay the untold story of an 80-year-old wreckage of a World War II plane. And I wasn't
sick
to sleep until I'd found it. 2 years later,
that's cool.
Returns to Nagaland. This is the story of our search. Let's go find a plane in the jungle. Say hi.
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 Mom is asking me if you can ride the motorbike or not.
I can ride the motorbike, don't worry about it. This might be the thing that I'm the most worried about.
Like?
Well, like not actually succeeding. Like I have quite literally no idea if I'm going to succeed. No idea.
The SC Bose plane?
Worth the try, no? You have to give it a shot.
It's worth the try.
I don't know. I think they'll find it.
Love you. I'll see you tomorrow.
They better. If I watch this hour-long 20-minute video and they don't fucking find this plane.
Now you might be thinking, Mike, where are you? I'm in Nagaland, northeast India. Now it doesn't look like India, doesn't sound like India, doesn't smell like India, doesn't taste like India, doesn't feel like India. But trust me, it's India.
Have you watched it all already, Prodigy?
For the past 3 or 4 years.
No, don't spoil.
People here are the closest thing to a family I've ever known, other than my own family. Anyway, right now I'm traveling to a friend of mine's village, his home, in the kind of in the jungle, and from there, we before we even can start looking for this plane, we need to approach the elders of this certain village, right? It's a district where we think the plane is. And we need to go to them and we need to ask their permission if it's okay for us to go and search for this plane. Because it's kind of customary and it's territorial and it's tribal. It's a tribal
based. Wait, recognizing the indigenous people's like right and not just trampling on over there, asking for permission first. That's fucking sick.
A place that runs on tribal values. So it's just the right thing to do. And then hopefully from that village, we can hire two local guides that know exactly where the plane is. And then tomorrow or the day after, we can go looking for it. I do not have high hopes. It's a plane that's been sitting in the middle of the jungle for the past 80 years. Do I think I'm gonna find it? Probably not.
It's a cool journey either way.
Bad roads. We love bad roads so much. So the infrastructure here in Nagaland.
Also, like I would be personally terrified to be driving on a road like this in India, because I know people who have gotten in crashes on buses, and I've been on buses in India. These motherfuckers, bro, like Indian bus drivers are a different breed. Let me tell you, man. They like this turn right here. They're passing, and holy, bro, they're passing on this turn for sure. And if you're on a motorbike and you're going here, you're dead. Is what it is.
Not great. However, considering that
it is scary. I would be scared. They're going fast. Yeah.
You know, roads didn't even exist. Like not even like gravel roads or footpaths.
A kin block sticker?
It was just totally overgrown with jungle.
Wait, that guy that asked a question during a presidential town hall?
And then the British came in. Of course they bloody did. Look at this for a landslide. Look at that, covering half the road. Jesus. Then the British came in and introduced education.
Oh, it's kin bone.
And then Christianity was introduced not long after that.
Kin block used to do stunt driving shit.
In 100 years, it's gone from a completely, totally and utterly tribal run state to a devoutly Christian, very well educated, very well spoken English, and these roads, which are good most of the time. Excuse me, sir. Sir, where is the police station? How are you, sir? I'm looking for the police station. Police. Police, yes. Police station. Yeah, Temenu police station.
Okay. Your foot is side.
Yes.
From here.
Yes.
Side.
Yeah.
So the good thing about India is actually like, you would be surprised. A lot of people speak English, like more people than you think. I guess maybe you shouldn't be surprised because it was a British colony, but a lot of people speak English.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. England, UK.
Even in remote areas like this.
Nice to meet you, my friend. Take care.
So
yeah, it's a lot.
It's right on the border of Myanmar, which means that they're a little bit more strict in terms of kind of controlling tourism here. They're open to it, but you just have to come and register at the police station every time you want to stay somewhere. Hello, sir. I need to register.
What the fuck is 3229071? I'm losing my fucking mind. Are you losing your fucking diarrhea in your pants?
Stop scrolling right now. I demand it. To give a police officer diarrhea, repeat these numbers.
322-9071. 322-9071. 322-9071. Bye.
Bye. This number is magic and it makes cops have diarrhea. So when chat hears police or that we talk about cops, you're going to see a lot of the diarrhea number. It's a spell we're casting.
Register. They told me I need to...
It's like the Havana syndrome, but real.
Say hello to 500,000 people.
Finally. How are you doing, brother? You good? This is a very good friend of mine. This is Alo Kem. AKA
I dialed the number? No, you just have to say it out loud. You don't have to dial it.
We've been talking about this plan for maybe over a year. Yeah. Over 1 year we've been talking about this adventure. Females cannot be arrested before sunrise and after sunset. What if they do something illegal?
Then I don't know, but...
Does that mean that women can just go and do a bunch of illegal things?
No, they have to get a proper warrant.
A proper warrant to arrest them?
Yeah.
There you go. So if you're a woman and you don't feel safe in your own country, come here to Nagaland. You can commit crimes before sunrise and after sunset, and they won't arrest you. How much do I owe you, madam? 200. 250? 250. There you are. We've got the world's youngest shopkeeper here. We've got all of this stuff to take the village, and just as a bit of a gift, got some chips, got some choco pies. Hey, this is for you. You can get some sweets. There you go.
This village that we're heading to now, I'm going to ask them some questions. I want to find out, you know, if it's been seen and pieces of it have been recovered, why has it not been documented? If it's a British plane or American plane or a Japanese plane, why hasn't it been documented and reported to authorities? because somewhere out there is a family that lost a son, a husband, 80 years ago in a plane crash, and they have no idea what happened to them. So they're the kind of questions we're going to ask.
What are we watching? We're watching Mike OK, who's a travel vlogger. He's in Nagaland, Northeast India.
And it should give us a bit more concrete information before we head to the crash site tomorrow. So it's been about 2 hours now on this one-track road. We are getting seriously deep. And we haven't even begun to think about the actual trekking. It's all the way to this village, and then when we return to the village tomorrow, or in a couple of days, that's when the trekking's gonna start. So it's just extremely remote. So you think that the plane, where do you think the plane is?
The plane crashed beyond that mountain.
Beyond that mountain there?
Crashed beyond that one, I guess. I tried climbing that side, okay?
So you've tried this before, right?
Yeah, but it was impossible for me.
So what did you do? You came around?
Yeah, I came around there.
You came around the bottom?
Big river there.
Big river,
Yeah.
and then you cut around the back of it.
Are kids in other countries just straight up happier?
The jungle was too thick.
Hard to say, man. Hard to say. I think they have their own struggles, you know? It's probably less safe to be a kid here, less access to healthcare. Their lives are just so radically different. It's hard to compare.
Look at the jungle.
Yeah, bro.
Just imagine during the World War II time.
Yeah.
How big this jungle will be.
Yeah. This is just for miles and miles and miles and miles. It's just thick jungle in every direction.
How the fuck are you gonna get through there? That's crazy. That's honestly something I would never do. I would never go, like, just walk deep into the fucking jungle in India. If you twist your ankle, there is no helicopter coming to save you. Pussy? Yeah, no. It's funny because I have done it in Indonesia, and that made me never want to do it ever again. I hiked like 8 hours into the jungle in Indonesia, and I was like, nah. We stayed overnight with this tribe, and I was like, nope, I never want to do this ever again. In fact, I'm kind of over this whole YouTube job thing.
Hello, sir. How are you? What's your name?
Fine. Joshua.
Again? Joshua?
Yeah.
Nice.
In Goa? I've been to Goa. Goa's cool.
Michael, another Christian name.
Okay.
Okay, I have many questions, Joshua. But first, I just bought some snacks for you and your family, just to say thank you. Just to say thank you for inviting us here.
Yeah.
Just some snacks for you and your family. You're very welcome.
Wild elephants too?
When I heard about
Elephants would be chilling.
this story 1 year ago, that there is a plane in the jungle, my initial reaction was surprise. You know? But you said you think...
Dude, it's hot everywhere there.
It could be British. British plane.
I think all the elders are saying during the Second World War.
Except for here.
Second World War.
I bet it's not that hot in Nagaland. It's probably far enough north that you're good. It's like moderate temperatures. And you're also in high elevation. I bet the temperature here is pretty good. Like this guy's wearing a sweater and jeans.
Yeah. The plane was hit by Japanese.
Hit by Japanese?
Yeah.
Fired by Japanese? Yeah. Okay, and then it crashed.
I was there like 2 weeks ago. The Kashmir news is killing me. I was hanging with a lot of Rajasthan people. Damn, yeah. I do want to dive into that. I've read a little bit about it, but I'm excited to talk to like Arun and Sarah and kind of get a better scope of it all. Cause yeah, I've been to the Wagah border. I've spent a lot of time in like Amritsar, like right on the border of India. in Pakistan, and by a lot of time I mean like a week and a half, but it was still really fun, and I really enjoyed that area. It was really beautiful.
Here.
I've never been to Pakistan. I've been to the border. Like I said, I was at the border. Like I was literally at the border in India, between Pakistan and India.
How far? Do you know how far away it is?
Yeah, I went and I saw the show. Yeah.
By walking, how many hours do you think?
2 hours.
2 hours?
Yeah.
Only 2 hours? Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
That's all there is no road.
I'd be down there. I've heard it's amazing.
You have to cut.
I mean, it's quite literally just like...
Did you yell profanities across the border? It is the law. Well, no, I didn't. I just kind of hung out and observed the weirdness of nationalism and reflected on the fact that like 60 years ago, these people were just one people, and the British came and fucked it all up.
There's no path.
Nothing.
It's just...
And we have to cut through the jungle with a machete. And
very cool. We have to cut through the jungle with a machete to get to it.
I think sometimes because of the rain, because it's in the... I think it's in the stream kind of thing, something like that.
Yeah.
Stream or something like that.
Yeah, like a river.
Yeah, so sometimes during the rainy season it's not visible.
Yeah.
But I think it's a drought season, so I think it will be very much visible.
Yeah. Joshua, do you think that the plane is, the pieces are visible to see?
To see.
Yeah? So there are some, so you think right now there are pieces of the plane in the jungle?
Yeah.
That's very, very interesting. And I really can't wait to go and have a look. But then I want to know, well, why weren't they identified? Why weren't they, if it's a British plane, why did no one call the UK? All these questions that I have. God, I've got so many questions running around in my head. So, hello sir. How are you?
I don't know English.
You don't know English? Well, maybe...
I am farmer.
That's okay. So between, your name is?
So you know King. So you know.
So you know.
Yeah.
So you know. Nice to meet you, sir.
How big is the river? Like at first I was kind of imagining it like with like a little creek underneath, but now he's saying they're on opposite sides and the river's like running through, but underneath it I'm like, oh shit, it's gonna be a big ass river. The river's probably less than 6 feet deep. Yeah, but how wide is it? That's the question.
Yeah, so what I'm really interested in doing, my plan is to look for the plane, try to identify where it's from, and then try to somehow identify who was flying the plane, and then I can go to their families in Britain or America or wherever and tell them what happened.
Actually, it's like this that during the monsoon season, due to
the river,
flood, the sediment of the rock, and then the erosions, they covered some parts of. Sometimes it's visible.
So you've been there.
Yeah.
You've been to the place.
Yeah, I've been there once.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's visible and sometimes it's not visible because the mud erosions comes in.
Yeah.
Dump it all over
The course of the
area.
So do you think there is a possibility that it's covered? Or do you think that it might be uncovered?
I believe it won't be fully covered.
Yes. I'm going to try to go to the river to try to see the plane. Not tonight, no, on Wednesday. Wednesday. What do you think? Do you think it's possible, sir?
Pardon?
You think it's possible? Possible to go there on Wednesday?
No, I'm strong, no.
Oh, that's okay.
It's not.
So I'm sure you're stronger than me, my friend. I'm sure you're stronger than me. After you. That's okay, brother. Well, I'll take some pictures for you. Beautiful Nagaland. Hello, madam.
Hi.
How are you? So nice to meet you.
I'm
So nice.
fine.
Good. So great to meet you. Thank you, sir. What a beautiful home. Thank you so much. So this gentleman here, he rediscovered the plane about 20 years after it went down. I think in the 70s. And he has a piece of it. He recovered a piece of it. So we're going to have a look at that before we start our journey on Wednesday. This is mental. Wow. Wow. Okay, so this is the first actual genuine piece of evidence I have that this thing actually exists. This is a piece of the plane that was recovered. Can I ask you, when did you find this? What year?
Wait, what does he have? That's like a fucking missile.
19...
That's like an explosive.
30 years. Maybe in the 80s or 90s.
Yeah, probably.
80s or 90s. So in the 80s or 90s, this was recovered from the site.
They've taken out the gunpowder.
Yeah.
He has taken out the gunpowder because it may explode.
Yeah.
There are cases.
Yeah.
Like this in Nagaland, like that in Nagaland, where
yeah.
they find old bombs. And
Same in Laos. I was in Laos recently, most bombed country in the world, and there were so many unexplored. And the kids got to them. Yeah. Kids play with them, and then they get their.
And they try to break this thing and sell it to the scrap dealers.
Oh my god.
1964. They found a British bomb.
Who was dropping bombs there before 1964?
Your elder brother was killed by a bomb.
Yeah. So I think their parents found a bomb in the jungle and they might have hidden it, but since they were kids, they don't know it was a bomb and it was explosive. So they took it out and it was.
Oh god, that's so horrifying.
Yeah.
That's awful. 1963.
British nene zo sinzi ko kwero lo Japan na lungu ka phege ke mama.
Wait, that's actually interesting. I had no idea the Japanese got all the way to fucking India. The Japanese went all the way to fucking Nagaland? That's crazy. They were fighting to close down the Burma road that was supplying China through India.
The bomb, the metal.
Yeah.
As a bell for the church.
Yeah. Wow.
Crazy because metal is one of it's expensive for us.
Yeah.
During those days, it's not easy for us to get access to metals and items and all.
That's so ironic, right? It's so
no music. This is gross, bro. Fuck no. Also, don't be such a fucking weeb. Ew, don't type that.
You used something like the casing of a bomb and then turned it into something to be used for church and worship. Isn't that so ironic? It's so interesting to me. Wow. That's so cool, man. Wow. Now everyone's laughing. Very funny. Very funny. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Sir, that was...
Yeah, Imperial Japan was fucking incredibly evil. Incredibly evil. Definitely look up that shit. If you don't know, learn. Because it would not be cool at all.
It so much. Thank you very, very much for sharing that with me. Thank you. So that was a very successful interlude to this journey. We've got proof that the plane is there. We've met some people.
Here, I gotta pee.
There on Wednesday. And now I have to travel 3 hours back on those awful roads in the complete pitch black. I'm not looking forward to it at all. The next time you see me, we'll be getting ready to enter the jungle on Wednesday. Now this is betel nut, and it's one of the most addictive drugs in the world. And in Nagaland, it grows on the bloody trees. How lucky are we? Thank you so much, madam. Perfect. I'm just getting some, wait. Tamil and biddies for the journey. What do you think? How are you, brother? You good? Do you want me to take? Yeah, take.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to, where are we going to go shopping? Here or in the...
That side.
That side, okay. Chale bhai. Theek hai. I need to brush up on my Hindi again. Mera Hindi acha nahi hai. This is one of the, I think after the Carolina Reaper, the Naga chili is one of the spiciest chilies in the world. And Alo eats it like an apple.
Yeah.
Hey brother, how are you? Very good, very good. I meet so many people here in Nagaland, like, and everyone knows who I am, and they always go, hello Mike, how are you? And I go, hey, you're that Naga guy. Oh no. And a tree has fallen out on the road. And it rained last night. Maybe this is God's way of telling us not to go.
No. He's saying, have patience.
It's not God's way of telling me not to go. It's God's way of saying, have patience.
Chat, look at this. He's sleepy. He's sleepy.
I promise you, we are.
That kitten grew big. No, it's not the kitten.
We're going to take Roving Naga's car, a bit more comfortable. We can sit together. We've also got a lot of food and gear, and the guys wanted like 2 bottles of rum, so I've got some rum. It'll be more comfortable in the car. But look at this place, man. We're quite literally out in the middle of nowhere. I've been coming to Nagaland for about 3 years, and every time I come, I'm reminded how much I love it. Just totally silent. The sound of birds, bugs, sheep. Stunning.
Wait, what did he do a few strings back?
Let's go. So
at first I was like, he's got to be insane driving this like that with a fucking thing out the, you know, a GoPro out the window. But then I remembered that they drive British style.
So the roving Naga here, he isn't just a fountain of wisdom. He isn't just a very knowledgeable, experienced man. He's also a YouTuber. He has his own YouTube channel. It's one of the reasons we met each other is through his YouTube channel, and he specializes in jungle.
Catch and cook tasty, weird tribal food of Nagas. Wait, that looks fucking awesome. That looks like a sick video. Oh, dude, we would have definitely collabed with this guy if we were still on the YouTube channel. If I was still working for the food channel.
Survival, jungle living, right? How to eat, how to live, how to survive completely out in the wild with nothing. One of the things that I'm looking forward to, just as much as I'm looking forward to hopefully finding this plane, is doing some jungle camping. We're going to be camping out tonight completely. We have no tents. We have nothing.
Yes.
How are we going to be sleeping?
We'll make a shelter.
Yeah.
Out of the, you know, like the jungle thing.
Yeah.
Jungle. So everything will be made out of the jungle thing. The bamboos and banana leaves and all.
So go and check out his. I'm going to put a thing for his YouTube channel.
Yes.
If you want to.
They're going to make a tent.
4 years of his life to teaching people how to live and how to survive in the wild.
That's fucking sick.
Authentic content you could possibly see, genuinely. So check out Arlo's YouTube. I'll put a thing up here. I'll put a link in the description, and I'm going to plug it a bunch more times. Please go and check out his YouTube channel because it's seriously, seriously good stuff.
Thank you.
Hello, brother. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hey.
What the hell is that? Beetle nut? Really? Wait, I've never seen it like that. I've chewed beetle nut and it didn't look like that. That looks so different than the one I had.
Hello, sir.
I tried it in like Indonesia.
Hey.
He go back to when he was at the market. Oh, he bought it at a market. Got some beetle nut. Huh, I don't know. Maybe just as a different kind. It's like one of the most addictive drugs in the world. What does it feel like? It's like nicotine, I think, like a stimulant.
The locals or the farmers will burn the crops to get ready for the new harvest.
I've never been able to like feel it because it just was like not. I didn't like it in my mouth. I didn't like it.
And doing it in a more kind of ethical way, they'll just burn the lot. It's the most efficient way of doing it. So this whole sky is basically filled with smoke right now. So apparently this project that we're doing, and the word of my arrival is spread around to the different villages, right?
Yes.
And all of the villagers in the area are very excited for this journey, for this project. Do you think, when was the last time a foreigner's been to this village?
Me?
No, when was the last time a foreigner came to this village?
I don't think any foreigner apart from the missionaries.
Missionaries.
Visited this
yeah. So yeah, maybe 100 years ago?
Yeah,
maybe 100 years ago.
Did you mix it with the lime rocks?
Christian missionaries that came and introduced Christianity to Nagaland. That was the last time a foreigner stepped foot in any one of these villages.
Lime rocks?
Hi. Great to see you again, sir.
Okay.
I hear you are the you're the general of the village. Is that correct?
No.
You're the president of the village.
Chief of the head GB.
You're the head GB.
Village GB.
You're like the Ang.
Wait, maybe they did give us something like that. I think I remember that.
The ang? Yeah? You like the ang of the village?
Ang.
The ang, that's it, the ang.
My father is established this village.
Your father established this village?
Yeah.
In what year? What year? When did he establish the village?
1978. Let's go. My father grave. Do you want to make your house this village?
Oh, maybe one day. Maybe one day. I don't know. I think for me, it's a little bit.
I'll give you one plot of land.
You give me one plot of land? Oh,
Yeah.
sir, that would be an absolute honour. Maybe one day, if time permits.
I'll give you one plot of land.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Areca nut? What is that?
To me.
Your house?
That really means a lot to me. Thank you, sir. Do you need some help?
No need.
No need.
I'll try myself. Yeah. You just see here.
Wow. Your father's name was?
Yeah, written there.
Nurilo King and Zotoli King. That's his wife?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, in like Indonesia, all over, and a lot of parts of Africa and India, you see like red staining on the ground everywhere. And it kind of looks like blood almost, but it's from the betel nut. It's like spit from the betel nut.
Day he was born.
Yeah.
20th March.
Same one.
Same day. 20 March 1916, 20 March 1991.
Yeah.
Wow, what are the chances? Was your father here when the American missionaries came?
Yeah, he was, all this history.
Yeah, I know a lot of the history. The American missionaries, the British came and colonized, and then the American missionaries came and introduced Christianity and built churches.
He told us, he always told us like that.
Yeah.
And Japan war is here, 1944, no?
There's Japanese War. Yeah.
He was served right from 39 to 44.
1944. Wow. So 1944, it was the year he stopped being the chairman, and that was when the Japanese were fighting the British.
Dude, how do they figure that shit out? If you suck on this nut and this rock at the same time, it gets you high. How the fuck did they figure that out?
Dogfights happened here over Nagaland. So this is a Rengma village, correct?
Yeah.
It's a Rengma village, and Nagaland is distributed over some different tribes. This area is the Rengma tribe. They have their own language, they have their own dialect, they have their own cultures, their own customs, their own food. It's very interesting. He was the village chief.
Not a lot to do in Paleolithic times. Bro, imagine you're the first person to figure that shit out.
This village.
Wow.
Right, my father established this village. No.
Wow. So I've just arrived back in the village again, and one of our guides just met.
Dude, I love that he keeps getting these like clues. He tells people his mission, and he keeps getting like key items for his quest, evidence that it does actually exist.
Who's been to the crash site a few times. He showed me this, and it looks like a piece of the engine, maybe. I'm sure that some of my viewers can identify what this is. Piece of the engine, piece of something. But this is just more evidence that there is a plane.
Wow, interesting partisan.
Mr. King.
That sounds cool.
Could you tell us, when did you find this?
1995.
1995. 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Very cool.
He and his friend, they went to that site.
Yeah.
And they bought many stuff from there.
Really?
Yeah, they bought. I think how many did you guys? Three of them went to the jungle, the side, and they bought many stuff from there in 1995. And he also bought something like this, but a small piece. What's better? A small piece like this, but that thing would not stop making sound at night.
Really?
It's keep beeping like beep beep.
Like a piece
like a radio?
or like a
small piece. So the piece won't stop like making sound.
Yeah.
So his father got very angry. He said, "I can't sleep at night. Why did you bought this from that side?
Yeah.
It's like a curse or something, you know."
Yeah.
It might have been like there must be a ghost or something. Of
Yeah.
that, and so he threw it away.
He threw it away.
Yeah.
And I know it was a long 30 years ago, but does he remember how many pieces? Was it a big crash site? Like what else did he see down there?
Just explain the scenario.
Yes,
now.
please. Yeah.
Dans ce bine ta chon le chebi hulu la.
Ta chon tori torim.
La.
Hi
Ta
me
chon
mo.
la do.
Hi me mo.
Asu du hulu mara.
Pon sa mo. Windows style. Hong ka shek jo re. Mo su jo mo.
Mo khuli ki no jo za mo.
Apparently, Philippines and South India found out that it gets you high. Wait, did you research that, or are you just like speculating? Because I am interested to see if it traveled. Because I've seen it in Indonesia. Oh, ChatGPT. Oh, cool. They found it out separately. That's interesting.
What's your name?
And then it probably traveled from the Philippines to Indonesia, across the islands and stuff.
You are much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Azena.
Aminam to Viroli.
Viroli.
I miss him.
Viroli. My name is Michael.
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 Aww. I love grandmas like this.
Head off.
Head off.
Pack the bags.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Distribute this among them.
Distribute this among the guys, and head down there. If we can make it to the site today, great. If not, it's okay. We just find a nice place to camp, and then we wake up in the morning, maybe 6 o'clock, or whenever we wake up, and then we can again go to follow Mr. King to the crash site. Sound good?
Yes.
Dude, this is a crazy quest.
I'm starting to get quite anxious now, quite nervous. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm fine.
What's your name?
My name Watchlo.
Watchlo. Nice to meet you, sir.
He's bringing a gun.
I'm starting to get quite anxious now, quite nervous. I can't explain the feeling of when you've been planning something for so long, like this, something so ambitious, and it's all actually starting to happen.
This is crazy.
It's a very, very nerve-wracking feeling. Goodbye, ladies. Thank you.
Goodbye, ladies.
Goodbye, ladies.
Could be tigers in that jungle, dude. I just keep having like flashbacks to Indonesia, to Papua. We were in West Papua, and for the Food Channel Best Ever Food Review show that I used to work for, we did something very similar to this. And the village we were at was in a really remote area that we left from. It looked like a little bit less remote than this. Like, yeah. And we went 8 hours into the jungle, stayed overnight with the tribe. It was wild. I've told the story a bunch of times, but yeah, it was insane. I've never been anywhere that remote before. Few people have. I'll tell you that. It was really, really in the like corner of the world.
It's a mixture of excitement, nerves, fear. See some pictures. Okay. I'll go and have a quick look. I would love to see some pictures.
Whenever
Expedition Borneo? No.
Yeah.
This is most important.
Wow. The first missionary to Nagaland.
That's so
Edward
cool.
W. Clark, the first American that brought Christianity to Nagaland.
Those guys were crazy. These kind of people though, like I'm like, dude, it's so wild to do this. And then, but like Mike could be on a flight even right now from here, could be on a flight probably in the maximum 72 hours. If you really needed to, maximum would be like 72 hours. Probably a lot shorter than that, you know? Probably a lot shorter than that. These guys, they're like 4 months away from their home, you know? Like no matter what. That's so scary to me. I don't know. I couldn't just get on a fucking boat and just ship off, never seeing home again. It's crazy. It's actually crazy.
You can back. You
When
can
I come
take
back, I'd love to have a look.
Yeah.
Sir, thank you so much.
You come and
Thank you. You take care of yourself. I see you tomorrow, okay?
I've been 2 golden.
Super brave.
2 golden jubilees.
Yeah, 2 golden.
Sir, you show me tomorrow, okay? Thank you very much.
But it's also like wild to think like that's what it used to take to travel. You know, that's what it used to like require. And like people would die along the way, and like you can just get in a plane now. Like, and go to these places, and like it's crazy. And how short of a period of time that has actually existed in that way. It's just wild, man. We live in a very weird world.
So as you can see here, this jungle just goes for miles and miles and miles. This road.
You can also die in the new way, but very, very, way less.
And then we enter the jungle.
It's actually crazy safe, if we're being honest. Yeah, I've taken that exact flight, Partisan, from Chicago, not Seattle. But I've taken that Chicago. We did Chicago to Qatar, or like the Middle East, like the Arabian Peninsula somewhere, Abu Dhabi a few times. And then that's where I would take Abu Dhabi to Vietnam, or Abu Dhabi to Bangkok to Vietnam. That's what I would travel when I lived there. All the time.
These guys, they grew up.
Doha, we've done before, yeah.
Nothing scares them. They're good at walking. They're good at climbing. I grew up in Portsmouth, England, which is not the jungle. So I'm not good at this. I'm not.
Oh my God.
Fucking hell.
Bro, like seriously, I'm telling you, would you not be scared shitless? If you twist an ankle, what do? You can't walk for a few weeks because you've severely like sprained your ankle? The fuck are you going to do, man? You're like days away from anything. There's no heli. Yeah, like this is life or death, bro. That's crazy.
I just nearly fell just then. Yeah, I keep slipping up. Dude, we haven't even started yet and I'm already fucking falling all over the place. Yeah. Fuck's sake.
How do they treat infections? Dude, I had cuts all over my body and like sores that just like opened up after I got back and shit. I can swear, Becca can attest to this. I had my skin was revolting from being and I was like covered too the whole time. The whole time I was very, very carefully covered. And it was still, I just like got cut up and like, it was just rough on your body, and I had it took a long fucking time for that shit to heal. For some reason, like I don't know, the cuts I got from that trip took forever to heal.
You should one day, bro.
This guy's just chilling out here.
Sure. Sorry that I'm so slow, bro.
No, that's all right.
Oh, that's supposed to be their guide. Has he got a joint, bro?
So I imagine that was the easy part. The guides are hunting probably squirrel, you think?
Yeah, squirrels.
See, it's moments like this that make me just seem like the biggest pussy in the world. I'm struggling to walk on this path. My guide has gone to get. He's looking. You got it,
dude. Your message got held because you can just spell that.
Good shot.
You can just spell chiggers. That's just a bug. As far as I know, it doesn't have racist background, but also I think those are pretty localized to America. So maybe I'm wrong.
But is communicating to our guides via using this kind of like war cry. very, very high-pitched, loud sound, and they just communicate back and forth to each other to let them know where we are. Left here, I guess. Ant's nest. Look at those ants.
Oof.
Are they biting ants?
Yeah.
Really?
Don't fuck with ants, dude.
It's got venom.
They've got venom in them.
Wait, I was talking about what Mike was smoking. That was beady? A micro cigar?
Huh?
I would not drink from that river, dude.
Hunter's camp. So, we've reached a nice little clearing here. The boys are setting up a camp, I guess. How are you, boys? Very good? Fine. Everyone happy?
Dude, they are so fast going through this jungle that they got here, made shelter before he arrived. Is that what I'm understanding? Or maybe this already existed? It looks like they're actively cutting it. Bro, that's so cool.
Happy? Happy. Very good. Let's be happy together.
No, humans are so fucking sick. They're just like, yeah, we live here. This is what we've always done since we were children. This is our, you know.
So, camping here? Cool. For the night. And is it much further?
10, 15 minutes.
10, 15 minutes. Cool.
What?
The stream.
Yeah.
10, 15 minutes to the plane?
Along the stream.
Oh shit, they got there.
Do you want to check it out tonight? What time is it? You got loads of time.
It took us exactly 1 hour to reach it.
Did it take us 1 hour? Dude, it took us long.
Yeah.
It felt...
Yeah, he's like 15 for me, an hour for you.
For me, that felt like 3 hours.
Oh, damn, dude. Yeah, I mean, we did an 8-hour hike into the jungle. It took 8 hours, and we had a pretty good pace. 3 hours?
Called Chungara.
Chungara.
Meaning? What does it mean?
Meaning the river where...
Also, another difference between my jungle experience and this is that it, like, the hardest rain I have ever heard the entire night, the night before. And so it was like just muddy. It was wet everywhere. Like, it was just 100% humidity, rain as we were going through. Bro. I can smell it. I can literally smell it.
Where the river where
that trip fucked me up. I'm not gonna lie.
The hunted the wild elephant or the slaughtered the wild elephant. No?
I left my job because of that trip.
Killed.
Yeah.
But
It was hunted.
The hunted.
Yeah.
And they named it after that.
Yeah.
So what are the boys doing now? They're just smoking this out just to start a fire, or?
Yes, just cleaning the area.
Also, I remember last time we camped together, smoking also stops insects from coming, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Insect repellent. Yeah, it's a natural insect repellent. Smoking the fuck out of the camp like this. Fucking bugs. I didn't bring... Again, I said this when I was on the Great...
No way.
I didn't bring any insect repellent.
What? What? Brother. Dude. No. Okay, on my trip and on every trip, do you want to know what I've tried everything for insect repellent? The only thing that I've found that actually works, citronella essential oil. You can keep a really small little tin of it. It's super strong. It's essential oils. Citronella essential oil. Dab some. If it's really bad, like somewhere like this, I would be double dabbing on my neck, double dabbing on my wrists and on my ankles, and you're good. Like I'm telling you, it works. It works.
I've got like 6 bottles of like the world's best insect repellent at my home in Vietnam. Fuck off.
It's natural. It's not like gross, like chemical shit. You know, like it just works. Citronella works.
Mosquitoes do not fuck with citronella. Also, if you have like an outdoor space, like if you have a back patio or something, getting a citronella plant is a great thing for that too. Like you can actually get a plant. Is that dream barking? No. He's awake. He's just doing his protect. He's doing his protect. Go back to sleep, oh me.
Look at
no need for protect.
Yeah.
Technique. Yeah. For us, it will be tongue. Tongue.
He had an itch.
So you think it might rain tonight?
It will.
Yeah?
A little bit.
It will rain?
Yeah.
That's fun. You can see here, this is all, these are all like old leaves. This hasn't been used for a long time. So these guys are gonna replace them with these. What type of tree is this?
Banana leaf.
What type of tree? Bamboo?
It's a banana.
Banana leaf.
Yeah.
Banana leaf.
It's a wild banana leaf.
Big banana leaves. We're gonna set them up here, and that should protect us from the rain. And then we're literally gonna sleep on this tonight with nothing else.
That's basically how we slept in the jungle too. And let me tell you, he's not sleeping. Once it gets dark, I can't wait until it gets dark. It's gonna become a whole different thing, dude. Yeah, this is not gonna be
doing this out here with.
Yeah. As soon as it gets nighttime, the jungle comes alive, and you hear everything, and it's so scary, and the bugs are everywhere.
These guys, they're just professionals.
Did you sleep in a sleeping bag and all? No, we had no sleeping bags. No sleeping bags, no tents. It was just bamboo, like no walls, just bamboo ceiling and like a flooring like this.
Man, they've been doing this since they were babies.
In Papua, yeah.
What are we using this for, Roving?
They're going to make a string.
A string?
A rope.
A rope?
A bamboo string. Slum nada. You can use both. Watch and learn.
Watch and learn. I'm trying.
This is impressive.
And then wrap it around.
Voila. And then you have to
just twist.
Yeah, twist that together.
And that's very strong,
and
right?
That is done.
Done. Dude, you're a fucking expert.
That's cool.
Very, very impressive. What's happening over this part of the jungle? Shooting stuff.
Remember his smile and how much fun he's having right now? Because I swear to God, he better keep recording when it gets nighttime. And also, if he doesn't have at least one like holy fucking shit panic moment, if he's not pacing back and forth in the jungle panicking, then this guy's got the biggest balls in the world.
I'm at your place. Yeah. Granted, the chicken was about 10 meters away, so it didn't really have much chance.
I'm telling you.
So, when you're as useless as I am, the only thing to do is chew tamul. Mr. King, tamul. Have.
Tamul.
You're very welcome, my friend. You're very welcome. And this is betel nut.
Oh.
It's the only place, I know that in Papua New Guinea it's really, really popular, and here in Nagaland it's very popular as well. This is the leaf. It's a special kind of leaf. And this is the lime, and what you do is...
Oh, they put the lime on the leaf.
You get the betel nut, you wrap it in the leaf, and this lime, it's really gross actually, it kind of like makes very small little cuts. It's very acidic, so it makes small little cuts in your cheek. And then whatever is in this, the drug in this betel nut, goes directly into your bloodstream. Is that a plane or a thunder?
It's gonna rain.
Fucking hell. Gonna rain hard.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, dude.
It's gonna make the walk back quite dangerous tomorrow.
It's okay.
Is there another way to go?
No.
That's the only way.
No.
Fuck.
Bro, if I could, I grew up, listen, Chad, I grew up in Kansas City. I'm used to storms. I can't tell you how we slept in like a hotel outside of where we entered into the jungle, and it had a tin roof, and I can't tell you, I've never heard rain like we heard that night. I can't tell you the night before we went into the jungle how strong the rain was. It was unbelievable, and like that's what we walked into. Like, it was like rivers just going crazy. We've watched the video on stream like 100 times, but
Rodrigo, do you speak
You're way too gleeful about him being able to mirror your awful jungle experience, but it also brings me joy. Dude, I am just this is something very few people have experienced. So, you know.
You speak English and you speak Naga.
Tin roofs do make things sound worse than they are. I mean, maybe, but also that is like monsoon, the area, like it is the climate. You know, in Vietnam, it would like it would rain really hard, and then you would be like, "Oh, this is as hard as it could ever possibly rain," and then it would turn up, like, you know, I don't know. It gets kind of crazy in that like climate area. Rain, like I'm telling you, I've been through storms, and I ain't never seen rain like I've seen in Southeast Asia.
Sumi and
in Oceania.
You speak 5 languages, bro. So I'm saying these guys are just so impressive. I've traveled to 60 different countries and I only speak English. This dude can speak 5 languages and speaks English very, very well. Your English is excellent, Rodrigo. Your English is really good, brother.
Thank you. So the squirrels can forecast the weather so much.
They know when it's going to rain.
Yeah, so when it's going to rain in the evening, actually, it comes out in the evening to have their food, okay?
Yeah.
They have its food. So, but when it's going to rain, the day it's going to rain, they come out during the daytime, and they complete everything.
They already did their PhD in weather forecast.
the squirrels studied the weather.
Yeah.
Dude. Even the squirrels in Nagaland are smarter than me.
This is why we like. Honestly, this is why I like Mike OK a lot. Is you can just tell he has a love for humanity, and like sees people for who they are in like a really beautiful way. I love that. He travels for people, and I feel the same way. Like, I love traveling because I love people, and I love to like have those kinds of interactions, and just like, you know, just be like blown away by this guy who knows 5 languages and is faster in the jungle than I am in tennis shoes and concrete, you know?
I'm getting distracted from the reason I'm actually here. My guides think that.
Yeah, we say that in America too, in a variation, Sven.
For 15 minutes, it will be at the site that they found pieces. And
what, are you going to melt? You're not that sweet. Yeah.
The engine is. There is a strong, strong possibility that I do not find this engine. I do not find this plane. I'm just looking for anything that can help me identify where it's from. You know, if it's got a number on it, you know, hopefully we find out that it's British or Japanese, whatever. If it's got a number on it that can give me just a number, anything, that I can take it to its home country, whatever.
I can't believe he doesn't have any bug spray.
Can you help me identify this plane? Ugh. I just hope this isn't all for nothing. You have bears in Nagaland?
Black bears.
Black bears? Yeah?
Many.
In this area?
Yes.
Yeah, many Himalayan bears.
I caught one.
Are they dangerous?
Yeah, lo-fi, I know. I'm the opposite.
If you do no harm.
I have the genetic disposition where mosquitoes fucking love my blood. They love my scent. I get eaten the fuck up if I'm outside at all.
Do you know anyone?
That's why I've had to develop a really good one. And that's why you should listen to me when I say citronella essential oil. It is essential. It works. It's fucking great.
Been killed by a wild animal.
Elephant attack, hog attack.
Hog attack.
Bear attack.
Bear attack.
Yeah.
Wow. When you're in the jungle, there's no flat surface to leave your cup if you're drinking water or whiskey, as these boys are going to be drinking. So you make your cup and then you make a thing in the bottom, right?
Yeah, I've had some really bad ones. One time when I was a kid, my family went with like some other families on like a camping trip, and me and like this other kid who was a little bit older went on a hike, and we got lost in the woods in Missouri. For like, we eventually like found a road, and like a cop like picked us up and brought us back to the campsite. But I had to get on like a steroid regimen afterwards because I had so many bites around my like torso area. Like, it was so bad. I couldn't even like, I couldn't do anything. It's so bad. It was like mosquito. I don't know what it was. I like stood in something. I also have gotten like ants. I like laid down when I was working on the food show. We were in Alabama, and I laid down in a field and just happened to land right on a fucking fire ant farm, and didn't realize until my arm was like burning. And so I had probably like 24 fire ant bites all over my arms. And that was really fucking bad, dude. That one was really bad because that was like, it's like, I didn't know ants could do that. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I had no idea ants could do that. And this was like weeks of pain. It was like, it actually was like 2 weeks later before I was like fully healed. And it was like, it hurts. Like they hurt. It hurt for 2 weeks.
Then,
yeah, I'm still recovering from one fire ant bite 3 weeks ago. Yeah, no, for real.
Shit at it, but.
And I actually had like probably at least like 20 bites on my arm. It was brutal.
That will stand there. Well, it won't, but I'm doing it. But you stick it in the ground, and then it just stands there, and you don't have to worry about your drink falling over. Is that the most innovative thing you've ever seen in your entire life?
Also more than enough.
Wait, hell yeah. The way they brought drink?
The guides, and again, they're not guides, they're just dudes that I hired from the local village. I bought them a litre of rum. They big drink.
Oh, hell yeah.
I bought them a litre of rum.
Oh, hell yeah.
We're going to drink, we're going to eat, and hopefully the boys won't be too hungover tomorrow, so that we can actually, I said to them, I was like, look, please don't get too hungover, because tomorrow's one of the most important days of my life.
The difference is these guys are like pain, a headache, lull. You know what I mean? I feel like these people will never allow pain to like stop them from getting up at 6 a.m. and walking through the jungle. I'd be calling into work for a headache. Okay, well, that's different. Because, you know, using your paid work off days or your paid sick days, that's W. Okay? These guys, jungle is life.
It's just started absolutely shitting it down with rain. Maybe this is God again telling us not to go.
No. Oh, stop it.
It's telling us to have patience. It's shitting it down. I don't think it's going to last very long.
He's scared about the walk back.
Rain is not what you want right now.
Which is fair.
We just heard thunder again. Fuck. There's only one thing to do. There's only one thing to do when it's thundering, raining. Tamil.
When you're happy, Tamil. When you're
sad, Tamil.
When you're drunk,
Tamil.
When you wake up, Tamil.
Tamil. When you go to sleep, Tamil.
So Tamil is a remedy for everything.
Tamil's a remedy for everything.
Yeah.
They're like,
see, always look on the bright side of life. Did it rain? Yes. But tomorrow, less dust and...
The leaf which you are feeling slippery.
Yeah.
It won't feel that way again.
Okay, dude. I'm happy. You guys are so good at making me feel happy. Maybe it's the whiskey. I don't know. So, before we get too drunk, let's talk about tomorrow. So the plane, we think, maybe, the crash site is 15 minutes walking this way.
see, that was what we did wrong. We didn't have any alcohol. We were just left to fucking rot in our anxieties and you know, freak out over every little sound.
20 minutes.
15, 20 minutes. Yeah. And that is the exact location that Mr. King found the previous pieces.
Yeah.
Okay.
Raw dogging nature is crazy. Yeah. We had Cliff Bars. We had Cliff Bars and Jungle Pizza. The Jungle Pizza was something else. I got an ad for boner gel. Finally, they're targeting my ads. Finally.
So
this what was the brand? I can't even think of a boner gel brand as a joke. This stream is brought to you by Extends Gel.
Possibly, maybe, we might find something.
Yeah, we might find something. Hopefully. We'll hope for the best.
Well, let's hope for the best. Let's do it, brother. Tomorrow morning. What time? 6 a.m.?
Gun oil. That's good.
Make it out at 6.
That's a good one.
7? Chalo?
Chalo 7? Let's do 7 is the time. Because we can leave our bags here, no?
Yeah.
Leave our bags here and then we can wander down. Cool.
What is that? Fish? Wait. What is that? Like meats? They wrap it in banana leaf and then put it in a giant bamboo. In the fire. Dude, this is crazy because when we were in the jungle, if you put a light on at all that wasn't fire, bugs. Just 1,000 bugs. So I don't know how they're doing that, like with the... What are we watching right now? It says Mike OK, who's a travel vlogger we all enjoy the stream here. And he's in Northeast India, in Nagaland. Going into the jungle to track down a plane crash.
Good line.
Double Tamil. Very good.
Bro, you can't tell me. This guy's not smoking weed? This guy's not smoking weed? He doesn't have a joint right there?
Very good. River shrimp.
River shrimp.
Wow.
Shrimp?
Smells very good.
Oh,
damn.
Thank you, brother.
Crawdaddies? Oh, yeah.
Oh, bro.
Kankwa.
That's good.
It's called kankwa in our dialect.
Kankwa.
Kankwa, yeah.
My language, kankwa.
Kankwa. Very cool. Very cool. That is a piece of fatty, meaty Nagaland pork cooked in a bamboo.
Pork.
No, this was cooked in a pot.
How is the salt?
What up, Cosmopolitics?
That's fucking good. Good. Good, bro. Good. All good.
This looks like a pretty good meal, yeah.
Is he okay? Throwing up?
He's done.
He's done. So.
Uh-oh. Now we all cuddle up under the same blankie for warmth. Aww. That's so cute. Their little bare feet right next to each other. That is the face of a man who did not sleep a wink, dude.
It rained the whole night.
Oh yeah.
Thunder, lightning. I got bitten by something at about 1 a.m. on my neck. And over the course of the next 30 minutes, just intense itching.
Oh,
just spread.
My God.
All on my neck, my head and up my back. Even now, on my neck here. Oh, it was not nice. Not nice. See, this is why you should always, if you're going to cook with bamboo, you should always look inside for spiders.
Bro. Dude, that thing bit you. Which is wild. Because usually spiders don't like go out of their way to bite humans. But
are you gonna eat now or or have this lunch? Eat after. We can eat now if you guys. I mean, I'm not gonna eat now, but you guys can eat now. So I think the plan is. Here's the plan. Obviously, you guys can get down there quicker, right? Yeah. So you go ahead, or maybe these two guys, okay. Mr. King, they go down because they know the site, right? Yeah. So they head down there, they identify the site, they can start looking for stuff, they can start clearing things, and then by the time we get down there, we look together. Yeah. What do you think? That's good plan? Yeah. Okay, nice. These guys are taking their time. My guys, they woke up and now they're cooking, and it's fine, it's great, we've got to eat, but you know what I mean? I'd rather just make...
He's like, I want to get the fuck out of the jungle. He's saying, I need to get the fuck out of the jungle right now. Can we go find this plane and leave as fast as possible? I don't want to do that for another night, please.
Because then we've also got to go back up that thing again. That bug, whatever it is that bit me, they think it was a caterpillar. A caterpillar that crawled along my neck, and then when I was scratching it, I like spread along the, I don't know, the hairs, and then I got allergic or something like that, so.
What?
As fuck. Should be moving out very, very quickly. Alright, so I'm making a move now finally down to the crash site. Again, I don't know if I'm going to find anything. The sky's just gone dark and I've just heard thunder, so that's not good. Shalom.
How is the rock and everything? It's so slippery.
Fucking slippery, bro.
It's like damn slippery.
So slippery, man.
I actually don't think there are climates or like, well, I take that back. The desert in America is probably more hostile to life than this. You can definitely live out here and survive on this Like there's life. This is like actually very cohesive to life, but that kind of is the problem. In America, it's the desert you really need to be worried about, or like mountains, you know? Yeah, too much life is the problem. The planes are hostile too.
The rocks are
How
very
so?
slippery.
Where is this? This is in Nagaland, India, northeast India.
Yeah, because of the rain.
You think the plants are poisonous?
Yeah, don't touch these things.
Don't touch them.
Yeah, don't touch.
Okay.
Some plants are poisonous. If you touch them, you will be.
Agony. Fuck. Okay.
Imagine if he tripped. I mean, bro.
The guide said.
It's also like whenever you say, don't touch this one, it's like, oh, I have to look at every plant I'm coming back, like, or I'm going next to now. Like, what about, how do I identify this one? What do you mean don't touch this one? Everything looks like that one. Like, what the fuck do you mean? We're surrounded by that. What are you talking about? Like,
20 minutes. But their 20 minutes and my 20 minutes, very, very different.
You know?
Parkour. Just imagine 50 years back from now. Trapped in this jungle with no food, no supplies, less knowledge of the jungle. You don't need the enemy to kill you. The jungle itself will kill you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. If you can like tell, but
Thunder. I'm really pissed off. These guys that I hired, you know, I said let's get going at 7. The rain stopped about 7:30, and it was dry for an hour and a half. And they were fucking around. Should have just said, look, let's fucking leave at 7 o'clock.
This is what happens, dude. You start to, it gets to your head, bro. It gets to your head. I'm telling you, it does things to your mind. Oh, Mike, don't touch that. Don't touch that plant right there, dude.
This way?
Huh?
I mean, this is hard fucking travel, dude. I'm telling you. It's like, it's not fun.
This might be the most dangerous thing I've ever done in my entire life.
And sometimes you just, you know, you get to your breaking point. You start, you know, blaming other people, and I did the same thing. But also other people were to blame.
Fucking hell.
I put my safety in other people's hands. This is his own doing. You know what I mean?
You can see how this thing hasn't been like seen in so many years. It's just so deep in the jungle. That's just darkness down there.
Me going for a grinder hookup at 3 a.m.
I need to go that side.
You have to climb up?
Yeah.
Fuck me, bro.
Make sure you don't fall here.
Yeah, no shit, dude. That's fucking dangerous.
Yeah.
Okay, you go first.
You can't be talking about dangerous, bro.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it. You can.
That's slippy, bro.
Yeah.
I can't do it, man.
Oh no, don't pull that much. Don't pull that much. That is loose. Oh shit.
He missed the big step.
Yeah. Just hope. Just hoping. Yeah.
Oh god. I knew it was going to be tough, but I just didn't expect it to be this dangerous, man. We should have left so much earlier, Punchwiga.
There's a waterfall. It's pretty. Take a breath, Mike. Look at the waterfall. Center. Remember how awesome this is.
For fuck's sake, bro. How the fuck?
No, don't jump. Just slide in.
Yeah, but I can't get my ass on it.
Yeah, you can get your ass on it. Yeah. And yeah, now you can. You grab the rope. You can slide. Yeah.
Fuck, bro. That was fucking dangerous, and getting back's gonna be potentially worse.
Yeah.
What? They're there.
They're down there.
Yeah, have they found a spot? Yeah.
You know the exact spot.
They think it where? They think it crashed? Around there?
Yeah, just after this.
Is there any way of reaching?
Yeah, we have to reach there.
How the fuck are we going to do that? I'm worried that I'm not going to make it down there.
How's that any dangerous at all? Because if you fall and sprain your hip, sprain your ankle, twist your ankle, you're dead.
It's there only. Yeah, but how do we get there?
Like, you're just stuck.
Climb up and round. Yeah. Is that a leech?
Yeah.
Can you pull it off for me? He's already down there, right? So what you do is, because that's dangerous as fuck, right? For me. I'm not as skilled as you boys. I'm not as talented as you when it comes to jungle stuff. So the crash site's just here. Yeah. These guys go ahead, right? They have a look around for stuff. What do we think? Yeah? I just don't think that if there's nothing there, you got something on your eyebrow. If there's nothing there, then that's a fucking big risk. So you go ahead and look. If you see something, then we'll talk about it. Or maybe you stay with me, we'll send these guys.
He's like, you guys go up.
Or I stay here with Punchwiga and you go.
Set up the set.
What do you want to do?
And then we'll follow.
You go.
Let them go. And if they find anything else, they will call out.
Yeah.
Maybe we can risk it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just such a big drop, man. If you fall there, you're fucked.
You're totally fucked.
And it's just down here.
There's not a river anywhere close? Wait, what do you mean? It's right there. Pretty big. Ew.
So if you want to know where the line is for my sense of adventure, it's right there.
Fair, dude.
The thing is, man, like,
honestly, fair.
Wait, apparently the site's around the corner. We've sent the two guys to go and have a look. If there's something there, then maybe we'll go. Well, roving at least will go and document it. But for me, someone that didn't grow up here, someone that isn't, this is my first time on this kind of terrain in my entire life. And I'm wearing a fucking linen shirt.
Brother, dude, I'm sorry. If anybody on the internet shits on you for this, they are fucking insane. They are psychopaths, bro. You have done the thing, man. It's okay.
If you slip here, if I slip here and break my ankle, it's fucking game over.
Exactly.
I don't even know how you would rescue someone like that. I don't even know how.
Exactly.
I don't even know how.
just sitting here, you're reminded how remote you are and how far away you are, and then you think about this pilot who was probably in his early 20s. Imagine the last thoughts he had when he was hit by a plane, whether it was Japanese, British, whatever. Imagine his last thoughts. All you can see below you is hundreds of miles of jungle. It's a scary thought to face for a young man in his last moments of life. And I just hope that I managed to tell his story. Yeah.
What if he was a Nazi, dude? What if he was a Japanese imperialist?
It's been about an hour now since the guys left.
Look at the boy. Look at him. He's half off. He's getting very comfy. He can't even pick his head up. Oh shit. Chat, when did my light back there break? Oh frick, dude. The spinning light, it broke. Oh no, I can hear it spinning, but the light went out.
Which I guess is good news.
I gotta get another one.
Good news. They're just round this corner here. It's a shame. It's a shame I'm not helping.
I know, chat loved it.
You know, where do you draw the line?
I'll get another one.
I'm not an adventurer. I'm not an explorer. I'm not anywhere close to.
Dude, you so are.
I'm just an idiot with a camera. Yeah. This doesn't look very hopeful. Yeah. Any news? Talk to me.
You reached the spot.
Yeah.
We dug.
Yeah.
But we didn't find any.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Not one thing.
Yeah, not one thing.
All the things have gone under the debris.
Under the ground.
Yeah, under the ground. Yeah. Under the gravel and stuff.
Actually, I've captured a video. I've captured the spot.
Okay.
Then, Mike, this was the site where the engine was seen long back, and then we were trying our best to find out. But due to the mud carried down by the river during...
Dude, these guys are sick too. They're like recording videos at the location to explain it to him. Perfect English. These guys are dope as fuck.
Monsoon, it's been filled up. The pond has been filled up, so it's a bit difficult to see, but we are trying our best whether we could find it or not. We are hoping for the best.
As you can see, the one minuscule shovel we had between the five of us wasn't going to do the job, and a metal detector would have been lovely right now. I thought all hope was completely lost, but I was about to find out that this journey was far from over.
During the monsoon, the river brings all the mud and covered this area.
Yeah.
So we couldn't find anything. We tried to dig.
Okay. Brother, thank you.
Yeah,
give me a hug.
I mean, hey, listen, this is what happens when you go searching on myths. You know, ask Indiana, okay? When you go around searching for jungle myths, sometimes you come up empty.
Well, chaps, I don't know what I was expecting. There's been 80 monsoons since that plane crashed, and it's on a river. And I know people are going to be saying, why on earth did you think that was possible? I've been thinking about this for a very long time, very, very long time. And there was a 99% chance of me finding nothing, but I knew that I wasn't going to be able to rest until I'd gone to look for it myself. And I think if there's anything you can take away from that, it's like I've still checked something off up here. I've still checked something off, you know? I can now put this to rest. Well, I say I can put it to rest, not yet. We're going to a village called Yankiri. The reason I haven't been there yet is because I only heard about this yesterday from this other village.
Bro, what? He's like, wait, what, dude? Your brain just flipped on?
They're from the other district, which is on the other side of the river, and it's only a short drive from this village. Now, apparently, they also have some pieces of this plane that they've collected in the past 80 years, or I guess 30 years ago, beyond that. We're gonna go there, we're gonna just check these pieces out, take pictures, get stories, and then hopefully I can go back to the UK, because I'm going back to the UK soon. I can go back to the UK and I can make some phone calls, I can send some emails, and I can try to identify where this plane came from and who was in it. The story's not over yet. Yeah.
That'd be cool if he actually did figure something out. Bro.
Monkey sound. Monkey sound.
Why do you want to make monkey sound?
You know what I fancy for dinner? Bit of monkey.
A monkey? Yeah, to eat?
Getting out of the jungle was way more difficult than going in. Now that I'm out of the jungle, I'm feeling
monkey butlers.
Very down. Like I failed.
Righteous gemstones.
I feel like if there was ever going to be a chance to, you know, uncover this mystery of the fucking plane in the jungle, that was it.
No, they didn't. They said that basically the river, like the monsoons bring through like a ton of mud and like reshape that entire ecosystem every year. So it's in the 60 years since it crashed or whatever, 80 years. Yo, Rise On, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. What up, Rise Raiders? Too few brain cells. God, that's such a good emote. Holy fuck. Incredible emote. Welcome in, everybody. Chat, if you wouldn't mind doing me a favor and checking out Rhizome. Thank you for the shout out. Yeah, I was just typing it. Getting Rhizome up in here, and you know, go drop Rhizome a follow. It's a great stream. You'll have a fun time. Rhizome does brain rot content, so they watch a lot of the stuff coming out of the right wing and do it together in like a fun gamified way, and it's interesting to kind of like tap into that kind of stuff. I watch on occasion as much as I can take. Try not to lose too many brain cells though. Today was nuclear. I need to chat today. Yeah, I wonder, but what about it? I kind of want to learn. I want to do more Chud watch about the kneecap outrage, people being really mad at musicians, you know, punk hip hop acts saying uncouth things as if that's the first thing that's the first time that's ever happened, you know, like they were born yesterday. But anyway, chat, we were watching a video from Mike OK. We're close to the end. He's in the jungle of northeast India doing some wild, like, exploring through a jungle, and got like bitten by a caterpillar.
Doggy, hey doggy, let's walk through a village that I haven't seen a white dude in 100 years. Hey.
Yeah, take care, Rhizome.
Hey bro. Bosh, good job bro, be careful with that knife.
He's one of the person, okay, he's one of the person.
Hello sir, what's your name?
My name is Jacob.
Jacob. Yeah. Christian name? Yeah, Michael. We have Bible names.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you sir. So, Rogan was just telling me about this man. Yeah.
Now, he's one of the person who bought, you know, the metals from the plant.
Yeah.
Yeah, they went together, they cut off the metal, and they bought many stuff. And
so this guy, the white guy, Mike, he went to this like remote region of northeast India and heard stories of a plane that crashed there around World War II, and they don't even know if like what country it is. Nobody's ever like documented it, but he's like, other people have like brought him artifacts in the region from this plane, and so they went into the jungle to try to find it, couldn't find it, and so now they're talking to a different village to try to get more stories about people who have been there and seen it and brought things back.
In some of the
to try to like
there were numbers.
uncover the mystery of what this plane was.
Yeah.
But his sister sold them to the scrap dealers.
Your sister sold them to the scrap dealers. Oh. Oh God. Okay, and you don't think there's anything that remains? Can you ask him? Hello, sir. Oh, you look so fresh, bro. Mate, wearing the Lacoste, man. Don't sit near me. I smell. You smell so good, bro. You smell so good. I smell.
He got a shower.
I smell bad.
I smell lavender.
You smell like lavender. I smell like shit. But
he got some lavender skincare. Dude, I love these people.
On the phone to one of the neighboring villages, and they've asked us. They told us to come.
He's like, I got. As soon as he gets into town, gets a shower, gets some fresh clothes.
They have a piece.
Mike's still like dirty as fuck.
With a number.
Everybody else is in their normal outfits.
It's quite difficult to make out. So we're gonna go there now. Punch, are you gonna join us?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, perfect. You smell so good, bro. You smell this. I wish you could smell what I'm smelling right now. I smell, and you can smell me from here as well. And I smell gross, dude. Okay, let's go to this village.
We both smell like a buffalo.
Right then, boys. Right then, Roving Naga. Right then, best smelling man in the entire of Nagaland. Let's please, dear God, please.
Yeah, no, we watch all kinds of travel content in here, and a lot of it is cringe, like white people in weird places. But Mike's a good one. He's a good one.
Let's find.
I was saying earlier, like he travels out of a love for people. Like he sees beauty in everybody in a cool way, no matter where he is. He did a Iraq recently. That was a really good series. He went to North Korea, but those videos were kind of disappointing because it didn't seem like he could talk to many like locals. So it was just a lot of him like describing being driven around by his tour group.
Something that can give us something to take away from this.
Stop.
Oh, right. But this is an even more remote village.
Yeah.
I can't believe that, dude. That guy retrieved pieces of the plane with numbers.
Amy, welcome in. Thank you for the raid.
Just sold it to the scrap dealer. I would have given him.
Thank you. Housing has arrived. Hell yeah. Thank you. Chat. Join me in checking out Amy as well. Amy does great streams, is like a professional academic in housing justice and housing initiatives. Does like news around housing and stuff. Super awesome streamer. Highly recommend you give her a follow. Check her out.
The money that she would have got.
We're watching a travel video. Northeast India.
From selling it for scrap. 100 times I would have given her. This road's making me nervous. At this point, I just want to get out alive.
That's pretty scary.
Village.
Whoa, they have a volleyball field. That's cool.
Hi. Hello.
I wonder what game they play there. Probably volleyball, right?
These people must be thinking. Rodrigo.
Yes.
These people must be thinking, why is there a white man come all the way to this edge of come to the edge of the world?
They must be wondering.
They must be wondering. I've come all the way to the edge of the world. Yeah, thank you, bro. Come all the way to the edge of the world to look at a piece of metal. Hello, sir. How are you? Michael, nice to meet you.
Tôi quay xe cái bác sắm khăn. Tôi được lo khăn thành sự.
What's he saying?
Yeah, he has something.
He has something.
That is the thing.
Itu tuh gue lah burakan sopi jangan buke.
방아 jadi kira bisina, China bukina nya lah kasih dah. Them, but others also many people went down there to carry the the metals and stuff from there.
Because people wanted to use it for scrap metal, right?
Metal
People wanted to sell the
tools.
Yeah,
tools.
Tools.
They're making dowels and knives out of it.
Yeah. So is this the only thing that he's aware of that's in the village?
Itu kali asna busi itu kali asna alag asna. Boila chudu budu bukhakan no sab loha tina de bikri korishi la. He's saying that there must be some pieces, but he believes that they might have sold
them.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at this.
Side by side,
yeah.
He's saying that if you watch from a particular angle, you'll happen to see it.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
Heavy. It's rusted up, isn't it?
Yeah.
I feel like he could be asking better questions to get to the bottom of this too.
Okay.
Like how many propellers? Like what kind of plane was it? Like these.
Ide lop side by side ito, lop nampak ang side dikit itu te bra sawo lagi. Why? Kind of machine gun, no? Because
it could be a gun. Could be something to do with the gun.
Yeah.
Yeah. When did he find this? What year?
Kita lah tahu itu paisi dah itu. Itu tu kira logo obo pare. Oh. So it might have been found immediately.
Yeah.
After the crash.
Okay.
Whoa, really?
Dead body paisi na lako cover na. Dead body la mi burakan gibi odi saisi tu libi dead body tu na. Na tikhi libi kapra khan tu burakan dikhi se kusi. Mane kapra tu dikhi se ngabi kohoni so.
Yeah, he said he was trying to document like stuff that's been around it to try to identify, what plane it was and.
What did he say about the bodies?
Yeah, so what he's saying is that
inspire for travel. Oh, interesting.
They didn't actually, but according to his elders, according to his elders.
Yeah.
They found some clothes hanging in the trees.
Yeah.
But not bodies.
No bodies were found.
Yeah, I think it's scattered,
Yeah.
See
how and then I guess it just got degraded or eaten beaten by a bear or something like that.
Something like that.
Interesting.
Then he's narrating the same story like we have been narrating there.
In your village, yeah.
Sometimes you happen to see some parts, but due to the landslide, it cover-ups and then.
Yeah. It's like if the rainwater washes the thing away, then we can see it. And in some years, the river carried the debris, like the small gravels, the salts, cover up the mud and everything.
Yeah. Okay then. So that's it then, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very, very happy that you kept this and that you didn't tell him, roving. Tell sir, I'm very, very happy that he kept this and that he didn't sell it to the scrap dealers. If I could fit it in my backpack, I would buy it off you. Please keep this, sir. Maybe one day I'll come and collect it. Okay.
Mike, can we have a picture with
let's get a picture with it. Yeah. So I've also had some.
You should document it. I don't know. I feel like you should be filming it very close up and getting a bunch of details from a bunch of different angles.
With a bomb.
That's what's actually useful for identifying it, right?
It's a bomb that I believe was recovered from the crash site. So it could be. I mean, I doubt that plane. I doubt this plane would have carried any bombs if it was a fighter plane.
Yeah.
It might just be a bomb from another area. We don't know. Let's go and have a look.
Oh, he does? Cool.
Hello, madam. How are you? So nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. Hello, madam. How are you? How are you? Let's have a look at this bomb. So this looks like.
This one is a live bomb.
Oh, they look exactly the same.
Live bomb is still active.
And this looks like a.
I think even this one is still alive.
It's the same as the ones they had earlier. And they take the gunpowder out. That's what they said.
Okay. 1944. This is what we want, bro.
1944, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Be careful with the cap there down there. It's still alive. It's still alive.
It's still alive.
Yeah.
What?
It's still alive.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need someone to hold this while I take a picture of the bottom of it. Be careful with the cap, it's still alive.
1944.
1944, M.
I'm sorry, what?
18, CB and Co.
No,
This is...
Same.
This is the same, okay. So they were the same, but this still has its back end attached. Which means, but this is what looks...
And this one has had its top, like, rusted off.
It looks like when it drops.
Yeah.
When it drops, only one. Single one.
Yeah. This will blow and this will land on... maybe this is the cap.
This is the cap, yeah. Lands on that, explodes the whole thing. But why is this and this together? We don't know.
I think
this
part of...
This thing is, I think this thing is used, this powder is used to propel this one.
From the plane?
Yeah.
True.
It's used to propel
And
this
then
one.
Agreed.
So it's strong. It's very possible that this was never propelled from the plane. It maybe came out of the plane when it crashed.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. King, thank you, my friend.
Stop
really
poking
appreciate
it.
your expertise.
Yeah, if they were like, this is live, I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna go stand 40 feet away. Like, I want 50 feet between me and that thing forever. At least. I am way too close to this. Please take this and go 50 feet away from me.
Did a great job. Thank you, brother. Brother, listen.
Fuck no.
So much for your help.
You're most
You've
welcome.
been great help. You've been great help, brother. Thank you.
Well, most welcome.
Yeah. Big up to Punchuiga. Hi. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See you. Nice to meet you. Bye-bye, madam. See you. Bye-bye. In the past 2 hours, I've gone from very depressed, very down, very unaccomplished. Is that a word? Unaccomplished? I didn't even know. I'm so tired. And now I feel on top of the world. I feel great. I think we might even.
I thought somebody was just singing in the village.
And it's all thanks to my very good friend Roving Naga. Bro, you've done so much on this trip, bro. He organised everything. He did, because I wasn't here, there was nothing I could do.
No, there's like instruments, and he's walking through.
And I'll keep you updated on how the identifying the plane is going. Oh God, I'm tired and alive. This is a Hawker Hurricane, and I'm pretty sure it's my plane. Remember that long piece of metal that we found in the village? That's a 22mm Hispano cannon. And although it was used by a few planes during World War II, only one of those planes was operating extensively over Nagaland when fighting the Japanese in 1944, the Hawker Hurricane. And I think I may have actually found the exact plane.
No way.
Exact pilot. Let me explain.
Wow.
In 1944, Kohima in Nagaland was a strategic stronghold connecting India to East Asia under British control. The Japanese aimed to seize it, leading to the decisive Battle of Kohima in 1944. This exact time is consistent with the time that this man believed the plane went down. Now, the only plane during the Battle of Kohima that was using 20mm Hispano cannons was the Hawker Hurricane. Who was flying the Hawker Hurricane? The Royal Air Force. In my research, I found a website called the RAF Command's Aircraft Losses Database, which lists every single incident related to a plane going down or being lost between 1939 and 1947, and in that database there are 4 records of RAF Hurricanes going down over Nagaland, and none of them matched my plane. For example, Flight Lieutenant Robert Gordon Johnson, whose starboard cannon exploded mid-flight and he crash-landed on an airfield in Dimapur. Or Flight Sergeant Draycott, who was killed in a crash in the Naga Hills between Kohima and Imphal South.
I mean, if this was never investigated, never found, like people haven't been there, then would they still classify it under this? Like, as far as the Army knows, that guy just disappeared.
As I said, none of these reports seem to match the area and circumstances I was looking for. I needed a plane that went down in this area, was never found, and the pilot did not survive. I was about to lose hope, until I came across Jimmy Whalen.
Jimmy?
On the 18th of April 1944, Flight Lieutenant Jimmy Whalen of the Royal Canadian Air Force was shot down in his Hawker Hurricane just north of Kohima by Japanese ground forces. This is the flight report from his wingman. We were flying from Durgaon in Assam when Jimmy was killed. He led 6 Hurricanes on an attack on the rifle range. The rifle range was a code name for a Japanese position. I was his number 2. We bombed in sections of 2, and Jimmy and I were the first in bombing with 2 250-pound bombs with 11-second delays fitted. I was slightly behind Jimmy, and we dropped our bombs at about 50 feet, and as we left the target area, Jimmy's plane did a barrel roll and crashed. It was a very sad day on the squadron because he was by far the most popular officer and pilot in both the officers' and sergeants' mess. We carried out 2 more attacks that day, and on both occasions we looked for his plane, but there was nothing to be seen in the dense jungle. I'm about to show you a map of Durgaon, where the planes left from, and I'm going to show you where they bombed, and I'm going to show you where, according to this, his plane would have gone down.
Wow.
So as you can see,
this is cool.
The plane left from Durgaon in Assam and dropped bombs on its target in Kohima. Now, according to the incident report from his number 2, Jimmy was hit just after leaving Kohima, returning to Durgaon. And this is where the man we spoke to said it was hit in between those 2 villages, if you remember. And here is Durgaon, and here is the village we left from, Longasenyu. This is the part of dense jungle that I believe Jimmy's plane crashed. So unfortunately, without a serial number, there's absolutely no way I can be 100% sure that this is the correct plane or the correct pilot. But trust me, I'm sure. It was flying on a direct line from Durgaon in Assam to Kohima, and on the way back was hit and crash landed. It was a Hawker Hurricane.
It's still mind-blowing to me that the Japanese got this far. I'm like, that. I feel like this is like reshaping my entire understanding of the Japanese imperial like reach.
The plane was never found. So I think I can say that this is the plane of Lieutenant.
They had like established
80
camps and like, you know, it was very far and thin. Okay. That kind of makes sense.
Nearly 24-year-old.
That sounds, yeah, that's mind-blowing.
Was fighting, he's 5 years younger than me, alone in a plane on the other side of the world. And he was killed. And his mother, sister, brother, father, everyone never heard or saw from him ever again. And they're all dead now. But 80 years later, I'd like to hope that whoever's watching this video now does know his name and knows who he is and who he was. And he was a hero. He was a hero. And he was a kid. There's one more thing I have to do, and I had to call a friend of mine in Kohima to help me out.
It is talked about a lot in Indian history. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
They never found his body, but what they did do...
I think when we learn about we learn about World War II history, we typically hear mostly about like America's relationship. You know, like we very rarely learn about like even like Japan's, you know, like actions in China. We really don't. Or Korea, like, or Vietnam, like none of these places are ever mentioned.
They commemorated a gravestone for him thousands of miles away from his home country in Nagaland.
This was Imperial Japan's borders at its height. And so are they like over here? From Myanmar? Or is that, no, that's, wait, is that Myanmar? Yeah, because this is Malaysia. That is Myanmar, yeah. Burma, Myanmar. Interesting. And Thailand was a Japanese puppet state, right? But technically, we're not colonized. They're very proud of that. Dude, look at that dog. Damn, dude, he found his grave? That's crazy. And photos of him? That's wild, dude. What a trip. What a crazy YouTube video. Wow, that was sick. Well, I'm glad we watched. That was fucking dope. Well, please do more. How about I do the adventure my own damn self? How about that? How about we do Indiana Jones, baby? Indiana Jones. Wait, what is that? Oh, wait, who is this? Who is Rennie Vlogs? I definitely wanted to follow this one or subscribe to Roving Naga though. That's sick. Okay, we are in Sukhothai, Thailand, during World War II, under Japanese occupation and Italian and, you know, a bunch of other nasties. We just got an idol we're meant to take to Pai Lin. Oh yeah, Annika. There was the blonde lady who was my former student, and she lost her arm. We're doing side quests.
That was the sound of someone who bit off more than they could chew.
Ah, sounds painful.
Wait, should I just use... Okay, we're fine.
Look out!
Oops, sorry. Hold on, let me set title and game.
Easy Jones.
Easy Jones. Chad, is anybody playing a good passive game right now? Or the passive game I've been playing right now is currently is Slay the Spire, and that's pretty active. What do you mean by a passive game? Like something you can play with like one hand. Something you can play while like watching something else or in a meeting for something else, or you know, I don't know, something that doesn't require a lot of attention, but it's still fun. I have 3,200,000 to pay off. The fuck? What the fuck?
สวัสดีครับ Are you
It's a lot
looking for something else, mister?
Let me think about it.
Okay.
You are my favorite couple.
Cogwheels.
Would you like to buy?
Good.
Brother, how did you get so much debt? That's when you declare bankruptcy? Yeah. But subscribe before you do. Wait, I remember I got the code for this. Okay, I can't remember the code, but I probably wrote it in my journal. 2480.
You can't outsmart me.
Nice.
Look at this read.
Pylan's message. If you read this, you have chosen to follow the path of the tigers and fight for freedom. This message is for anyone who shares our beliefs. After our defeat in Krungtep, we sought refuge in the north. I took us to Sukhothai, the birthplace of Somsak, my late husband. We were provided shelter and food by the local residents. They showed us there were people out there who believed in our cause. Now Sukhothai is under attack, not by guns and bombs, but by shovels and pickaxes. It is being plundered of its heritage by foreigners who have been led in here by the corrupt general, and who only seeks to bolster his military power. Anyone who fights the soldiers is a friend of the tigers. Anyone who fights is a champion of freedom. Friends of the tigers who may take what they wish from the supplies in this box or in the supply stashes that can be found elsewhere in Sukhothai. Resist the oppression, Pylin. Oh, hell yeah. Fuck yeah, Pylin. Wait, did we know that she was like that? There's that kind of like new info that she's like a revolutionary. Alright, let's go to the village. Alright, where's Pylin?
Stay out of trouble, okay?
They were using the explosives to open a way into an ancient tomb.
And? Did they find anything? Oh.
Make sure it's safe.
I will. Thank you, Dr. Jones. By the way, what happened to the blonde-haired lady? My spies saw soldiers rushing her out of the jungle. Missing an arm?
Let's just say she bet on the wrong horse.
Huh. I'm glad you're on our side.
W helping anti-colonialist forces. Can you, bro? Indy would fucking totally be preserving shit in Gaza right now. Okay, there's another side quest we can do with this cave, or we can just do the main quest. Let's do the main quest. I can always come back and do this other stuff. Where do we go? Oh yeah.
Hi there.
Sawadi.
Damn it. You don't bring explosives to a dig site.
Wait, where am I going? Like way up there, huh? How close can I get through these? What? Damn, not very. Wat Chana Song Kong is definitely closer. Alright, let's just do it. And then we gotta go that way. Alright, let's get on. Let's go boating. Under the bridge. Chat, I've never found one of the costumes to like get access to the fight clubs. Is that just something you like pick up, or like you just have to find it? Has anybody played this game? It's really good. It's a great game. I'm enjoying the hell out of it. Oops, sorry. Oh shit, I need a switch. Headphones on. It helps if you turn them on. Quick tip.
What is that?
The yak in the water. Like Sunan told us.
He said he talked to it. It wasn't just some statue.
He's a storyteller. He exaggerated. Just hope he spoke the truth about the underwater tunnel. Standing guard in the river.
Oh, damn, it's right here, huh? Okay, it's okay. We have Ace.
Are you going to look for it?
We have a breathing underwater device, which is a wild invention to just make up. Right? Like, this was in Star Wars. Oh shit, I'm gonna fucking drown. Uh-oh.
You should have gone to Tong Dang's, my friend.
I have like a breathing device. It's like an underwater breathing device, but not scuba. And there's no oxygen tank. I know you're confused because that doesn't exist. But for some reason it exists in this game. Let's go. Wait, what the heck?
Need to get it working first. Khmer were masters of using water to power their machinery.
Cogwheel.
I don't need more cogs.
Need more cogs. Does that work? Kind of hard to tell. Maybe one in between there? Small one? Okay. Wait, we just need one more. Wait for it. Shit, but it's a big one. Does that work? I feel like those don't met. These two are not meshing, right? Frick. Give me that. Give me that. I knew I was missing something. The fuck?
Cogs aren't in the right place. Mechanisms are Khmer.
The cogs aren't in the right place. Wait, what the fuck? Am I supposed to use the cogs from over there?
The mechanism isn't working.
Okay. So I have to put the gears over here. I was doing the wrong puzzle, I guess.
I need more cogs.
It's doing something.
That's done. Now the other side.
Wait, how the fuck did I have this, dude? Look at all the pieces over here. Okay, I think it was... Yes, this. And then two here.
fuck?
Must be some water around here that's supposed to power this. The mechanism isn't working.
Am I fucking stupid? Is water supposed to come from over here, maybe? Ah, yes. I just got too horny when I saw the gear. Didn't finish this area. Okay. Now. Boom.
That's both of them done. Let's try this.
Wow.
Jones!
Wow.
Wow.
You said it.
What's that?
Snakes.
Gina.
Jones?
Gina!
Oh. Stay still.
I am being still.
Don't move.
That was a big
Snake.
What? Anacondas. Ain't no way.
This place gives me the heebie-jeebies.
The Hebrew what?
Anacondas are docile, not in movies.
Why did they build this?
Not in movies, they aren't. I've seen Anaconda. It was exactly like this. Oh my god, I saw it again over there. Did you see it? I just saw it right there. Gina, I'm scared.
I don't see any way up there.
There's got to be an entrance beneath the surface.
What if there is a way through one of those towers sticking up?
Okay.
Good thinking. Let's take a look.
Oh my god. I have to go down in there? Get to the pyramid. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Only thing standing on the... Okay. Let's try over here. These towers? These? Are these
Watch
towers?
where you're steering. Watch out for the snake.
Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. What's that? What's that sound?
What is that?
Yak in the water.
Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Talk to it. It wasn't just some statue.
Wait, it's so scary.
Storyteller. He exaggerated. Let's just hope he spoke the truth about the underwater tunnel.
Indy, why are you not freaking the fuck out, dude? I'm sorry. I need the writing to be better in this moment. Oh my god.
What were you steering?
Shut up. What do you mean watch where I'm steering? What Minecraft mod is this? It's actually Roblox. Like a 7-year-old.
There's got to be an entrance beneath the surface.
What if there is a way through
7-year-old
towers sticking out from the water?
Good thinking. Let's take a look.
designed it. Wait, like are these towers?
Do you see a way in?
No, maybe at the next tower.
Okay, so I was going the right way. Why did I get eaten by a snake then? There's only one tower that lets me go in. And it's really scary.
Whoa! Watch out for the snake.
Don't say that.
It's just a snake. It's just a snake. It's just a big, big snake.
Okay, wait. I can't see. Is this where I'm supposed to? I think so. What the fuck? I'm too scared. I think I just need to go through there. Like this, right? Bro, this guy's gonna eat me. This guy's gonna fucking eat me. I don't think there's a way through here. I think I'm wrong, but I'm too spooked to try anything else. Oh my god. That's so terrifying. Oh, so you're supposed to use these as like, I see. As safety. Oh shit, I hate that. Oh my god, I don't see anything. Chat, where do I go? Where do I go? I'm gonna get eaten. I'm gonna get eaten. I'm gonna get eaten. Oh, I see, okay. Got it. Okay. Oh man, that sound is really bad. Also, I'm gonna drown. Bro, get off of the fucking thing. Get off of it. You're gonna drown. Oh, dude. I didn't think there were even spots. I tried to go over here. Was I just too slow? Ain't no way I can go over here. Yeah, look. Oh, here.
The yak in the water, like Sunan told us. He's a storyteller. He exaggerated.
Done talking to you, Gina.
Storyteller. He exaggerated. It's just hope he spoke the truth about the underwater tunnel. Jesus! That was close.
If I was India, I'd never get in water ever again, bro. Are you kidding me? Just above my pay grade.
Didn't expect this.
Wow.
This architecture reminds me of the cave underneath Khufu's pyramid. Oh god.
Oh no, he's up here too. We're gonna get Sekiro mountain snake.
Never seen a mushroom that big.
Oh my god. Wait, what? That just fell now? Why? It's been here for thousands of years. Okay, what the fuck? What am I supposed to do? No place to whip? I don't think I can jump that, can I? Can I? No. Dude, I thought I could like climb on the mushroom or something. Okay, I'll be back. Hold on. Okay. Oh.
Use this to latch onto with the whip.
I didn't notice the trident. I didn't even see that.
Jesus. It's just a bad dream. It's gotta be. Stacks of stone blocks covered in script, like a prehistoric library. Marcus won't believe this. You're from a long time ago.
Wait, what? It's a secret? Oh shit, dude, get me out of here. Oh my god, the snake is so scary. Shit, there's another trident somewhere. Oh, is there a bunch of tridents over there? Got a lot of tridents, dude. Easy.
All right. Where's that damn snake?
Where's the fucking snake? A step on you.
I know it's here.
Pitfall 3D? Is that a game? I didn't know that existed. Pitfall, like the old Atari game, right? Why doesn't the snake just eat me? Wow.
Armored world.
That's wild.
What the hell happened here?
Oh my god. Give me another trident! This is crazy.
Huh?
Take care, Sarah. Killed it.
Let's hope that did it. Well, a good steak is a dead steak.
Let's fucking go. You say you don't need an AR-15, so you have to deal with 30 to 50 feral hogs or a 50-foot snake. True. On both accounts. The feral hog problem is very real. Unironically. It's actually very serious. Okay, wait, now I need a... I actually do need a trident. Also, are they gonna explain why there's so many tridents? Okay. Feral hogs are crazy, though. Just helicopter hog hunting in Texas. Yeah, I've done it. I've done not helicopter, but I've gone hog hunting in Alabama. They're really destructive. They actually are.
The retribution. We'll just add this to the collection.
That might not make it. Loading screen. Okay, where do we go? Just climbing. If you miss all of the tridents, like if you just suck at aiming and you throw all three and miss them, what happens? Oh, fuck. That was too green. I thought I could stand there. The game uninstalls and says to get good before it closes. True. Real and true. Gina?
The fall.
Jones? Are you alright?
Yeah!
Can you come get me? Can you help me up? Thank God the snake didn't eat you.
Okay?
Well done. What is this place?
I'm not sure. Kind of reminds me of the cave where I found the idol of Ra.
How could a cave be built by the ancient Egyptians?
I don't think it was built by the Egyptians. Maybe.
Ancestors of the Vatican giants. Many thousands of years ago. Sounds impossible.
Aliens. It had to be aliens. No other option. That's why the Nazis want to do alien
What
shit.
did these handles do?
I don't know. But there's two of them.
I'll take this one. You take the other. I'm ready.
Go!
There. That's it.
Ooh. Game.
These stone pieces. They must be part of the puzzle.
It's like he's guarding something.
Wait, what is... I don't really understand what is...
The game reveals the secret.
Oh. Are we playing a game, Jones? I love games.
Okay. Oh, more pieces.
That hatch is open.
Easy. Do I even need that many?
took a type, perhaps. Not sure. I'll have to study it some more. Yes. Mountain. Rock. Stone. It's here, Gina. This map shows the way to the stone.
This is great. We are ahead of both.
Never doubted. Got it. Let's find a way out of here.
Yeah, it's a beautiful game. Really good sound design, the level design, it's amazing.
Knowledge is a curse.
Lucas, or Locus.
Brings only death.
Oh no.
How the fuck did you get in here?
I warned you.
You know what? You did. And darn it, you win. I'm gonna give you what you want. It's just right here.
Why? Gina.
Run. Run!
Are you okay?
Doing great.
He's just right at the water.
I will find a way down to you.
Man, I don't want to fight this guy anymore.
Tell that to the Nazis.
I'm tired of fighting you, Locus.
I have seen your kind before. Relentless treasure hunters. All the same.
I am nothing like Boss.
You dig too deep. The earth will swallow you.
Oh shit. Get up, and
You must not learn the secret.
Why? Why are you protecting it?
I should have. Oh no! Save him! Save him! Save him! Oh my god! He's fucking wrestling it! He's fucking choking it! Okay, dude, this guy's sick as fuck. You just killed that snake with his bare fucking hands.
I need to know what the stones are for!
You need to know nothing.
One way or another,
I'm gonna figure it out. Then I will help you. And I will just keep beating you up.
Hey! You two! You're acting like two little schoolboys, do you know that? Boss is expecting you to fight. And while you're too busy fighting, he's gonna steal the stones from under our noses.
I must protect the words. I must atone for my ancestors.
Oh, for God's sake! Who cares? You are both stuck in the past. And right now there is a great evil spreading throughout the world. And we can choose to fight against it or each other.
I have no choice.
Indy, you fucking asshole. You piece of shit.
Great distraction.
I meant what I said.
You fucking dick.
Let's get out of here. This place giving me the heebie-jeebies.
The GB-heebies. We just left that guy face down in the water. This place gives me the CBGBs, yeah. Where am I going? Speak to Sunan? Is there anything else I can do over here? Oh, yeah.
Sunan could help us with it. He knows this place better than anyone.
I should talk to him after we've followed up on all our leads here in Sukhothai.
Yeah, so that's like a do everything you want to do because the main story is moving away from this place. So let's do this side quest. That was a cool little dungeon though, bro. The fucking crazy snake boss battle. That's wild.
You've been fighting, haven't you?
Aren't I a popular fella?
I just got here. Can you calm down?
See you soon.
Che diavolo? Davvero molto strano.
I think the odds are in your favor.
Meglio controllare. Molto strano. Uomo a terra, qui! Sangue freddo e concentrazione!
Fuck.
L'ha battuto! Trovato!
Okay, we're still good. We're still undercover. That's a tight opening, Indy. This looks promising. Looks like a cave to me. Ah! Oh, that's scary.
Looks like he was trying to get out.
I'd say this game should have more lethal traps.
Whoa. What was that?
What the?
Prayer wheel, telling the story of how the Nephilim came to Sukhothai. The prayer wheel. I don't feel so good.
Oh, what the hell? Oh shit, we passed out. What the fuck? Checkmate.
Welcome back, Indy. Henri, this place you found, it's fascinating.
What are you doing here?
Wait.
I thought the Secret Order of Giants were a part of the Vatican. Does this look like the Vatican to you?
You're a long way away from home, Tonio.
We keep passing this. It's going in a circle.
Indy, you think you are in your college right now?
I'm not sure.
It die, Henri. This is almost as bad as when you took that shell to the head.
I think this letter is for you, Indiana.
You were never where you were supposed to be. The lecture hall.
My desk. Oh my goodness.
You shouldn't be here. The administration fired you.
That's right.
This is my home.
Then why did you run away from it? That's your problem. You're never here when people need you.
Oh, it's getting worse and worse. Wait, what the heck? Wait, this is the... Oh, that's her sister. Wait, we didn't get to see her face earlier. Oh, she's frozen.
Something's not right here.
I think this looks right.
A gift from her, I think.
She learned to hate me.
Now, who left? That's where that belongs. Weren't you looking for that thing?
This isn't supposed to be here.
Well, we all have our weaknesses, don't we?
The fuck?
Yes, that's right.
Is it?
I think this looks right.
That is Zamish. That's Adamic for rebirth.
You...
His Zamish.
Marcus?
Ew, what's
Hey.
that? Oh, it's locusts.
There's our dashing archaeologist.
Oh, wow. Why am I seeing Gina's past? Just keep advancing through this. Kind of crazy.
The giant from Sunan's story. Do you think they hid in this cave from something?
What story?
The Nephilim must have been scared, sheltering in a cave. Don't you agree, Dr. Jones?
I know you're in there. Just let me in, alright? We can talk. Talk! Just like the old times, like when we were young.
Trump and G. Trump. G, we can talk. Just give me a call. Give me a call, G.
How is she doing without her sister?
She's strong.
Take better care of her than you did the last one, Dr. Jones. Or there'll be hell to pay.
Hello?
Izzy,
Marion, is that you?
of course I'm me. What are you doing, sir? I heard the college fired you.
It's not fair.
You made me fall in love with you, then run away when I needed you.
That's what's not fair.
I didn't mean...
What would your father think?
Don't bring him into this.
You don't have a job, you don't have a marriage, you gave up everything just so you could run around with some floozy fighting Nazis. Well, you know what? Some of us have real responsibilities.
Marion, listen. You're not Marion.
Who the hell's Marion?
The phone.
Keeps calling me too. I don't know what's in. It'll all end in tears, Dr. Jones. Mark my words.
Damn, it's getting more and more wild in here. This is so cool. Set designers, the environment designers, absolutely fucking nailed it, man. This game is so cool. This is the price you pay. Find room 11.
We don't have a room 11.
In. One.
We are all going around in circles, repeating the same events. Is that the truth
Two.
of the great struggle? That the bigotry of it...
3. 4. 5.
A very strange poster, Indiana. Modern art, I suppose.
The picture. The fuck is room 11, dude? There's no more rooms.
I thought it belonged in the Vatican. I think Ernesto put this one here too.
Are these mine?
10, and then it goes back to 1. The fuck? Is this new or no? This is getting worse, right? Yeah, the poster's gone. I am progressing. Opens by someone else? What in the hell? This is a head scratcher. This is room 10. Wait. Do I need to go all the way back to the last locked door?
I don't remember this. Where did this photo come from? Strange thing to take a picture of. When did I take this? Something to drink?
Oh.
Don't mind if I do. Wine's gone bad.
Such a waste, Ollie.
For this is my blood of the covenant, poured out for many unto remission of sins. Left, not right. Or was it right, not left?
Okay. We're redoing this. 3 for right foot.
Left, right. I can't tell the difference.
Shut up, I know. I can. Alright. Alright, let's get the last 3. This one was 3, 2, 2.
Let's try this. Just for fun. Oh, I sure hope I didn't break anything. Wonder what this stick does. Why did I leave this here?
Don't get lost in the past, Gina.
I'm sorry. I know how much being a teacher meant to you.
Barnett's always looking for people, right?
Why did you do it, Indiana? Why did you leave?
Am I upside down or?
What are you doing up there, Indy? You're all topsy-turvy.
Oh my goodness. Now I'm on the ceiling.
Still, door 11? Where is that?
Fucking true.
X10.
11. 11. How did the Romans count to 11?
Bro, shut up. Wait, this is one, right? Can I not add it to that? Oh, I have to find. Oh, what the fuck?
5.
Need a 1, right? Oh shit, did I drop it? No. We get to see him dancing. Where was the other one you could put it in? Oh yeah, right here. Door 11.
There it was. Room 11. It was there all along.
What does it say?
Ek Dashu. It means temple. The Nephilim sure built a lot of temples, didn't they, old boy?
Sure did.
Why do we always fall in love in the past?
Wait, what?
Why do
Shit.
we always fall in love? It hurts to lose someone.
Oh shit.
Pull yourself together.
Oh, I'm back in Sukhothai.
It's a story. It's supposed to be a story.
Solve the prayer puzzle?
Matu. The Nephilim were forced to leave their home. They found new life in Sukhothai. Dashu, where they built a temple down in the stone.
Whoa.
I bet this hook would make Sunan's day.
I'll give it to him. For sure. Wild temple though. Temple of the mind.
Jeez Louise, my head hurts.
Yeah, that's pretty wild, man. Nazis over there. Sneak out. Unless there's something to do over here. Oh shit.
Chissà cos'era. Sarà il gatto.
Did they see me?
È un uomo morto!
Aspetta, cos'è stato?
Maybe next time, sport.
A postcard, Siamese actor.
It's a beautiful country.
Radio freaking. Gun? We don't use guns. Like Batman. Yeah, I could see that, but I think it's also like, I mean, it's just historically the, you know, there's like a deep history of like Asian Americans owning general stores in black and brown neighborhoods. Still continues to this day, actually.
Quanto resisterò? Facile, peccato! Non lasciatelo scappare!
Oh, fuck.
Stendo per bene! Ancora in
I also love that everybody has guns on them, but nobody is using their gun. If you don't shoot at them, they will not shoot at you, which I appreciate. Oh, look at that medicine bottle. Where is it? Such a good movie, though. Also, I love the Asian American, the woman.
You've been fighting, haven't
Like her performance, where she's like freaked out and she's like, "Why are we not?" You know, like fighting back. I was like, "Oh my god, this is so good."
Perhaps I will hear something useful. There. Mark the place on your map.
Still a bunch of mysteries, but none of them up here. There's a book up here I could. So usually pretty useful.
Good luck out there.
I think it's not. Is it in there?
Oh, hello. You managed to find priority.
Aw. My dad is also like that, loves everyone. Aw. Would your parents like my movie, Nori? Or no? Ooh, reload speed upgrade.
Pick up from this.
I need to find more of those. Okay, chat. I think I'm gonna find a wrap-up point here and end it. Wait, how do I get back to the boat? Oh yeah, it's over there. I hope you enjoyed the stream today, chat. I'll probably be back tomorrow. And then Friday.
Stay out of trouble, okay?
Oh, there it is. There's 6. Okay, chat. You know what to do now. Let's hear those feeling words. How are you guys feeling? How are we feeling? Feeling words. Let's hear them. Tell me about your feelings. I'm feeling sleepy. But it was good. It was a fun stream. No feeling words? Any appreciations? No? What about tensions? Alright, well, I'm still gonna offer the space, okay? Everybody's asleep. Okay, well, don't wake anybody, but we're gonna go over and have fun with Peacefire Now tonight. We love Peacefire Now. Congratulations on the partner. We're gonna give a bunch of love and appreciation to Peacefire Now with our emotes here. Yeah, Peacefire Now got partnered. I know. We're so excited. So we're gonna do Peacefire Now. We're gonna do this. Okay, here's the spam. Okay, we're spamming it. Let them be loud. Thanks for lurking, Kaylor. I see you. Follow Peacefire Now if you guys are in here lurking, hanging out. A great person. Really fun stream to be in, and just great attribute to the community in general. So let's go over there. Let's congratulate him on partner.